Okay, streaming's fine. Okay. I think people are too busy talking. I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know what's worse, Clara. It's either speaking to thousands of people or very few. They're each nerve-wracking in their own way. Exactly. As long as we got the stream with the tens of thousands. Vuk is here just in time. Good. All right, off we go. We're kicking off. Ready? No video, no Boom DePIN Day video to get it going? No? All right, we don't need to. All right, forget it. We're not doing the high intensity opening today. It is just me. So welcome to DePIN Day Singapore. This is our 12th DePIN Day. And thrilled to be able to do it and be able to keep doing it. The update here is that we put these things on, our day job is building and running Fluence, a decentralized compute platform. We do this for the DePIN community. It costs us money, it costs us time, and we're thrilled to have Protocol Labs join us in helping sponsor this. And so we have sponsors for all of the individual events, which I will show in the next slide, but there's still a lot of overhead here. And so Protocol Labs has generously joined us in supporting the overhead of all of these events. So a big thank you to Protocol Labs for helping us put all of these DePIN days on for the next year. So thank you to Juan, to Molly, to Clara, to everybody at the Protocol Labs and Filecoin teams for doing this. And also, obviously, a big thank you to our sponsors for the Singapore DePIN Day. Impossible Cloud, XYO, Mawari, Layer Drone. You're going to hear from all of these people today, which we're excited to have. We couldn't put it on without these sponsors. So they're basically contributing to help create this space and this community event for the DePIN ecosystem. And I think this is the leading DePIN ecosystem kind of gathering, and so we want to keep doing this, and hopefully you guys can encourage other DePIN projects to help us for Buenos Aires and for the future events that we do. We have media partners. More and more media are interested in covering these events, and with some of the developments in the DePIN space, I think the media interest will only grow, and we are getting better and better at the media partnerships, and I think you'll see more of these going forward as well. A lot of speakers. You don't have to go through all of these. You will see them on stage soon, but we have a lot, and we'll continue to have more. So let's just level set here. I imagine, let me ask a question. Who here is this their first DePIN Day? 1, 2. Okay, we got a couple first DePIN days. Great, so I'm glad I have this slide. What is DePIN? This is just to level set. So there are a lot of definitions of it, and kind of, I feel it's important to have a definition that we agree on, because if you don't have a definition, then it becomes meaningless because everything can become DePIN and there's no boundaries. So crowdsourced physical infrastructure that is connected to a network to provide a useful service that is secured and incented with crypto economics. That is, I think, a pretty broad definition, but also narrow enough that it doesn't include a lot of kind of just applications, if you will. Just because there's an app on a phone does not necessarily make it DePIN unless it's actually using the technology from the phone. So I think we got to be a little strict with the definition, and obviously it's going to keep expanding, but just because people say it's a DePIN doesn't necessarily make it one. So this is definition that we like to use. And then divide DePIN into two categories. There's the digital and the physical. And the physical are, I think, a lot of the tactile, sexy ones. Like you're going to hear from Layer Drone that uses drones to map the world in incredibly efficient ways. You probably have seen Helium, right, which uses mobiles, right? So these are physical ones. GeoNet you'll hear from as well that use RTK positioning. These are all device-based ones, and versus the digital, which are a little bit harder for the mass kind of world to understand, but are more sort of crypto aligned in a way. It's storage, it's compute, it's bandwidth, it's digital resources. These markets are vast, but I think they're kind of real distinction between these two different types of DePIN networks, and I think it's useful to have that distinction. Why is DePIN different than the rest of crypto? And I think one of the theses I've had is that DePIN is going to decouple from crypto. And we've seen a couple projects where this has happened. I think the economics, particularly with buy burn, will really drive this forward, where when you are generating revenue DePIN and you're using that to buy your own token, you don't need the market to like it. You don't need other buyers. If you're generating a lot of revenue and you're using that to buy your own token, that's all the demand you need. And I think we're going to see this kick in either later this year or early next year with a couple of projects. It's a little later than I thought, but it's definitely happening. We're seeing revenue grow, use cases expanding, and importantly, just this week, the SEC helped DePIN significantly. And for those who didn't see it, there's a DePIN project called 00. The SEC issued a no action letter to them this week, basically saying your token is not a security. The SEC, I think this is the first no action, or maybe the second no action letter SEC has ever issued in crypto. And this basically says DePIN projects, DePIN tokens are not securities. That is a very big deal for DePIN and a very big deal for crypto overall. 00 did a TGE yesterday, and it now has over $1 billion total value. So the no action letter came out on like Monday, and on Thursday or Friday, depending which time zone you're in, they did a TGE. So they were ready to go. And I think that is fascinating, and this has big implications for all of the DePIN projects that you're seeing here today. So what are other recent DePIN wins? We've seen that one. Dragonfly put out a report a couple weeks ago that the weekly fees in DePIN are about $570,000. About half of that is Helium, but that's still about a 30 million annual run rate for the sector, and that's growing significantly. So I think when we do this conference again in Buenos Aires, that won't be that different, but next year, that should be double or more, right? And so we're really excited to see that number grow. The other point, big news, is that Aether, which is a decentralized kind of GPU network, launched Digital Asset Treasury Company, a DAT, just like a week or two ago, right? They raised $345 million to list, basically to buy a shell and list a stock on the NASDAQ in New York, right? You've seen, very familiar with MicroStrategy, Michael Saylor's company that does this for Bitcoin. This is the first DePIN digital asset treasury company. And so this also is a sign of maturity that we've got this digital asset treasury company in the DePIN space. And I think you will see Helium do one. I would be surprised if you don't. And you will see other, I think, DePIN projects do DATs as well. IONET connected 100,000 GPUs, which is big. And back in July, the White House report on digital assets mentioned DePIN as well. So there's a regulatory tailwind to all of this, which is terrific, and capital market appreciation as well. And why is this, and why am I bullish on DePIN? I think DePIN rests on three kind of core building blocks, which is hardware pricing, which has gone down significantly in the last 5 years. Software availability, open source software, has gone up in terms of sophistication and usability. And the global crypto market has matured and continues to mature. Without these three things, you don't have DePIN. right? That's why DePIN wasn't really a thing 10 years ago and has only matured in the past couple of years. And the great thing about people here and everyone in the DePIN space is that each of these three things are only going in the right direction. Crypto market is only getting more mature and growing. Software availability and maturity is only going up, and hardware pricing is only going down, right? And so you get those three things together, that propels DePIN forward inevitably and inexorably. And so I think those are basically the underlying trends that you're betting on with DePIN, and all of those are going in the right direction. I don't think anyone thinks any of those are going to reverse. What's the value proposition? So these are just a couple projects that I pulled out to show why what value is DePIN adding? Why do people buy it? Why is there any adoption? And it's just interesting to show some metrics, right? You look at connectivity, Helium is 3 to 4 times cheaper. GeoNet is a lot cheaper and a lot more precise. You know, you can go to, so there's a cheapness, but there's also a less expensiveness, but there's also added features. And so you can look at like Fluence, we're cheaper, but then the service, there's no lock-in, it's open, there's shorter contracts, so there's actual value. I think you kind of come for the low price and you stay for all the features. And I think that's not just true, and they're also creating new industries. Grass is web scraping. There's no centralized companies that can even do this. So there are new use cases being developed, same with Demo and car data. New use cases that have, and also new features, and also some that are incredibly cheaper. And you're gonna hear from Specs, your layer drone later, and I think Alec is gonna question some of the numbers I use there for that, but you can ask him about what the right metrics are. But the point is, there's a lot of very obvious value that these DePIN projects are providing, and that's why we're all here. And here is some recent traction. So that's the value add. What's some traction? So Filecoin has stored about 1 exabyte. Clara can update whether that number is actually right or not. Well, there may be more updated. That's a huge amount of data. Grass has 3 million people who've downloaded a browser extension and are basically helping scrape the web for Grass, and that's being used primarily, I think, by LLMs. But that's 3 million people that are part of that network, adding data to that platform. GeoNet has 19,000 antennas. You can't really place that, except that they're public companies that do the same service that have 5,000 antennas and took them 10 years to get there. Right, so GeoNet got to 4x the largest public company in 20% of the time. So this gives you a sense of scale and rollout. Hive Mapper, a lot of drivers, 5,000 drivers, 500 million kilometers mapped. And Helium continues to grow. Everyone's familiar, I think, with Helium, but they're up to 1.9 million per phones per day. They're offloading about 60 terabytes of data per day, which is a huge amount of data being offloaded. They also have 100,000 plus subscribers on Helium Mobile. So that's why I say DePIN is not a meme. And when I first did this, memes were hot. We kind of wished it was a meme. Now I think we're okay that it's not a meme, and I think as revenue continues to grow, we're going to be very happy with the fundamentals that underlie this space and the value that's added. And that's why we do all these DePIN days. And so these are the conferences in 2024. Those are done. We've had 10 cities, hundreds of speakers, a lot of participants, which we're going to continue doing. This is 2025. The one coming up is Buenos Aires. Hopefully we will see people join us in Buenos Aires. That's the map. I think you can say where we are right now. And this is the podcast. If you like what you've heard here, pretty much every single project has been on the DePIN podcast, and some will come on again as they have updates and as their project matures. So I'd encourage you. I think I've done 65 episodes. So if there's a DePIN project that hasn't been on and should be, please tell me, because there's still a number I need to get to. So I'm excited to kind of keep going with this. And what we've done recently is launch DePIN Space. And the DePINSpace.co is now the website that holds all the portal for DePIN for us. So it's the conferences, it's the podcast. It also has a directory of all the DePIN projects that we know anything about. So you can search for any DePIN project, and you can also search for DePIN investors and DePIN media and find a blurb about them, see where and if you're a project, you see all of your content across any of these DePIN platforms. So if you have ever presented at a DePIN Day, if you have ever been on a panel, if you've been on a podcast, if you've been mentioned in the DePIN tokenomics report, all of that content is in your profile on the DePIN space. So it is a one place to go for everything that we've collected in the DePIN industry. So we're excited about that launch. So with that, I'm excited to invite Clara up, and we're going to do a fireside chat with Clara Sao. So welcome, Clara. Thank you. So welcome to Clara. There we go. So Clara, I think people here probably know, but you should give a little bit about your background. And I think that what we're really excited to talk about here is that we are approaching the 5-year anniversary of Filecoin's launch and the 10-year anniversary of the white paper. So, Filecoin was DePIN before DePIN existed. And so there's a lot of kind of interested to kind of hear your perspective on the evolution over this decade.
Yeah, well, first off, thank you for having me. This is honestly my favorite event, every single major crypto conference, because in the room, there's the highest quality people that really do care about building things that matter long term. And I think everyone in this room that has touched DePIN or are interested in it know that it's not easy. When you really touch infrastructure and physical devices, you really have to think about it as a long-term investment. You can't just launch an NFT or launch a meme and then disappear a year later. So a little bit about my background. I've been helping co-run the Filecoin Foundation since its announcement around 5 years ago at the start of the Filecoin Network mainnet launch. As Tom mentioned, Filecoin has been around for quite some time now. It was started by Juan Benet in the Filecoin white paper that was written actually in 2014, but was publicly available in 2016. And since the beginning, the vision was, how do we really think about major breakthroughs in computing, but also really what does that decentralized network look like for us to be able to do that successfully? And in order to do that, IPFS in 2014 was created to really allow for peer-to-peer file sharing, but in order to incentivize long-term data storage that is constantly available, Filecoin was really created and announced in 2016 to allow for that. And you can imagine the marketplace of data that we live in today and also living in the future with the rise of AI. So what really brought me to the blockchain space and specifically storage is I spent a lot of years actually in a previous lifetime working in the counterterrorism world. So I was at the White House and Homeland Security for many years. And a lot of the challenges when it comes to bad actors leveraging the web is really how do we prove an attribute where content comes from? When a terrorist posts a message, or it could be foreign influence operations, you want to be able to really source where the data came from and how it was manipulated or changed over time. And since around a decade ago, we saw the rise of disinformation and misinformation on the internet, where it became much more difficult to prove the source and actually also make sure that it came from a device that journalists today, when they're taking on-the-ground photography, can actually say, hey, this actually came from this place, and I can actually maybe one day use it in international criminal court if it's in the instance of what's happening in Ukraine today. So that's really my why for being here and focusing on Filecoin the last 5 years, is really, I'm a strong believer that today we're living in the world where trust in data is more fragile than ever. I was just playing around with a ton of new AI apps this morning, and you're seeing more and more realistic videos and other forms of media being able to be produced. And I think we have to be able to have companies of all kinds be able to securely verify that data, but also make sure that data isn't misused in the wrong way, where companies today can sell your data with or without your permission or with or without you knowing. And we really want to make sure the future of the internet is fully distributed and that entrepreneurs can continue to build on this nest. So, yeah.
Well, then let's talk about that. Agree entirely. I think that's a combination of what you guys do, what blockchain does overall, what compute does, et cetera. But talk about the evolution and the success and the traction of Filecoin from the white paper to today, right? There's 1 exabyte, maybe more of data stored. There's 20, whatever, of capacity. Help people understand sort of the scale of that, what's stored, kind of how you see that kind of traction.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of give a timeline. I think that's helpful to paint the evolution. If you imagine where blockchain was a decade ago, 2014, 2015. So in 2014, DePIN really didn't exist at that time. A lot of what existed in blockchain was really Bitcoin and how you can program money on top of Ethereum. But Ethereum at the time was really just an idea. And so even since a decade ago, we've seen the community evolve tremendously where, as Tom presented some figures earlier, there's over 2,000 projects in the last 5 years alone that are now evolving in the DePIN space. Many of them are in this room. And there's also tons of billions of dollars of value that the network has created. And we've seen a lot of acceleration in physical infrastructure that just wasn't possible when you think about centralized companies being able to do this level of work. Specifically for Filecoin, the first few years after its mainnet launch was really focused on how do we build as much availability in storage capacity. And so that was really year one, was we were able to build the world's largest decentralized storage network from a capacity standpoint. In years 2 and 3, so this is like 2021, 2022, we were really focused on making sure we can test the network and think about cold archival storage and large data sets to make sure data can be secure. So we've backed up so many incredible data sets, all the way from, if you've used Internet Archive in the Wayback Machine, a copy of that is being stored on Filecoin. We've backed up government data sets. Some of government data sets today are fragile. Government institutions sometimes can't be trusted to maintain key data sets. We've also looked at hot storage, which includes NFTs. So if you own an NFT, you're probably already storing on Filecoin. But one of the big metrics we've looked at in the last 2 years is really not just capacity and amount of data stored, but the quality of data. And so we really want to make sure that the data that we're storing today is actually being used by different people. We've also looked at a lot of AI agents built on top of Filecoin, which actually allows us to be able to discover even new things from data archives that wasn't possible before. One example of this is a great nonprofit we work with is called Muckrock. They're in charge of Freedom of Information Act requests from the US government. And so these are mandatory reported documents. And we've backed up all of that on Filecoin and IPFS. But we also had an AI agent crawl on top, so you can actually discover new data sets and new insights that journalists can use. And we called that the CIA agent, because you can now make new insights about CIA files from over the years that normally would take a historian many years to even just dig through those PDF of files. And so I think there's so much that storage can unlock today, and also what it can do for the future. This fall, actually on the heels of DevConnect, if those of you are going to be in Buenos Aires, we're going to actually have a few more exciting announcements. There's major upgrades to the Filecoin protocol that are going to really make it possible for even more ability to build on top of Filecoin, especially from a payments angle. So there's even more ahead.
Well, that's terrific, and I think storage is so important. You kind of think that the decentralized world can't exist without decentralized storage, right? That is a fundamental key thing. You guys are by far the leaders. There's dozens of other projects approaching storage. And in fact, we have several here today that are going to be speaking as well. And so your success has inspired lots of other followers who each are doing different kind of niches within it, right? But you guys have clearly laid the groundwork and have set it up over this past decade and have the most significant traction by far of anybody, and I think it is still just a tiny, tiny piece of where storage is, and it's a market which is growing dramatically, right? So I guess maybe talk about you can talk about that, but I'm also interested in the ecosystem overall development, right? When you started, you were the only DePIN project, even though DePIN didn't exist. Now we have DePIN projects, a lot of DePIN projects. You mentioned 2000. Talk about the kind of involvement that you and that Filecoin and the foundation have been in the DePIN community, because you've been huge supporters, of DePIN Day, of all kinds of things. So kind of that community involvement in DePIN, I think, is really important. I'd like to hear about it.
Absolutely. So the Filecoin Foundation and also the Protocol Labs network actually has tons of companies that are part of it. I think around 600 companies have come through. A lot of them actually are in this room that might be building a DePIN startup today that may have gotten investment or mentorship or have connected to other companies through the network. One of our big beliefs is that the more DePIN projects there are, we're going to see a lot more application of being able to have much more decentralized end-to-end use cases using data and beyond. And we truly believe that today there are so many different players in the blockchain space that say they're decentralized, but really don't have it at the infrastructure level. And so there's high risk of a single point of failure when it comes to especially the most critical asset that they're owning, whether that's user data or key financial information. So we've worked with so many projects in this room, WeatherXM, decentralized weather stations. We've had ongoing conversations with a number of other DePIN projects. Fluence we're very, very close with, because
early investors in Fluence as well.
Yes, and when it comes to really thinking about the full DApp, decentralized application stack, Fluence is really the brains doing the compute, and you can imagine Filecoin is that data library. And you kind of need both in order to really do fully decentralized applications to replace the experiences that we see today using centralized applications on Google or other centralized platforms. So there's just a handful of examples, but if you can imagine, WeatherXM sitting in the front row, they're using the Filecoin network today to be able to reward people for contributing accurate weather data sets to the network. And so there's so many additional ways that Filecoin as a marketplace allows for entrepreneurs to build layers on top. And that's really why we're here. We want to make sure that we can also really accelerate the growth of the DePIN sector.
I think the integration that DePIN projects can do with the data layer that Filecoin has is really important. I also think that the platform you provide to the DePIN ecosystem and to DePIN projects is also very helpful. And so all of the different events that you've done, the mentoring that's available, and the community that you guys kind of foster is also very relevant. They, Protocol Labs and Filecoin Foundation helped sponsor, for example, DePIN Founders Dinner just earlier this week, where a bunch of DePIN founders were able to get together and talk in kind of a quiet environment, different from kind of the cocktail kind of crush of a lot of events. And so there's examples like this that I think you guys have the resources, but also the motivation and initiative to schedule and to effect, which I think is very important. So hopefully that continues, because I think people here all appreciate it. What do you see going forward? If you're 10 years in now, what are the milestones you would like to achieve in kind of any of the metrics, either from storage, from community, from DePIN? Where do you see the future here?
Yeah, I think the elephant in the room is, while there's a lot of benefits to decentralized storage, decentralized compute, any kind of DePIN project, it is tremendously more difficult to do it when it's decentralized. And there's a lot of things that we're still evolving. For example, retrievals and hot storage. It's accelerated tremendously since 5 years ago, where a lot of what we could store at the time was just cold archival storage. Now we have a handful of startups that are building the application layer on top of Filecoin that can do all kinds of retrieval and hot storage, and that's only getting better. But I would say that what's ahead is really thinking about what data looks like 5 to 10 years from now. Even by the end of 2026, some studies estimate that 90% of new data on the web is all going to be AI generated. People are starting to use it more and more. And so we're really thinking about what does data look like in an agent-to-agent world. We're looking at what does data look like as we have more growth in the DePIN sector for more companies that really want that fully decentralized stack. We're also thinking about really the Web3 space and how do we make sure that we have the right rails in our ecosystem, but also we can help partners along the way too to be able to do payments fully on chain and really also accelerate that to the work that we're doing in the Web2 space with enterprises and really not just get them on board, but also teach them why that's much better than what they use today in more centralized storage experiences. So,
what is the gating items to growth? It seems like there's a lot of storage availability on the network. But to get that, you have to have customers, you have to onboard. Is it sales? Is it the physical onboarding, which I know is an issue with huge data sets? What is, if you could solve one problem or one hurdle that would help you scale faster, or is it development resource? What do you think is the main obstacle to accelerating growth?
Yeah, I actually don't think it's demand, and I don't think it's lack of interest. Actually, the hardest thing, and I will say, like, there's probably tons of projects in this room that feel similar, is we are actually a very decentralized ecosystem. I know there's some crypto projects that say they're decentralized, but maybe have one or two entities running, making the calls, but we really have a lot of participation and governance from the entire community. But that is actually, unfortunately, sometimes makes it harder for us to get to consensus on quick decision making. When we're thinking about new upgrades or changes, or even new products to launch, we can't just go to a product team and say, ship it. We really have to convince different teams to build and ship it with us. And so for us, it's actually just from a governance function, how do we quickly get people on the same page to be willing to test and iterate on new ideas? I think that's probably the biggest bottleneck, but that's just the very nature of working in a decentralized way is you do unfortunately sometimes have a longer runway to make sure everyone is actually comfortable and on board. And at the same time, the beauty of that is you get to think about all perspectives from the community. And we have thousands of storage providers all around the world building data centers. Some of them are huge, running 100-person operations. Some of them are smaller operations, but they all have different needs that every time we have a major network upgrade or we're shipping something new, they need to also feel like they're on board and can be convinced that this is for the benefit of the network. So I think that is very much the challenges of not just us, but anyone that works in a very decentralized ecosystem.
Right, and it's actually interesting because a lot of the trend now is to centralize in DePIN, and so DePIN becomes CPIN a little bit, right? And so the decentralization priority has been reduced, right, over some time, and we'll see how this SEC decision impacts that. But that aside, what advice would you give to DePIN projects? Would it be don't decentralize too fast, or is there other advice you might give from your experience at Filecoin at the Filecoin Foundation over this period?
Yeah, I mean, I would say stick with what you believe in. I think most DePIN projects actually have a much harder time with fundraising or getting traction, sometimes considered to what is comparative in the acceleration in the DeFi space, for example. And the reality is the majority of users in crypto are plug and playing somewhere in DeFi. Infrastructure is 10 times harder. And I would say keep your eyes on the North Star and think in decades, not in short-term years, because a lot of this comes with long-term planning and strategizing. And when we think about comparable services and infrastructure, DePIN is already growing at a tremendous speed. I mean, this is the fastest growing infrastructure space is right here in DePIN. And so I think it's easy for you to get distracted and say, okay, in a crypto conference like this week, it's so easy to see other people have very quick milestones to things, but keeping your eyes on the North Star of this is why you were brought to the table of playing in the DePIN space. And I think everyone also has their own sector that they're trying to adhere to, in addition to Web3 investors or those that might be on your cap table. but you kind of have to appease both. We spend a lot of time in actually traditional infrastructure and Web 2 enterprise spaces, and so sometimes there's people in Web 3 that don't hear about Filecoin as often because the biggest factor in, for example, decentralized storage is going to be enterprise adoption, and so that's why we spend the time there. But I would just say, like, keep your eyes on the North Star. Don't let outside noise distract you. And Juan Benet, who started Protocol Labs, he is probably one of the smartest thinkers in long-term thinking out there. If you've ever listened to any of his talks, you can really see how systems work, how economics work over time, and some things just take a little bit of time and just be patient through it.
Yeah, well, I think you mentioned something that's interesting, which is the B2B aspect of what you do. You want enterprise customers, but you need B2C because you want the token buyers and the community to understand what you're doing. So you have two audiences, and you can get a lot of traction on the B2B side, but you got to have the C, the consumers, also in the crypto ecosystem, be aware of what you're doing. And that's kind of, so you're sort of, no matter what you're doing, you still have two very different audiences that you are kind of, that need to be aware of you and you have to appeal to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is definitely one of the hardest challenges, is being able to know who your audience is for different places and being able to appease both, because a lot of the Web3 audience may just want snappy updates. There are projects that I won't name in the blockchain space that have zero revenue in the actual value of service they offer, but they do a lot in just pumping their token. And so, you know, it's challenging because there is a lot of projects that do get a lot of funding from just noise itself. And I think a lot of people in this room wouldn't be touching infrastructure if you didn't really believe in the value of what your service can help deliver and make people's lives better. And so I would say, you know, definitely a lot more challenging, but I would say long term, it's going to create a lot of value for this world, much more than just seeing a token price go up.
Yep, and we're excited for that. I think that, you know, we need to see this work in order to be free, effectively, right? Like, without decentralized storage, without decentralized payments, without decentralized everything, it is completely effectively a centralized oligopolist world where we lose any autonomy. So I think that, and the Filecoin is kind of a core project in helping enable that world. Any kind of closing thoughts for the DePIN community, for the Filecoin community, for where you want to see Filecoin or DePIN be 5 years from now? What's your vision, something you can kind of point to? Like, when we're sitting here at token 2049, you know, in 2049, it's a little more than 5 years away, but, you know, the same concept, that will happen. Anything you want to kind of highlight for people to be, as something you know, then we've been successful? Well, Filecoin will be successful in 5 years if we've done this, or DePIN, I want DePIN to achieve this over the next period.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of the future that we've imagined in each of our spaces, no matter what sector of DePIN you touch, is a world that most consumers today can't even explain. And I think that's really hard, because if you imagine the early days of a service like Airbnb, nobody would really agree to say, I'm going to stay in a stranger's house of people I don't know. And they had to not only educate people, but explain why it's so different from a hotel experience, what to expect and not what to expect. And people can't just think about it as an apples to apples comparison. They can't just think about it from a price to price comparison. There's so many intrinsic value that each DePIN network offers today that replaces so much and more to users in a customizable way that you just can't do when it comes to centralized tech. And I think that's really kind of my big push for all of you guys, is help each other lift up each other's projects. So I think the more examples of other people seeing DePIN projects succeed, the more that we're going to get widespread adoption from every single player. I mean, I'm very excited personally to see the growth of how many other players in decentralized storage have emerged since around 10 years ago, because it shows that this is an area where there's a lot of interest, and other people also see a similar vision, that data shouldn't be necessarily centralized and owned by a few large corporations. And I think in the world of 2049 or whatever, you're going to see a lot of in my opinion, you're going to see a lot of people dealing with a lot of challenges with AI. And it might be content creators today that can't prove ownership of content they create. There's going to be a lot of interesting copyright challenges from a lot of brands. And people at the end of the day want to be able to store, verify, and fully own their data instead of necessarily being reliant on huge bills that major cloud companies can change the price point at any single point in time. We've also worked with a lot of scientists, for example, that are doing incredible experiments, some running on AI today for breakthroughs in neuroscience or elsewhere. And a lot of these also require people to be able to store at a cost-effective way all of their data. So I really do think that people are gonna really see the challenges as we see the growth of and use of AI, of why owning your data is so important. And then on top of that, why running your compute and your GPUs and everything else becomes even more critical on top of that stack, which is why I'm also very excited with what Tom and Fluence are doing.
Fantastic. Well, thank you. That's the right answer. Got to be excited about what Fluence is doing, so thank you. I want every panelist, everyone up here has to say that. Otherwise, they're not invited back. So thank you, and thanks for Clara. Let's give a round of applause for Clara. Thank you. And now, we welcome Alex, COO of Spexy, or Layer Drone, to the stage to talk about what drones are doing in DePIN. This is a super exciting project. You definitely want to hear it.
We love Fluence, Tom. We love Fluence. Invite us back. Okay. Hi, everybody. So I'm going to talk to you about our project, which is Spexy and Layer Drone. Some of you might know us as Spexy, the drone guys, the guys who automate drones for data. And recently, at the last DePIN Day in Dubai, we actually announced the creation of the Layer Drone Foundation and Network, which is going to steward all of the data that is being captured by these pilots and make it available to others that might want to build on it, like Spexy. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Spexy and Layer Drone and what we do, and then I'm going to talk about how we have decided to start transitioning the Web 2 business that we've been building for quite some time to Web 3. And the little animation in the background is actually really helpful to visualize what it is we do. We fully automate drones at crazy scales to capture imagery that's much higher resolution than what's available from satellites or planes. So most people don't realize how big the geospatial data marketing is, but it underpins so much of what the economy runs on. We can start at the more obvious and exciting ones like spatial AI and some of these exciting applications coming out recently, but all the way down to advertising. Google actually uses a lot of Earth imagery underpinning their advertising engines, autonomous systems, smart cities, AR, VR, you name it. So today's aerial data is actually not that good. This is an example of the best data that you can buy commercially from satellite providers. When you zoom in to a train track, for example, the data becomes almost unusable. It's not sufficient for next generation applications, and all of these companies are looking for better data products, higher resolution data products. This is stuff that we can provide that they're asking for. So drones do produce better data, but drones have been around for a long time. So why hasn't this been a solution before? There's lots of good imagery, high resolution, they fly all over the place. But why haven't they been producing data for these big companies yet? And the reason is because no one has standardized or coordinated the inputs. That's what we do. We use the Uber H3 grid, resolution 9 hexagons. We call them spexagons. They're about 25 acres in size. And within each one is a flight plan. Drone pilots simply have to download our mobile application, connects to their off-the-shelf DJI drone. They get close to one of these hexes, and the drone automatically flies within a very standardized flight plan to produce predictable outputs, which gets a lot of these customers excited. And most of those names we're either in POCs with or negotiations with. So this is the difference in numbers that Tom was talking about. We're a little bit more bullish on how good this data is when you actually break down the realities of how you capture this data using 25-acre parcels, which is the minimum buy that customers can do within which, with satellites, the minimum buy is much larger. You get a much more compelling data product. So, like I said, step one is we overlay areas that need to be flown with these hexagons, and it gets repeated into the pilot's mobile app. The drone pilots open up the app, connect their drone, simply hit the fly button. The drone ascends to about 80 meters above ground, and it follows terrain as it images the hex, hex by hex by hex. The data that's produced is much, much better than what's available at scale. So we have mostly built the network so far in North America. We're doing some testing in Europe and in Mexico, but we're trying to keep supply as constrained as we can in North America to build up the demand side and the network effects. But we've had some pretty crazy traction in North America already. So 4.7 million acres have been imaged using this hexagon system. Over 150,000 flights, separate flights in the last year alone, which is about 25,000 hours of straight time of drones in the air. This is a vast drone network that really hasn't been done before at this scale. And the demand side, in our testnet, we've had some decent traction on revenue as well. So as we've been building up towards this, the testnet really only launched in 2024, and 7 figures of revenue we've been able to get going here before there's a token. So some of the cool things you can do with this data is create high-resolution, ultra-realistic digital twins, and when you combine that with some of the applications that these customers are doing, you get really interesting things. And so Pokemon Go and Niantic is a really good example. They're building the next generation of large geospatial models, and we're really excited to be working with them in some of this. So how do we think about this? I just talked a lot about the business, the Web 2 business, which is creating geospatial data for customers. Where's the token? Where's the Web 3 angle? And there's 4 things that we think about. Start with a real business. Figure out how to transition your community thoughtfully decentralize. And this is something that was talked about in the last chat, but thoughtfully decentralizing is really important. And then play both games. And when I say both games, I mean the Web 2 game and the Web 3 game. So start with the real business. Does your business solve real problems? Does it have customers that want to pay for what you're doing? This is the step 1 in a DePIN. Token speculation can sometimes replace revenue, and that's not what we're looking for in DePIN. We want to see real revenue coming from real customers. We want to see product market fit, and we want to see unit economics that can work at least at minimal scales without token subsidies to get things going. So a good example of this was Render. They had a business in 2009 as GPU and started building out relationships and decided to pivot into Web 3, which was very successful for them, and they did this over a good amount of time. For us, we were actually founded in 2018, and we started building software to automate drones back then. We had different use cases, different revenue streams, but we really decided that the Web 3 angle was for us in 2022 when we started raising for it, and we started figuring out how to transition these guys. So we want to transition your community in a way that doesn't just bring them towards the token, but brings them towards rewards that match the value created. Contributors, ideally, if you can, get value before the existence of tokens. So in our network, we actually pay cash for pilots to contribute for each of those hexes. They also get points, which bring them over to the token side once ready, but getting value into contributors' hands before the existence of a token enables you to really see behavior in those contributors that aligns better with the network instead of their want or need for a token. The community also can understand your product and your mission better if you start incentivizing pre-token with something that they can use, because tokens can be distracting for contributors. So Farcaster was a good example of this. They launched in 2020 as an invite-only waitlist-based network. They removed the waitlist to go permissionless, introduced frames, and encouraged multiple clients to join the community in just one app. For us, the drone pilots use the Spexy app to fly, and they earn points and cash for rewards. And as I said previously, we spun out and announced the Layer Drone Foundation, which will steward the Web3 side of the network, and the token, which the pilots are starting to migrate to via our points campaign. So decentralization. This is one of the things that I think for DePINs can go a bunch of different ways. For us, we think about it in terms of what do we need to do to make sure that this network can flourish over the next 6 months, 12 months, 5 years, and 10 years or more. And that means trying not to decentralize too much too early, because us, the founders of the network, the builders, we need to retain some level of control and some level of flexibility to pivot with our customers in the network as it grows. So Transferring governance when the community can handle complexity, I think, is an important one that it's hard to time that right. But for us, we think that giving the community more and more governance over time is the right approach, but not so much in the early days. And certain things like quality control or safety, and in our network, this is an aviation network. Drone pilots are flying at crazy scales using our software. If they want to go fly too close to an airport or a military zone, that's not something that the community should be able to do just because they want to. Rules are there for a reason in aviation. So a good example of this was Uniswap, launched as a centralized protocol, simple automated market maker. After proving the mechanism, a governance token was introduced 2 years later, and they still maintain the labs team for a lot of the critical development. And for us, we have spun out the Layered Drone Foundation to start implementing some of these governance structures and the decentralization, steward the token, steward the open data network. But Spexy, as the founding core contributor in LabsCo, is still maintaining a fair amount of development control as the network starts to grow. So last but not least, running a real business and launching tokens are two entirely different things. Running a business requires you to talk to your customers, get product market fit, pivot with them, generate revenue, have B2B relationships, go do B2B sales. Launching a token requires you to have that authenticity, but there is market makers, there is liquidity, there's exchanges, there's which exchanges are going to go on, how are you going to do that, what are the things that you're going to do to make your token successful. The business is going to play a big part of that in the future, but not necessarily right away. And so for us, the token and the exchange strategy, the market making strategy, how much of your token supply are you going to allocate to those to make sure that you're in the right places where the volume is, where the price is, that's an important thing. And it's something not to be overlooked, and it's a big part of the game. So for us, we have allocated quite a bit of our supply to make sure that we're available for those exchanges and those market makers should we want to go with them. The contributors will receive rewards and part of the distribution event, but for the most part, we just really think about how do you make sure that your token is in the places where the volume is, and back that by the story of your business and the fundamentals, of course, that you're going to prove by building a great business on top. So start with a real business, transition your community, thoughtfully decentralize, and play both games. So for us, that means creating the Layered Drone Foundation, transitioning the community over to that thoughtfully using points, making sure that decentralization isn't too fast, too quick for our network especially, retaining control, and then lastly, play both games with the token. And so we're excited to announce that the Layered Drone Foundation and network will be moving to mainnet this year. Can't say exactly when, but we know it's going to be this year. It's been a long time coming for us. We've been building since 2022 to get to this point. And so keep your eyes out for that announcement. And thanks so much. Thanks for having us.
Great. Thank you, Alec. Appreciate it. I think this is going to be one of the very cool projects to launch. So excited to have him be a multi-time speaker at DePIN Days.
Thanks, Tom.
And do more. I'm excited next to invite Sam Williams to the stage, who is the founder and inventor of Arweave. Arweave is obviously one of the premier storage providers that provides not perpetual, not permanent storage, as Sam likes to say, but very long term. And I think I want to mention something about Sam, which is we first had Sam at an event in Denver in 2020, when I think Sam spoke before DePIN Days even existed. We did a kind of a DePIN-ish panel in a snowy day in Denver. So I think, Sam, this is probably close to your 5 years since you've been at a Fluence at DePIN event. So welcome back. Look forward to hear everything that you are up to with Arweave and AO.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh. Thanks. I guess it's good to be back. I remember I met the founders of Fluence way back. It was even in 2018, I want to say, like February 2018, something along that order, in Berlin, which was also not quite snowy, but damn cold. All right, so, okay, today I'd like to talk to you about something we've been building on top of Arweave that I think is a really useful primitive for people building DePIN networks, we're really like building to solve our own problem with this, and I think it's a composable piece of infrastructure that might be useful for other networks in the future. So first, I guess some backstory. We've been building Arweave and the permaweb on top of it for since 2017 now. It's a pretty long time. And over that period, a lot of infrastructure has been created that represents a stack of protocols, not just one, that takes Arweave, which is permanent and on-chain data. I actually would say permanent is okay. I think perpetual or infinite or something like that, I'm not a fan of. Like the death of the universe will inevitably be after Arweave turns off, but it runs for like, well, you can look at the math and you can decide for yourself how long you think it will run. That's kind of the point of using a trustless system. You don't have to trust someone or the management of someone that's yet to be born about how this archive will function. You can just read it for yourself. Yes, so permanent in the sense of maximum possible time period according to the math that runs the system, which is open and transparent and auditable data storage network. So it's also, interestingly, a peer-to-peer gossip network that never forgets. One way of thinking about it is one of the primitives that you often use if you're building a DePIN network is a gossip system. So nodes in the network have to distribute pieces of information such that everyone else has access to them, and then they can choose to say, I mean, the traditional use is to apply them all or order them all and apply them in a single block. That's one thing you could do here with Arweave as a base layer, but it's more open and generic than that. Really, if you send a message on Arweave, you're essentially sending it to, yes, everyone else in the network today, but also everyone that needs to access that information in the future. It's an extremely simple and useful composable primitive from which you can build a bunch of other stuff on top. And so, yeah, we built Arweave quite a while ago now. The 7-year anniversary of the network launch was just a few months ago. And this is the usage chart. We're at about 23 billion pieces of information stored so far. It really works at scale, and it's a full and complete protocol at this point. It's pretty robust and mature. And speaking to that maturity, the storage price that you get using Arweave on a per-month basis, this is one of the things that excites me most about DePIN, is astonishingly low. So if you try and buy storage from Amazon S3 at like their normal well-accessed rate, so they have these different tiers based on how frequently you want to access your data. But if you get the one that is most like a normal hard drive attached to a cloud server or your laptop, something like that, like data that you want to use frequently, you'll end up paying around $23 per terabyte month. Arweave buys storage from its miners at a rate of about 75-ish cents per terabyte month. It's extremely, extremely difficult to compete with that price. And that, I think, is, yeah. It wasn't until we actually tried to compete with the prices of miners in the network. We wanted to run a petabyte scale cluster because we've been building this software for 7, 8 years, and we hadn't seen, hey, what are the issues that come up when you have not just like standard hardware attached to it, but when you attach a petabyte worth of storage to this one machine, what happens? And wouldn't it be nice if that was actually like a break-even endeavor for us in the dev team? So we tried to find, like, okay, how would we provision that storage? And it was astonishingly difficult. It's like really very, very, very difficult to compete with these prices. And I think this scales across all of DePIN too. I think we just are very, very early in this sector. Okay, so then another protocol we built on top of Arweave, using that idea of a peer-to-peer gossip network that never forgets, is computation. So store the inputs on Arweave, create a system, we call them schedulers, that give you a deterministic and well-known ordering of inputs along a computation, and the output is something that looks a little bit like a smart contract. This is something, we call AO processes. We started building the sort of test network version of that 2 years ago. 18 months ago, the first version shipped. And we're just in the earliest phases of mainnet now. Yeah, 2.7 billion messages passed and 10,000 different contracts, we call them processes, but modules essentially built on top of it. So the permaweb, though, is taking the idea of trustless, data-driven services in cyberspace and scaling it such that you have an entire web, like a, yeah, all of the services that you buy in cyberspace, we think you should be able to get rendered to you in a trustless way with the properties of blockchains essentially applied to them. And Arweave gave us like the first kernel of this, which was, well, you know, if you can archive information inside it and pull it back in a web browser, and you can do that from many different nodes, you have something, yeah, at least for static websites to begin with, you have trustless access to them. It's trustless static web apps. But then if you add indexing on top and querying, which was something that we wanted to do because, you know, the archive isn't very useful unless you have some way of finding the information inside it that is relevant to you. So we built those indexing and querying services. Once you have that on top, now you have something that's closer to dynamic web applications that are fully decentralized. Once the person uploads the user interface that you are accessing, they can't change it afterwards in the same way that Satoshi can't come back and change it from 21 million Bitcoins to 22 million Bitcoins. They give you fundamental rights. But it's more than just those two pieces. We're going for building as a community, yeah, decentralized storage, computation, distribution of information right to the end user's browser so that it's actually a sort of, you call it, usable decentralized web, not just a decentralized web in theory. Indexing and identity too, the ability to host wallets for people and have yeah, many different key types interoperate. Really any sort of yeah, any sort of authentication should be usable inside the same decentralized web, we think. It's kind of open and algorithm agnostic is an important part of it. So in order to make this all fit together, like there's a lot of different components here, each of which is essentially a protocol or a set of protocols even. In order to fit it all together, we realized that there was this piece for, it's kind of the glue layer, if you will, that needs to exist between these different services. Otherwise, you end up with all these different protocols that are you know, useful in one particular way, but they don't work elegantly, I was about to say eloquently, and ineloquently added that to elegantly. Nice. Yeah, if you don't have some kind of glue layer that cryptographically links all of these different protocols together, you end up with these gaps. Like this particular protocol does this part very well, say, I don't know, storage of information. Another one can, okay, pull in parts of that information, but does it come with receipts that that information came from the storage protocol? Not necessarily. And in the way that we've seen the Web3 industry develop over the last 4 or 5 years, I think that those gaps are a pretty fundamental part of the problem that we have in really delivering services to end users that are actually, we say, high integrity, decentralized web apps. You know, there's a lot of talk in this industry about decentralization, but in practice, a lot of it, well, it's like security in that you are as decentralized as your most centralized piece. And that means that because there are all these different protocols and the interoperability between them is not like super tight yet, we end up with a lot of centralized pieces. You know, I can't count the number of times I've seen like a supposedly decentralized protocol. The first thing they do is send me to their centralized web UI to access it. It's like that's virtually ubiquitous. Anyway, so I think we can solve these problems. But in order to do it, one of the core pieces that we need is something like a unified message format. We need a way of expressing inputs to computations, but also signed pieces of data from users, all of these types of interactions in a way that is cryptographically identifiable and verifiable and has some notion of lineage to it. So we need a unified message format that everyone can agree upon. We also need interoperable meta virtual machines for reasons that I'll get to in a moment. And then a framework for validating data transitions that is agnostic and sits above any one particular protocol. So first, a unified message format. When we were building AO, we were kind of searching for something like this. And it just so happened that February 2024 was exactly the moment that AO testnet launched. So we only became aware of it after the testnet was out. But there's a new standard called RFC 9421, which is essentially precisely what I was describing. It's a joint message format that is neutral and actually kind of boring in a way, but such that everyone can use it, and I hope that we can all agree upon it, yeah, and use it across our protocols, and then they will all inherently become interoperable. Like, it's just a sensible, neutral standard. It has a bunch of cool things about it, despite the fact it is kind of boring in a good way, exciting in a good way too. It expresses all of the things that you need to know about a transaction or a message in HTTP headers, which means that when you point a web browser at, for example, an AO core node, which is this sort of glue layer we've been building, it will return to you in the browser a verifiable signature. And so there are other standards that are sort of built on top of this as well, or rather used by this. But really, it's just part of the W3C consortium's web protocol stack, and it's deployed everywhere. You can get it already in many, many different programming languages. Really, if you, yeah, for almost every programming language, there's already a library that allows you to use this system, which I think makes it a great standard for us to interoperate based on. Anything that integrates HTTP signed messages, even if it's not deliberately trying to use AO core, is producing outputs that can be used as inputs to yeah, things that are using this glue protocol. And so when you get back from an AO core node a response in the web browser, it will render for you. You'll see it like a web page, but at the same time, if you open inspect and you go to the network tab, you'll see the signature and signature input and everything you need to validate that output directly in your browser. This is really interesting because like that, you know, Web3 project, that the first thing they do is send you to their centralized web domain. Well, the problem there is that the edges of the network are not decentralized, while the network itself might be. And here we have a solution to that. We can get all the way to the end user in a decentralized network, like directly to the browser, and eventually the browsers start to validate these things because they're part of the web stack to begin with. So like Google and Firefox, you know, they have an incentive to integrate this in a way that's just not going to even happen for Ethereum. It's like virtually out of the question at this point. So yeah, we think that's a pretty cool component of the system. But then we were looking at, well, we're trying to, again, solve our own problem. We like concluded with this protocol. We didn't start with the idea we should build a protocol. But what we needed to do was create some sort of shared understanding between many different protocols of what a state transformation should look like. Like we saw that, you know, there's this compute layer on top of the permaweb, on top of Arweave, and also Arweave itself has the notion of paying for data storage. You upload data to the network, there's some sort of state transition that's happening in there. The rules of the protocol itself, when you add transactions and you know, modify the balances, contribute to the endowment and so on, all of that is state transition, and it needs to be recorded in such a fashion. It would be very nice if that mechanism was interoperable between all the different standards, so you could essentially get the composability benefits. Okay, but like no virtual machine is perfect for every use case. We kind of see this in the smart contract world with EVM, for example, which, you know, the idea of building a real, say, building a natural language processing system like an LLM with EVM is absurd, right? It's just like no one's going to do it. It's almost comical. Yet that's the system that houses most of the smart contracts of any real value in the crypto ecosystem. Okay, so then what do you do when you want to actually have an LLM that is on-chain? Well, you're going to go in the direction which AO did, which was using WASM, and then making sure that that's actually properly deterministic. Okay, but now you have multiple virtual machines, and they're not interoperable, right? Like, you can't use the same evaluator, and also, as a result of that, the cryptographic entanglement of inputs and outputs that you get with a blockchain is, yeah, it's no longer composable. So, and it actually gets worse for DePIN networks. There are certain problems that you can try to solve with, decentralized physical infrastructure network, where the fulfillment doesn't look like a standard state transition anyway. Just one example would be that you're attempting to, transfer a message, do distribution of data in a decentralized network. Okay, well, the ferrying of information, right, doesn't really look like a typical state transition in the way that EVM imagines such a thing to be. So the solution, we think, is a meta virtual machine. Essentially a virtual machine where there's really only one type of instruction, which is just invoke. And you take it's built on the idea of combinators, where you take a state, the entire state of the world represented in a single variable, if you will, and a request. And you look up the virtual machine that's attached to the state, you invoke the virtual machine with the request data, and that's it. And then the virtual machine can decide what to do downstream. It can be, so for example, with the relay, well, it wants to affix its signature using the HTTP signed messages standard. There's a sort of a way of doing that to show that it was relayed by this node in the middle of its transition. But you could also, if you wanted to, use it for a smart contract. It takes the full blob state of the EVM and takes an input and manipulates it one way or another and gives you another output. And because it's all inside the same system, we can abstract out that state transformation or those state transformation mechanisms into what we call devices and still have the same cryptographic entanglement components, the things that make it kind of like a blockchain, shared between all of them, inside the same stack, in the same execution environments even. And so that's what Hyperbeam does. It's essentially a single blockchain-like node operating environment which will run any number of different devices inside, which are those virtual machine elements. They're really just state transformers of one type or another. And it speaks, all of its inputs and outputs are HTTP. There's a certain syntax for creating the request, but everything that the machine can do, everything the operating system can do is expressed in this one unified language, which is also the language of the web. So if you have any machine of any type that speaks HTTP, which is essentially every machine connected to the internet in any form, then it can interoperate with the system. And it's using those HTTP signed messages. It's all like trying to embed the essence and the necessary components of blockchains that we need in order to get trustlessness at the layer of web transport. Okay, so the last component that you need is a framework for transformation security. So now you have these different pieces, you know how to represent data across different networks and services, protocols, and the way that you can sort of, transform inputs and outputs. You need a mechanism that, really expresses, no better way to say it than the essence of a blockchain, I guess. But why is this important or useful? Well, on the web, services are all independent. If you think about it, like the way that cyberspace is constructed right now, if we go back to that bank and that intermediary and that user, is they're all trust silos. So you go, you want to buy some shoes in some e-commerce store. Okay, well, you connect to the e-commerce store. They claim a certain state as relates to their inventory. They have the shoes, they tell you. Okay, then you try and buy the shoes. You speak to a credit card processor. The credit card processor then speaks to a bank. And all of these people in this chain are individual trust silos. And it's incredibly expensive at the level of the society because it means that most of the service provision that you could have had access to, you don't, because you can't trust the people involved. And you see consequences of this all over the place. And interestingly, it's even true in traditional Web3 and blockchain networks. So like when you try and use Ethereum, right? Well, you have this sort of, let's say, the green zone over here of trust inside the network. The machines inside the network are talking to one another, and they're agreeing on what the state should be, and they're validating transformations. But Alice and Bob here, the users of the network, well, they're both using Etherscan. Okay, so Etherscan is compromised and gives you back the wrong data. Now you believe that the network is, is doing something that it's not. Right? You have this, yeah, like I was saying before, the edges of the network are not validated in the current architecture. So we created the system that we call hash paths. And they're essentially a way of representing the data supply chain and the trust that was involved in creating a piece of data when it is transferred. So messages, requests, and response inside HTTP in the network. So now in that equivalent system, say here it's an exchange, but it could have been the e-commerce platform, it doesn't really matter. The user sends the message to the bank sends it to the exchange sends one back to the user or to each of the other users. And at each time step, we are adding to and distributing a Merkle log of all of the inputs that were needed in order to make that output. And that is in itself, because, well, the virtual machines are typically deterministic. Yeah, that contains the ability to validate what has happened in the network. And then you get this mechanism whereby Alice and Bob, even their connection at the browser level is green here. It's validated and trustworthy. And they can even introspect, hey, you get back this response from the web server or the Hyperbeam node running AO core. It's a signed web response, and it's challengeable. It contains this hash path that said, well, I had this initial state, then this input, and that input, and I got this output. Well, that's the essence of what you need to challenge whether that is correct, too. And so here you can see it in practice. We're getting the state of a AO computation, and it tells us when we get it back in the browser, yeah, who said what, when they said it, and why they said it. Who, we get that from the signature, right? The what, we get it from the headers and the body of the HTTP response. And the why, that's what we get from the hash path. It's essentially blockchains expressed inside the transport layer of the web. And once you have this, then you can compare multiple nodes and you can see if they agree. And if they don't agree, you can challenge it and you can build mechanisms for resolving those disputes, typical staking systems or many other types. Something that's really, really interesting about this is that you get a Merkle log over time of all of the inputs to all of the different computations because the computations are getting merged. Think about that bank transfer, right? So the user transfers with their bank. The bank tells the exchange, hey, the user has deposited funds, and the exchange tells the user again. Okay, so there's a loop there. Well, at each of those different communication points, you're transferring a Merkle log of the interactions that happened in the unrelated interactions with that service. So by the time that loop has ended, the user has a hash path back, a Merkle root that contains everything that had happened at the bank, everything that had happened at the exchange, up until that point in time. And so what you end up with over time is kind of like a giant distributed hash table of computation and a record of, well, also provable faults, like when that computation went wrong and who claimed that it was something that it wasn't, and many, many, many other downstream effects. At scale, the result is a global unified Merkle root of almost every computation. Not everyone, because there's no consensus layer. It's just that it's lazily, the more useful a computation is to people, the more the Merkle root hashes spread and get combined into the other computation in the network. And so you have like a fuzzy head almost of the network as it, yeah, as people perform computation. and you get inside a single 32-byte hash, like, yeah, a log of almost all of the computation in the world that is taking part in this system. I think that's pretty cool. And you get it like literally for free. The communication overhead here is 0 because it's just, you get it as part of every response to every other message you might be trying to interact with anyway. Anyway, so yesterday we launched a pretty major, I would say, release. This is milestone 3, beta 3 of the system. It allows everyone to build their own devices inside it, those meta, or using that meta virtual machine on top. There are already, I checked this morning, around like 50 to 60 different people building devices of some form or other. Some of them, I think, yeah, Ario, whom you're hearing from later today, if I'm not mistaken, they have a meta virtual machine device in Hyper-Beam, as well as many others. I think any one protocol possibly also on your list. Thank you very much. You can find out more if you just Google, and you'll, yeah.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. Want to welcome up to the panel the DePIN and AI Synergy panel. So luckily, we were running a little bit late, and everybody got here just in time. So let's have everybody up for the panel. We need to get, who else? Adam, I saw you walk in. There we go. Here comes Adam. And we've got Clemens and Marcus and Mark. Let's see, here we go. All right. Welcome up. You found it. Aren't you up there? Yeah, great. Who are we waiting for here? Just you. Harry, I'm Tom. I came to the event the other night, but I left before you got there. I realized we never did the fucking podcast. Test.
Okay, let's do it. Yeah, wait, is this everyone? Are we missing someone? Should I keep this one open?
No,
oh, we got it.
Here.
Can I just say you've done it? You've done it to me again. Look at everyone else's photo, and look at this. You did it to me last year as well. I got to get you a new photo.
That's not that bad.
I think.
so
Yeah,
bad.
but in comparison, like.
It's better than reality.
I'm kind of like looking
looks
at.
like
I'm
a
like
model.
looking at you guys. Yeah.
I mean,
that's good. That's good. You guys did it. You did a good job. All right. Well, I know we're a little behind, so I'll try to keep the timing going. First off, I apologize for my voice. This is the final day of Token, so this is what you get, guys. Well, my name is Adam Wozy, and I will be your moderator for today's conversation. Good to see you again. We've done some panels before, and actually, Tom, we did a panel yesterday. Good to see you. Beyond my moderating duties, I'm also head of community for the Akash Network, and very briefly, the Akash Network is a peer-to-peer marketplace for cloud compute. You need access to GPUs, CPUs for AI workloads. Head on over to Akash. We're more than willing to talk to you guys, but that's not what we're here to talk about today. So I want to kind of set the context. We're at an inflection point. Just getting everyone excited here. DePINs are transforming how we think about building, owning, and accessing critical resources like compute, storage, bandwidth, and even mobility. At the same time, artificial intelligence is scaling faster than technology before it, demanding massive amounts of infrastructure and raising questions about efficiency, access, and control. Today, our panel will explore what this synergy means for builders, investors, and communities in 2025. We'll dive into the real use cases, the risks, and the potential for DePIN and AI to shift the balance of power in technology. And with that, I'd like to introduce our panel. First up, we have Clemens. Where's Clemens? I'm just seeing. There you are, Clemens. I got you. CFO of Impossible Network. Now, when I was looking into your background, very early in your career, I saw that you worked as a fruit picker. Is that correct? So my question for you is, do you have any tips or tricks for picking the best produce at the grocery store? I do a lot of cooking now. We have a 1-year-old baby, so I always want to get some good fruit and veggies for him. So any tips or tricks for picking some good produce?
I mean, it was not so much about picking fruits in the supermarket. It was actually out there in the field in Australia. And the best tip there is don't pick sweet potatoes because brown snakes really like sweet potatoes. And if you put your hand below sweet potatoes, there might be a brown snake, which is the second most toxic snake in Australia.
This is good Australian advice.
Yeah, no, I had no idea.
Confirm.
I feel bad for all the sweet potato pickers out there. We eat a lot of sweet potatoes. Babies love sweet potatoes, in case you guys didn't know. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Next up, we have Harry, founder of 375 AI. And this is actually kind of goes alongside Clemens. I saw that you're an enthusiastic chef. Is that accurate? What's the kind of your go-to meal when you're cooking for family and friends?
I love cooking French food and Italian food, but French food mostly, like hearty stews. I live in Canada and it's cold, so like beef bourguignon or coq au vin, that kind of stuff. It's my go-to.
Very rich, filling. That's good stuff.
Warms the soul.
Well, if you have a recipe, come grab him after the panel. I'm sure he'll hook you guys up. Next up, we have Mark, co-founder of Eighth Year, and we actually did a panel at ETH Denver earlier this year. Good to see you again. And one of the questions I asked you was about your certificate in oil spill response, but I want to switch it up. I found some other information on you. You're not just an oil response guy. I don't know if that's a thing, but I also saw that you like to play video games. And some of those video games include Counter-Strike, StarCraft, World of Warcraft, and Warcraft 3. Are you still pretty active in the video game world, or are you kind of like focused on other things now?
So Aether does have kind of some gaming roots, right? The original cloud component of our network was for cloud gaming. My co-founder was the CEO of Riot Games, and we bonded as friends over gaming. I haven't bought a gaming PC in like 10 years because my productivity would just go straight downhill. I have to just fully abstain, otherwise I'll spiral. But I did buy a PS5 recently, maybe 6-7 months ago. So I finally got back into gaming. I played Cyberpunk 2077, which is a fantastic game. And I will say that I have often found myself with the ChatGPT voice assistant kind of open, giving me like quest advice on like the mission. I'm like, I'm on this mission, I'm like blocked, because like decisions you make indicate like where you end up, and I want to make the optimal decision. So AI is a great gaming partner, to be fair.
Yeah, 100%. Do you guys, any other gamers, or is it just Mark over there?
25 years ago, yeah.
I know, I got rid of my Xbox because exactly the same. I'm like, this is eating up too much of my time. Thank you for that, Mark. And next up, we have Marcus, co-founder of XYO. I learned you actually live in San Diego, yes?
That's right, yeah.
I live in Vista, so we definitely need to exchange. I just moved there recently, so I think it'd be good to make some friends, some crypto friends. That's awesome. You also mined your first Bitcoin in 2013, so we got an OG over here. But speaking of games, I mentioned these before, it seems like you're an avid player of Settlers of Catan. So my big question for you is, because I'm a Settlers guy myself, are you kind of a all-in on building the longest road kind of guy, or are you more of a cities and development cards player?
Neither. My strategy is secret until you play with me, but I switch it up. It really depends. But I love board games. I play Azul right now a lot, and Wingspan, and Splendor, those kinds of stuff. So we should definitely meet in San Diego.
Yeah, we got to get a little San Diego crypto board game community going.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, I like this. Well, that's not what we're here to talk about, board games and picking fruit. We're here to talk about DePIN and AI, so I kind of want to get right into the question. So just to kind of level set, to kind of kick things off, and we can start maybe down here with Harry. Why do DePIN and AI feel like natural complements, and what does this convergence really mean?
Oh, that's a big question. So, I mean, AI is something that even someone who's working in the space and is so close to it is almost unfathomably huge, that the only way it can scale is through an element of decentralization. And Web3 and crypto enable the acceleration of that, because there will never be enough. There will always be a requirement for more, and that requirement growth will enable more and more innovation. So, the two complement each other so well, because it enables more and more people to participate in the creation of what is going to be and is already becoming a life-changing, civilization-changing evolution in technology. So the more people that can be contributing in whatever manner, whether that's in electricity or compute or GPU or storage or sensing or capture of data, the better it is for the product output that then becomes what people build and what people create from this. So that's really where I see this, and you know, we're at day one. We're not even born yet. We're in gestation, and you know, we'll never reach maturity, frankly. But we're really, really extremely early.
Yeah, I think you know what Harry said. It's like to be able to reach ultimate scale, right? We need decentralization and everybody to pitch in, right? Their resources, and you know we see trillions of dollars being spent on compute infrastructure, right? And I think we're going to see the same thing on the data side. And to be able to do that, we need decentralized networks to be able to do that. And also, we are all greedy, right? We want to be part of this, and by pitching in, we have economic advantages, and by participating, and so it's a win-win situation in the end for the AI, DePIN and us.
Yeah, I think not much, not much more to add, other than just that the ecosystem, the AI ecosystem, is so driven right now, or maybe in other words, so limited by scarcity of resource, right? Whether it's compute or data, and that's obviously driving up the value of those resources. If there's any way that you can tap into underutilized or inefficiently managed supply, plug it into a DePIN, right? That's a way that you can benefit, right? And it's a way that the broader AI ecosystem can benefit from this kind of net new contribution that may not exist otherwise. When you think about it through the lens of data, similarly, there's a huge amount of really valuable data that's quite difficult to actually get access to, right? Obviously, if you look at the capability of models, they're very, very good at you know, creative writing, they're very, very good at coding, right? And that's largely because they have huge access to that type of data to train on and improve on. They're not that good at things like mathematics or maybe weather modeling, right? Because they don't have access to as much data in that space. And that's where really interesting kind of solutions from the DePIN side can come in and reward people for providing a solution to that element of scarcity.
And so I really believe that, you know, very soon we'll live in this sci-fi world where like lots of things will fly around, kind of a machine economy, everything autonomous, robots running around here. And I think it's just the, you know, perfect match for me that everything, all of that will be orchestrated by DePIN networks, right? To make it really scalable, autonomous, and there's where I see the biggest use case for the...
So kind of piggybacking up what we're discussing here, we really want to focus in on like what makes 2025 different. Like when we met earlier this year, DePIN was in a different place than it is today or right now, you know, and that's only a matter of a few months, right? So kind of thinking about zooming in on this timing, what do you think makes 2025 such a pivotal year for AI and DePIN to come together? What's changed in this landscape to unlock this moment?
So I have been involved in DePIN before it was even a word. And I mean, what's now finally coming of age is, and not necessarily specifically in the AI sector of DePIN, but certainly DePIN as a whole, is that it's maturing to a point of utility that is valuable. And that value is being demonstrated by businesses like Aether, who now have like great revenue streams. Helium are growing their revenue streams to a point of real substance. And you know, I've come from a world where I ran quote unquote normal businesses, and you know, revenue was really important. And
shocker.
Exactly. And now we're getting to a point where the revenue is becoming meaningful enough that it's going to tip the balance, and then this turbo scale button can really be pressed. And I think it's that inflection point that we're beginning to just get towards.
Yeah, I think the World Economic Forum forecasting that DePIN is going to be a $3.5 trillion market by 2028. That's in 2.5 years, right? That's a mind-boggling number, right? And to be able to get there, right? It means it's part of the AI age, the AI growth, right? And it's quite an evidence that it all comes together. And Aether and others like us, we are generating revenue, build real businesses, and become part of this growth curve.
Yeah, I think the narrative, as as has been shared. The narrative's shifted a little bit in crypto. We've been burned a lot by highly speculative moves in the space. The value of revenue and fundamentals within a business, I think, are coming a little bit more to the fore. And DePIN is one of the sectors that really shines through that lens, right? You do need fundamentals to run a DePIN project, particularly if you have a hardware element, right? You can't avoid the fact that you need to go and manufacture something. You need to pay for it. You need to distribute it, right? So DePIN, I think, is a great example. Also, where we're seeing a big inflection point in public markets looking in and joining the crypto space. Right now, it's obviously through the lens of stable coins and stablecoin adjacent layer ones and RWAs and things like that. But that's bringing new interest to the space that does care about fundamentals, right? They're not degens that have been in here for the last kind of like 5 years that are just out here to trade meme coins. They're looking into the space and they're already coming through as skeptics, right? And they're sifting through the noise and they're trying to find signal. And I think DePIN is a very easy pill for these companies to swallow, these people to swallow. It's something that I think is super easy to understand, and I think that's going to drive a lot of interest in the space.
Ultimately, it's all about adoption, right? And I think we are already seeing in the AI space the exponential adoption curve. I think we're still lagging a little bit behind in DePIN, but I do believe that it's also coming. And ultimately, I think often regulation is also a big driver of adoption, right? And I think yesterday or 2 days ago, there was a big announcement about the 0.0 kind of classification, and I think in the US, I think that would be another super big push for all the DePIN projects.
Excuse me, voice is shot, guys. Apologies. Kind of piggybacking off that, I want to talk about kind of some of the opportunities and really focusing on the infrastructure of AI and DePIN. As we all know, AI is pretty hungry for infrastructure, right? Can DePIN realistically meet the scale, excuse me, and reliability AI demands today? Or are we still talking about, future potential of DePIN and AI?
I mean, the needs fall into several buckets. Obviously, the obvious one that most people are aware of, and NVIDIA and Meta and OpenAI talk about it all the time, is GPU. There are other needs beyond just GPU, and information and intelligence is really a missing factor in many cases. And the reason why AI models need to use synthetic data, which is extrapolated and frankly made up, but from good basis. But the reason why they use it is because they're hungry for more. So the more you can feed these things, assuming there is enough GPU to then process and understand and interrogate and inference, then the greater and more powerful these things can become. And certainly what we're doing at 375 AI is enabling the digitization of what would otherwise be the physical or analog world, which is something that at scale has never really been done. Online, everything that people look at, click, search, buy. In the offline world, there is no equivalent. Yet 75% of all commerce happens offline. But there's none of the comparable information. So feeding that information in as a totally new, fresh data point at high fidelity and scale changes the game for AI models to operate and then therefore autonomy, robotics, and other physical AI elements to thrive. And so it's storage, GPU, compute, but data is the piece that at least I'm focusing on, and I think is a real missing ingredient.
So yeah, I want to
as a chef.
Nice. I like the circle back there. I want to kind of double click on this and then keep it with you and then keep it going down. But you mentioned it's not just about GPUs, right? I think that's what everybody's thinking. Oh, it's all about GPUs, but AI requires so much, and you're focused in on data. Do you feel like that is the key point that people should be looking at? Like, what are the organizations that are focused on AI data, and maybe even how DePIN can kind of help solve some of those issues, perhaps?
I don't think it would be, I mean, if I was self-serving, then I'd say yes, but it really is kind of like a five-angled seesaw where you have to keep everything balanced. You know, if you have too much data, you can't do much with it, and if you don't have enough storage, you can't do much with it. So it really is growing the balance in equilibrium. I mean, of course, certain things are going to get ahead of each other at times, but then other areas will need to catch up. But I certainly think that there's far more GPU than there is information, and hence why today so much information is being synthesized.
Do you have kind of the same outlook, Marcus?
Yeah, what Harry says is so important. I think, you know, we need to look at the data, and data feeds AI, right? In the end, and then you need to compute to crunch the data, but the data is a starting point. The problem with data, there's different kinds of data, right? There's data in Singapore, which is very represented, right? Singapore is a very connected city with a lot of sensors and a lot of people, so you get a lot of data. But if you look in like a village in Africa, for example, right? That data from that place might be underrepresented. And with DePIN, you can solve that actually and collect data from underrepresented communities. For example, when we translated our website with ChatGPT into like 30 languages, one of them was Amharic, and Amharic is a language of Ethiopia, spoken by, I think, 110 million people. It made a lot of mistakes. And Amharic speaker said to us, and it was mind-boggling, right? How can this language, which has more than 100 million speakers, have issues? And it's, okay, big companies like OpenAI are not so interested in markets which are not generating lots of dollars. And then if you look on a micro level, right, if you look on a village or town or city level, a lot of places get forgotten, and probably most of the world is underrepresented. And so we, for example, we collect data at XYO. We have like more than 600,000 nodes in Africa, in every single African countries. And what you can do with that, for example, you can build localized weather services, for example, right? If you take a picture of the ground and then of the clouds, and everybody sends these pictures, right? Then you can feed that into a farming AI, let's say, and build a farming model. And I think that's where DePIN and AI really come together and can shine.
You guys are too polite.
Yeah, so we focus on storage, and we intentionally started with storage for various reasons. Most importantly, because we believe in kind of data gravity and data locality, right? So everything starts with where do you store the data, and because I think your question was like, what should companies worry about, right? And I really believe that in terms of, you can either obviously store your data at one of the more well-known publicly kind of hyperscalers, or in a more localized sense, right? And we think that more and more customers, or ultimately enterprises, will want to store their data in more localized environments to really create their own proprietary AI models on top of that no one else can use that. So, I think that's a big topic in our view for companies.
Yeah, I mean, AI is getting obviously increasingly more capable, right? If you ask ChatGPT 5 a question, it's going to give you a better answer than ChatGPT 4, and ChatGPT 4 will give you a better answer than ChatGPT 3. We have this kind of linear progression of AI capability over time. And I think the natural progression here that we all expect is that eventually, as it kind of gets more and more intelligent, we will want more from it, in the sense that we don't just want answers, we'll probably want action too, right? We'll probably want this agent to not just, the LLM, to not just tell us what flight to book or what stock is relevant for my investment thesis. We'll actually want it to go and execute on that, right? And this is where you start to get out of this generalized intelligence sphere and into requiring quite specialized information, right? You need to know specifically how to engage with, I don't know, the brokerage account, or you need to specifically know how to interact with that website, right? And all of this specific knowledge that becomes much more important once we get into this kind of agent space, the action space, requires data that, we may need different incentive mechanisms to pull into the ecosystem, right? And similarly, when you get to that next stage of action, which is robotics, right? You're moving out of action in the digital world, you're moving into action in the real world. Again, that's a huge data bottleneck, right? We don't have a whole bunch of cataloged videos and images explaining to AI what the real world is, right? We don't just have in a bank billions of pictures of fruit, right, that says this is a, vegetable, this is a sweet potato, don't pick it up, right?
Watch out for that brown snake.
Exactly. It's not there, right? It's just pictures, right? And AI doesn't know what pictures are. It needs context, right? So I think there's data through the lens of just generalized intelligence, and AI is getting smarter and smarter, right? But once you get into that execution, the execution areas, really specific data matters. And that's, I think, a great problem that DePIN can address.
So we're kind of talking about some of the things that AI requires and how DePIN can kind of solve some of these things. We talked about data, talked about infrastructure, storage, and I think the 500-pound elephant in the room is energy, right? That's what at least a lot of focus lately has been. So AI is projected to consume up to 8% of global electricity demand by 2030 if this trend continues. Pretty crazy. That's more than the entire power consumption of Japan today. So just let that sink in. That's just AI. Can DePIN realistically offer a more sustainable and distributed way to meet this demand, or are we just shifting the energy burden elsewhere?
I mean, I think there's going to have to be movement in every area of energy to keep up with the pace of the requirement. There's a deficit already, and the deficit is probably going to grow before it shrinks. I certainly think that DePIN and energy DePINs can have a contributing role. If everyone's home becomes a mini power station in some way, shape, or form, which of course has been happening for decades with people selling back to the grid from solar and things like that. But if that could happen at scale and with everyone, it could start to make a dent in it. And I think it's not going to be the whole solution, but I think it's going to be one of the component parts that is going to be necessary, and that could well become, I think energy is already becoming one of the bottlenecks that I spoke about, whether it's storage, data, compute, GPU, energy is one of them.
I think it's easy, yeah. If there is sufficient economic incentive, then it will be solved. And so, right in the beginning, maybe we put a single solar cell on our roof, right, to create some energy. But then, if you have bigger incentives, the city comes together, right, and builds a solar farm in its backyard, right? And then maybe then more and more people come together, right, and try to solve these things. So the economic incentives DePIN can provide and the AI boom provides, come together nicely, I think, and will be able to solve this.
Yeah, I don't think DePIN is going to solve the power problem. I think it'll help a little, right? I think I heard about a DePIN the other day, which was that allowed electric vehicles to charge their vehicles during periods of cheaper electricity, and then they could actually drive their car to an area and then literally dump their battery into a bank and get a profit, right? So using the battery in the car as a mechanism for transferring power between areas where there was some arbitrage. I think this is definitely driving a lot of investment in renewables, which I think in general is a good thing. I think there's pretty much a consensus that this sort of power drive or power requirement is not going to be solved by fossil fuels. All of these new power facilities that are being built adjacent to data centers or just prior to data center deployment, it's all modular nuclear, it's hydrogen facilities, it's investments in fusion and cold fusion technologies that are very nascent, right? And it's also just massive solar facilities. These are solutions that I think big centralized power players will need to solve, particularly as the massive draw for these data centers from a power perspective is just so extreme. However, there is an adjacent area that I think DePIN can have an impact, And that's something, for example, that I know Akash released recently, which is decentralized training or decentralized inferencing. This idea that you can conduct a training run on a heterogeneous cloud, right? So instead of having to run a training operation with AI on, say, a co-located cluster of 100 GPUs in a data center, you can instead distribute that over 10,000 MacBooks and 4090s and iPhones, right? And effectively fractionalizing the compute requirements for that training run over a diverse collection of compute providers. What this does is it allows you to effectively pull computing power from devices that are already priced into the grid, right? You don't need new power for a phone that someone already has or a gaming PC that someone already has. So that, I think, is a unique and interesting source of computing power or energy through the lens of AI. And probably over the next maybe 5 years, going to be one of the areas, I hope, that drives the compute behind more personalized AI, right? It's unlikely if you've got an AI that's running on a local device, that's learning and adapting as obviously models get smaller and more capable of running on kind of consumer devices. Those models need to be trained and fine-tuned. My estimate is it's more likely that they'll be trained and fine-tuned on some sort of like heterogeneous cloud than it is that they'll kind of like back channel into a data center or something like that.
Do you think it's just kind of a double click, and you can kind of jump in, feel free. Do you think it's realistic to imagine a world where the energy that AI needs will be homegrown, or do you think we're always going to have a need for a centralized player, like a public utility?
I think as we transition more towards models that are capable of operating performantly on consumer devices, then we'll start to be able to maybe move a lot of that kind of training and fine-tuning operation away from data centers. But as long as we're kind of putting that intelligence request on frontier models, it's more likely that that'll come directly from data centers.
And I mean, if I might add, I mean, I think the movement of stuff to the edge is going to be a fundamental shift in how infrastructure evolves. It's gone from mainframes to cloud, and now into fog/edge. And you know, cloud isn't really cloud. It's basically just more mainframes in a few more places. But you know, you have US East, West, Central. You know, when AWS goes down, it goes down. The more you can move to the edge, and again, like you say, there's so many devices that are going to be on and redundant 99% or 90% of the time, to utilize that at scale, that is a fundamental change of how the internet operates, and it's a total rewiring of the infrastructure itself.
I'm actually very optimistic about the whole, energy problem. I used to work in the energy and commodity space, and I've seen so much crazy stuff and so much innovation happening there that, I think in the mid to long term, energy will not be a problem anymore. But I think until then, decentralization can help to accelerate it, to solve it. Because, for example, in Germany, in the Frankfurt area, you already have kind of power congestions and because of all the data centers there. So that even, sometimes some people in their villages there have actual power issues. So that's why the government there does not give out new permissions for data centers. And I think something like that can be solved by decentralizing the overall network and then, release or reduce the stress on the overall grid.
So I think we have time, excuse me, I think we have time for maybe one more question before we have to wrap it up, but thank you guys for being here today. So let's fast forward. I was going to say to the end of 2025, but that's coming up pretty soon here. So let's fast forward maybe 5, 10 years out. What does success look like for AI and DePIN? What does it look like? What are some milestones we should be looking for those success metrics maybe 5 or 10 years from now?
I think it's mass adoption. I mean, I look forward to the day where DePIN as a word doesn't exist. It's just called life, and people whether they know it or not, are contributing in some way. And there's a value exchange where they're receiving something, whether that's monetary or services, and giving something back. And that being, beyond the walls of these rooms and the people attending this conference and other conferences around Singapore right now, but it being just a mainstream norm. And I really believe that this movement, as I say, is in its total infancy, and if it gets to a point of mass scale adoption, it will just be synonymous with life, and thankfully the term DePIN will disappear into the abyss.
Think you coined it right now. No more DePIN. It's going to be called Life Day from now on. I like that. I like that. Marcus, please.
We were the first live companies. Yeah. Actually, I was the first DePIN, so I'd like that. Yeah, I think in 5 to 10 years, it's not only it's the age of AI and DePIN, but also quantum computing is gonna have made it on the scene, and that's gonna enable massive growth on the AI side. And I think we can't even imagine how life will look like when all of that comes to pass in terms of life and health and everything. And so I think. DePIN will be permeating everything, and it will be just a different future.
Yeah, similar sort of thing. I hope we have more ownership of the data that we generate as individuals. I hope that the understanding of the value of the data that we provide becomes more mainstream, and I hope that we have a little bit more control over what we contribute.
And so it comes back to kind of my opening statement. I really believe in this, kind of agentic autonomous world, and success to me would look like if that is all underpinned by various DePIN protocols orchestrating that.
Well, I think that's all the time we have for today, but I want to thank our panelists, Harry, Clemens, Mark, and Marcus. Big round of applause for these guys. Thank you guys for joining us, and have a good rest of Token 2049.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Adam, for moderating. Thank you, panelists. You thought there might be a break now, but you'd be wrong. We've changed the break. We're running late, so we're going straight into the announcement and an announcement from Fluence. I'm going to, Evgeny, co-founder with me at Fluence, is going to provide a really important update on two key things that we want to highlight for everybody here and for the overall kind of DePIN community and for the decentralized compute world. So welcome Evgeny for this Fluence announcement.
Hi everyone. I'm gonna talk about first what we have achieved so far at Fluence, and then announce a couple of great things that are coming from today. Just a quick reminder, we are building enterprise-grade, low-cost global compute platform, which we also call cloudless compute platform, which means that we build alternatives to big cloud platforms, hyperscalers like Amazon, Google, and Azure. We aggregate in globally compute resources from data centers with enterprise-grade hardware there to create reliable alternative, like reliable, resilient cloud alternative. So our first product that is working so far, it's right now in a permissioned mode, is virtual servers. So it's a CPU servers virtualized where you can run any kind of workload, like a typical cloud backend workload, databases, data processing, blockchain nodes, and so on and so forth. Main use case right now is blockchain nodes because we are in Web3 space, and it provides compute up to 85% cheaper than if you compare it to hyperscalers. So it's pretty affordable, pretty reliable, high-end hardware, and pretty cool, actually. These are our customers so far. We're very excited to have those companies trust in us. There are a couple of great big names in Web3 like Neo Foundation or Antier Solutions who literally run thousands and thousands of blockchain nodes for a bunch of blockchain ecosystems. and we are happy to have them and support them with the infrastructure. And one of our missions that we've been talking about is that we see that Web3 sort of proposes this idea of decentralization, but if you think of the infrastructure of Web3, a lot of nodes, a lot of protocols just sitting in hyperscalers. Like we still see that more than 50%, like maybe 70 or 80% of Web3 workloads living in Amazon and Google and Azure. And this is not the decentralization we wanted to see. And we are trying to bring in like open alternative to these hyperscalers. And that's why hosting blockchain nodes is so important on protocols like Fluence and instead of hyperscalers. But the other funny thing is actually we don't see a lot of projects in Web3 space who build these decentralized networks of virtualized CPU servers where you can actually run nodes. We are pretty much unique in this space. These are some current protocol achievements and stats. There is around 3,000 virtual servers deployed so far. We have a pretty good deals pipeline, around 7 million in IRR, which is coming. Current IRR is 1 million. And we have this synthetic metric of like how much our customers saved so far by running on us versus hyperscalers, basically by comparing pricing. And essentially we are, this number is growing. We are saving more and more every time to customers for using us instead of big clouds. We also have the token. So Fluence token, FLT, is used to secure compute. So people stake to compute providers to allow them to onboard more capacity. And staking numbers are growing steadily. So like people staking more tokens. You can see that like around 35 million FLT right now staked on the protocol. It's around almost 20% of circulating supply, and there is an average APR which is like fluctuates from around 12 to 24% on average. So token plays actually a big part in our protocol design, and I'm gonna talk a little more on other token use cases that we are enabling. Because we're building the protocol not on consumer devices or like some end user hardware or some individual servers, it built on professional providers who operate racks of servers in data centers. We have to help them to manage all of this capacity. So last few months we've been busy building the upgraded solution for providers to manage their stack. So there is a new system which is being deployed to our main locations and then to deploy to all the providers, which allows to manage servers, like monitor their performance, availability, connect them to a network, plug servers to subnetworks, and so on and so on. So like basically manage the fleet of servers within data center, which is very similar to how people run private clouds. So we developed this solution specifically for providers to operate at high scale. Pretty complex stuff, pretty exciting. So it's awesome that we rolling it out. Another thing is that because our main customers are operating many VMs at the same time, so they run in many blockchain nodes, not just like one node per customer. API is very important, so we have API that allows to massively spin and manage VMs. At scale, we can set up like hundreds or thousands VMs pretty quickly. So this is also available to customers right now. There is a API documentation at fluence.dev. You can check it out. So this is the roadmap. We launched the protocol mainnet last year, We launched FLT staking, and then we started delivering cloud products step by step. This year, we delivered virtual servers and API. And earlier this year, we released the roadmap for this year and next year, and we said we're going to have GPUs, we're going to have a bunch of other like block storage, bunch of other cloud features, and also on token side. So now we are making some of these plans reality, and announcement. Today, first thing that we announced is that our virtual servers, which been officially in alpha stage, we are moving to beta. However, so they are stable, they are working. It's actually pretty good performance and quality. But we still keep in limited access. So you have to, if you would go to our platform console today, you should be able to see the button to request access to virtual servers, and then we will approve you to use it. So the reason we are not making it public yet, there is because it's a virtual servers, you can run anything on it. It's pretty cheap, and it's a typical problem of clouds when people may want to run some unwanted software, which we need to make sure that we are can put down in a reasonable amount of time, and we have like a proper policies in place. So this processes still needs to be polished before opening access to everyone. But the idea, because it should be decentralized, we will open it to everyone and make it like a public service for everyone to use compute. We also bring in some new high-end hardware with like AMD EPYC Zen 5, with some of our top providers who are working with us, like Kabat and Picnic. The second thing is GPUs. We are bringing GPUs finally to a network. We start from GPU containers, which are available starting from today. If you log into console, they should be already available for you right after sign up. And in several few weeks, we also bring GPU VMs, GPU bare metal, and including spot instances which you would be able to choose. This works as the aggregation. So like we aggregate in providers for CPU compute, we aggregate in other providers for GPU compute. And we have several partners here, and some of them actually also aggregators. So the way it works is you can think of this as a naive analogy of airline tickets aggregators, right? So there's a multiple layers of aggregation of airline tickets because the prices and availability of certain type of tickets changing all the time. That's why the aggregation becomes so valuable. With GPU market, it's very quite similar, because there is a bunch of different models and different hardware setups that you may need in different locations, which availability constantly changing. That's why aggregation of as many as possible locations and providers and GPU models becomes valuable, because you can discover the best GPU for your use case that you can rent right away on demand per hour pricing. So we have a bunch of models available right away. More models is coming with VMs and bare metal and more locations. So now I'm gonna do demo. I want to show you how it works. I think I can do it this way, yeah. So you guys see, this is Fluence console, this is CPU cloud. I can create CPU instance, but I'll not do it for now. I will switch to GPUs. So these are GPU containers. These are initial list of models that are available now. I can choose options in terms of configurations. You know, if I take, like, let's say H100. There's a bunch of configuration and locations available here with more RAM, more disk, and the price is different. For the sake of demo, I'll just pick the simplest RTX 4090. I'll take the minimal instance, and I'll need to, what I want to do is I want to run some LLM model on it, so I'll deploy custom container. Let me copy the Docker image URL here. Set image. I'll keep everything to default. I only need to open this port for Ollama. And that's actually it. I can specify some more config with starting variables, start command. I don't need all of this. I have my SSH key already here, so I can just launch this instance now. And so this particular instance will be created on Akash network. So you can see that there is a on-chain bid has been created in Akash Marketplace. Now providers are responding. We are matching with providers and finalizing the deal within Akash. And now the cluster will be starting. So it usually takes like around a minute for, in case of Akash, to start the instance. And while we are waiting for it, I can show you how the VM creation or like bare metal works. We have few more models coming for in terms of VMs. There are you can see that some of these models have like different. You can choose different RAM and interface like PCI Express, SXM, and there are more models. There are more high-end GPUs that are available. You can choose the instance size. You can choose like up to 8 GPUs per instance. There are a bunch of locations. For this GPU, it's mainly Canada. It's actually quite a lot. Let me pick something else. Yeah, so and the rest is the same. The rest is like typical for similar like infrastructure as a service projects. So I can set operating system image and I can go and create instance. I'm not going to do it for VMs right now. I'll get back to my instances. I can see that the instance for my container instance is created. And now I want to check if it's working. So I will go to, I'll need to copy this port and I'll go to Postman to make requests to this instance because I deployed Ollama there, and I'll pull this model. I hope you can see what I'm doing. I'll pull this model. It takes a few seconds to pick up. I maybe can make it bigger. Yeah, I can make it bigger. Yeah, we see now that model being pulled by Ollama. And now I want to make some prompt to the model. Let me just copy. So I'll ask the model to write a poem about Fluence network. Let's see if it, oops, I need to change the endpoint. All right. Invisible lines, a hidden stream. Fluence network, a seamless dream. Efficient flow, a smooth design. Connecting all, a vital link in time. Awesome. Thank you. Great poetry, Llama 3.2, 1B parameters. So we see that instance is working. And as GPUs, this as simple. Please sign up, give it a try. GPU containers available from today. So pretty excited about it. But we have one more announcement. Let me slideshow. Can I slideshow? All right. One more announcement. FLT collateralized stablecoin. Stablecoin is something that we also described before in our roadmap. The reason why it's important to have it is because Fluence has on-chain marketplace where customers pay for compute to providers. These payments happen right now in stablecoin, in USDC. But having native stablecoin allows us to better leverage the FLT token and its valuation and its like capitalization and value. Because essentially there are two things. First is you can mint stablecoin for your FLT holdings, which means for the protocol you lock up more FLT out of circulating supply, which is kind of good for sustainability of token. For FLT holders, you can essentially this way almost for free use the cloud. You can rent the compute by owning FLT, which is pretty cool. So one of the main use cases for this stablecoin would be to pay for compute, and we would push to make it native payment method instead of USDC, but we would also keep other stablecoins to be available. You can also borrow FLT, like borrow more FLT. When you mint stablecoin, you can swap it to FLT, so you can leverage your FLT position. It also brings the use case for PFLT, which is liquid staking token brought by Parasail, who are our partners and who we're collaborating with to develop this stablecoin. And you can earn additional yield on this stablecoin by putting it into liquidity pools, essentially. So you have FLT, you mint stablecoin, you put it in liquidity pool of FLT versus this stablecoin, and you earn, you earn from trading fees. So you, on top of staking rewards, you can maximize your yield generation. And you may get some additional rewards from Parasail. So now we have another demo done by Silvan, who is a founder of Parasail, and he will show how this stablecoin works right now on testnet.
Hello, everyone. My name is Silvan, and I'm the founder of Parasail. And Parasail, we have partnered with like Fluence for over a year. I think last year, this time, we announced the liquid staking of the Fluence network. And then I think today we have over 30 million FLT tokens staked. So I think that's a great achievement over the past year. And then today we're happy to show another product that we are working very closely with Fluence, which is trying to use token collateralized stablecoin to facilitate transaction payments for services on the Fluence network, so that first it's like an easier way and more Fluence native way of paying for services, and second it will generate more revenue on chain, and then hopefully it will capture more value for the FLT token. So here you can see that this is a demo that we've made, and essentially you can open a vault, and then you can deposit your like FLT token or a PFLT token, which is the liquid staking token for FLT, and then you can open a position. And then with open the position, you can mint stablecoin out of your existing position. So there will be like an oracle supporting the live price feed and also support the potential like liquidation. So we will advise like for anyone who are going to try this, trying to maybe like set a higher collateral ratio to start with. And then after that, can we show like how the process of minting? Yeah, we can show deposit collateral first. Yeah, so basically here what we're trying to do is to deposit additional collateral, right? So let's say we are depositing more FLT into the vault, and then you can see that the original collateral was like 33, and then let's give it. I mean, we're doing a live demo, so it might take time for the blockchain to confirm on the transaction. And then after that, you will see a change on your collateral volume, and then you can use that to mint additional like stablecoin. And then we are also going to tell people and update the amount of stablecoin that can be minted from such collateral based on the active live feed of price. Okay. So now we are depositing the collateral. Okay, let's hope it speeds up. Let's give it some magic. And on the right side, you can now we can see that okay, the collateral has gone up to 66, which is after we have deposited more into the vault, and now we have updated stablecoin minting allowance, and then we can try to mint some stablecoin. So the type of stablecoin that we're introducing here is not something that's similar to like say USDT or USDC, which is fully backed by off-chain asset and being governed in a very centralized way. Right now we are using crypto native asset as the collateral to. I mean, it's essentially what's called like collateralized debt position or CDP style stablecoin. It's algorithmic. It's using like DeFi to kind of enforce the collateral ratio and liquidation to maintain the peg. Okay, so now we have minted more stablecoin here, and then very soon you will be able to use such stablecoin on the Fluence platform that they have just showcased to purchase for like say CPU or GPU services. You can also manage your position here. You can repay, you can withdraw, and then you can manage your vault. And then you can also just repay back all the token that you have borrowed from here, or you have minted to close the vault, and then you get all your collateral back. Yeah, so I hope this is something that really excites you because this is truly, I mean, the first time that any DePIN project can use a crypto native way to complete transactions and payments within its network. We're super excited, right? Because it gives more use cases and more utility to the FLT token. We're super excited about this project, and then we hope this will, change the game for DePIN. Thank you.
I have a couple of final slides to finish. Oops. So back to roadmap. We added GPU. We are adding stablecoin. So we still have 3 months left in this year. So we have some time to deliver more cool features. So we're excited about. And this is, in terms of potential, we've been building CPU VMs and targeting Web3 market and running nodes, which is great market and great mission. And if you try to estimate the market, it's currently around $1 billion, and it's growing pretty fast to around 5 in 5 years. But with GPUs, we just expanding the opportunities for us as a platform to deliver decentralized solutions to broader set of users, companies, and bring overall DePIN on a new level. So we are very excited about it. we hope that we can deliver as fast as possible. I think we're now at the fastest pace of development we ever had in last years. So we're excited about the future. So thanks everyone for listening, and we're gonna share more announcements at the next DePIN Day.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Evgeny. I want to welcome up to the stage the next panel. Are you guys ready? Justin, who leads our business development effort, is going to moderate this panel with our with a number of customers of Fluence. And I think this is interesting. These are, Evgeny discussed kind of the recent announcements, but he also talked about our current revenue and current pipeline. And the market that Fluence has been focused on is third-party node providers. And this is important for two reasons. One, they're big compute users, and two, philosophically decentralizing that infrastructure away from the cloud is important for just the health of the blockchain industry overall. And I think what is important is that these customers here, I think in aggregate, have about $30 million in terms of size, right? This market is $1 billion plus market, and just these guys here in aggregate are about 30 million. And so I think that shows kind of the early days we are in moving into this market, and Fluence moving into this market. And I think you're going to hear on this panel exactly how that's happening and why it's happening. So Justin, come on up and bring the team up. There we go. All right, we're waiting for Amar. Come on, Justin, go get him. Amar, if you're in the other room and you can hear me, come here. You're going to lose your slot. Someone else is going to take your seat. By the way, you guys may want to swap to be under your photos. There we go. Make it less confusing. All right, Justin. Let's see what's going on. I think he's here, right? Otherwise, we'll get started without him. At least he doesn't have the mic with him in the bathroom. We've seen that before.
Hello all. Thank you for attending DePIN Day. It's a pleasure to have all of you over here. We are here to discuss from hype to business case of decentralized compute infrastructure. So with me, we have panelists from 3 different sectors: blockchain services, infrastructure, GPU marketplaces, and also gaming sector. The reason why we are here to discuss is blockchain compute in general has been transforming cost structures in the industry, driving new markets, transforming adoption, and pushing the adoption to a new extent. And we are at the precipice of going from a utopian vision of decentralized infrastructure to actual enterprise-grade adoption. So before we go ahead, I would like to introduce, to my left is a good friend, an ex-colleague, head of ecosystem at Speron Network, Prakash. Prakash, a couple of words about yourself and Speron.
Hey, hi everyone. Glad to be here. And good friends of Fluence from very initial days, and good friends of Justin as well. And our focus is to scale as much compute because this is a very positive sum market, to be honest. And we have been scaling specifically on GPUs. And yes, we have been partnering up on VM side, bare metal side, anything which our customer wants. So pretty interested to be on this panel. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Prakash. To his left, we have Amar Bedi, the CEO of Tashi Network. He comes with 15 plus years of experience in partnerships, business development ventures, two-time founder, now leading Tashi Network. So a couple of words about Tashi as well, please.
Hi everyone, super excited to be here. We started Tashi 3 years back with a dream that we want to make decentralized compute a reality in a way that the hardware devices in the world are becoming a lot more powerful, and we want to go back to the internet, which used to be peer-to-peer. So 10 years back, for people who didn't know, the internet used to be 50% run in a peer-to-peer network, and that's what we're trying to bring back. Super excited to be here. We've been partners with Fluence for a long time. We love them as partners. They've been super helpful. We run a lot of Tashi nodes on Fluence too, so we're glad that we're here right now. Thank you.
Appreciate that. To the extreme left, we have Karan Chopra, the CTO of InstaNodes, a product of Antia Solutions, one of our key customers. He's been building in the space for 7+ years, blockchain solutions architect with InstaNodes and Antia. A couple of words about what you guys do at InstaNodes.
Sure. So Antia has been in this space from quite good time. It's 15 odd years, okay. So now we realize there is a need of a product, okay, because we are one of the biggest consumer of all kind of nodes, from Ethereum to Polygon and roll-ups, everything. So we built this product by the name of InstaNodes, and most of its nodes have been hosted on Fluence. We are trying to migrate there. So yeah, that's about us. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. So the agenda here is simple. We want to understand when did the transition happen from the idealistic concept of a decentralized compute infrastructure to actual adoption. And the biggest driver for that is cost efficiency. It is very evident that decentralized compute is efficient, and that is the primary driver for any adoption that's taking place right now in the space. So putting you on the spot, tell us exactly what you think is the infrastructure cost for your company, for your sector, and what percentage of that is compute for you, starting with Karan.
So in my opinion, DePIN in its early days, okay, 2 years back when I talk about DePIN, when we talk about decentralized infrastructure, people are just in the exploration phase. Now startups, protocols trying to move it out onto enterprise grades, okay. With even currently we were on AWS, on Huawei servers, but now we are trying to migrate on Fluence as a DePIN protocol because it's relevant, cheaper, give more decentralization in the network, honestly, and reducing the cost at the same time. But I think it's need to grow more, make the system more production ready, okay, so and cost effective, so that everybody can use it for a production grade system.
And what percentage of your industry functions in terms of cost? What percentage of that is compute for you?
It's really very heavy.
Safe to assume it's around 70-80% or more probably?
Yeah.
100%.
Even more than that.
That's precisely where Fluence comes into play, that technologies like Fluence is going to knock that pricing off by 80% or more, increasing efficiency and then ensuring that you get high performant, very affordable compute for all use cases. Amar, you work in an industry which is $50 billion plus at current day, looking at around $150 billion towards 2030. How do you see DePIN space and DePIN compute and Fluence, factoring into that equation right?
Our industries, or the way we look at things, is slightly different than the average DePIN decentralized compute players, which are trying to take compute from the centralized guys and putting it on a decentralized infrastructure. Our core business is built around running mesh nets, which are essentially peer-to-peer networks. So you're kind of removing the need for any centralized compute and offloading it back to the peers that are running or are part of that ecosystem. So we apply this for AI, gaming, robotics, and IoT. And that's kind of 80% of what our protocol is kind of focused on. The parallel layer is our DePIN layer, which acts as the services layer to ensure cloud level optimization and performance. And that's where the compute comes in, and that's where we are partners with the likes of Fluence. So our overall spend on cloud is not as high, so I think that's where we really differ. It may be like 10-20% of our overall costs, but we feel like having the decentralized partners for us is critical because our goal is to have a Tashi node 20 milliseconds ping from anyone that needs to have a mesh net at any part in the world. So we have 50,000 nodes that are live right now. We want to get to 1 million nodes. So it's about true decentralization. And the more community node run nodes we have globally, that's better for us.
Perfect. And it's safe to assume that almost all of your nodes are running on decentralized compute infrastructures, including Fluence, right? A large portion of them are running on decentralized infrastructures right now, the nodes?
Oh yeah, all of those nodes are fully decentralized. Absolutely.
Perfect. For Speron's perspective, Prakash, what is your take on infrastructures and compute costs in general, the trends that you have seen with your clients as well at Speron?
I mean, like, cost is one of the modes I think we eventually have to sell compute to anyone out there. Like scalability and these few things are pretty important. Like these comes as one of the core offerings towards businesses which are eventual and which helps you scale on any of these things. Like if you're creating a business, it should have supply and demand, and you need to look at what's the reason I have so much demand for my compute, I have so much demand for the instances or my VMs or anything in general. So I think costing is something which DePIN, like anybody who's going to use DePIN at the end of the day, they have to think of it, why do they use it? The end level customer lies behind this big wall. They are unaware of what is going on. But B2B, I think costing is something which is really important for everybody in the DePIN space eventually. And like it has helped us to scale business, like anybody in DePIN, honestly, to scale business because it gives you this rift because of decentralization. And I really think that creating decentralized products is not an easy job, because like people once compare hyperscalers and neo clouds to services like these, but to be honest, like to create something at such decentralized level, and as Amar said, that it happens on a decentralized network and scaling it to so many nodes at the same time, it's eventually very tough, to be honest. And yeah, still we are saving a lot on the cost side and making it efficient by the day on the orchestration level.
So it's fair to say that we are very early in the adoption cycle. So we have seen some, in the last 2 years, let's assume, we have sorted the demand side of DePIN compute, and now we are the space wherein the supply side, demand side is getting sorted. We see demand increasing day by day from industries in Web 2 and Web 3. So what, according to you, Karan, is going to be the inflection point wherein we see a tremendous increase in the decentralized compute acceptance? One. Two, we already have established that cost efficiency is one aspect where we have a large role to play. But what about integrations, toolings, auxiliaries, regulations? Do you see any other catalysts driving the adoption of compute infrastructure in general?
I believe that's a very good point. In my opinion, we only see it from a lens of a Web3, okay? When the Web2 applications try to opt themselves, shifting from Oracle, shifting from AWS to start using these kind of infrastructure, start having trust in this kind of a system, then this movement will become a catalyst for a major adoption. And for that, in my opinion, all the DePIN protocols need to move a level ahead. We need to build together a production grade application that in case if something goes down, what are the KRAs? What will happen in that case? In case some malicious will happen, what will happen in that case? So everything which biggest companies already done, so we need to take an inspiration and try to mimic in a decentralized way. In this way only we can create more adoption in the system and try to catch a very heavy load applications in Web 2 area. And of course, Web 3.
Makes sense. Amar, you work in an industry where you've already designed your product along the DePIN ideologies. How do you see compute scaling with Tashi, and what is your internal vision for adoption in this case?
So one of the key things that we've always had as a motto is that go where your customers are. And what we've really done is that for all the industries we've focused on, say gaming, IoT, we've built very industry-focused products. So our gaming product is essentially a Unity-based SDK. So we don't want developers to come in and say, I need to learn a smart contract, I need to learn manage private keys, etc., because you're adding friction in that case. So I think step one is really figuring out where your customers are, how they can use you in a more seamless manner. And I think most DePIN projects, even though we call ourselves Web3, the user interface for most people buying compute is still in fiat. So if you look at all the projects, even the folks who were here before us, the Aether guys, Impossible Cloud, if Jenny did his pitch about GPUs, it's in dollars. So it's not, at least if I'm not getting this wrong, the idea is that you can buy that compute in fiat. You're not buying it necessarily in tokens. So you're using blockchain infrastructure, but you're still offering it in a way that the customer can use it. I think that is the most critical thing. And the more we remove this friction and talk about tokens, etc., for the customer, it becomes easier to drive adoption. In terms of demand, I think the biggest thing to note is if you take all the big hyperscalers, say AWS, AWS operates at about a 35% utilization rate and still has about a 65% margin, right? So that goes to show that this space is still a blue ocean, that there is so much demand that you'll have centralized guys, you'll have decentralized guys. In the next 10 years, as robotics comes in, the amount of compute the robots will need, you'll have 10, 20 billion robots. They'll be running all kinds of models and doing inference. You compound that, I don't think it's about competing with anyone. It's about having the right sources of compute in place that are closest to the edge, that are most optimized and ready for the customers that need them.
Fair. So in that case, we are moving towards a future where customers are going to be more knowledgeable about what services they can adopt. It would be a large mix of decentralized compute rising and stabilizing and living with the other hyperscalers out there.
Oh, 100%. Like even today, if you think about like Aether, for example, which has about 150 million of ARR, which is fantastic in this space, they've not taken someone else's market share. Like this industry is worth billions of dollars. And I think that industry will only keep going. It'll become a $1 trillion+ industry very soon.
Fair. Prakash, for you, the same question. How do you see the infrastructure and tooling shaping up for platforms like Fluence and Speron, wherein we see adoption rising, and how does it shape for you?
I mean, like, eventually what I see is that application layer is very important for every one of us. Like, at the end of the day, the end consumer really care about good UI, actual scalable things. Like, how many of you have Luma on your phones? Everyone, almost, like, everybody got here, so I can presume that everybody has Luma. Why Luma exists on your phone? Because of good user experience. Do you know what cloud services does Luma use? Does anybody know? Rarely. If somebody works in Luma team, that would be surprising. But yeah, like rarely people know what kind of cloud services do they use. And that's how good products are. The issue is that for decentralized compute, we have figured out a way that how we can scale these things. Now we just need good products. That's it. Like image to video and video generation, like Higgsfield and few of the products which have really created a demand for these machines. And inference is getting cheaper by the day. Everybody is trying to make sure that inference gets cheap so that they can run on lower level compute. And then it's the inflection point for decentralized compute. If on the baseline, what I mean to say, like companies like Speron and Fluence have so much of the market to capture because of the inference coming down and the scale they need, and also the latent devices they need throughout. And that's where like decentralized compute flourishes in, because as you see, like companies like Core Science just got acquired like few months back, which is a very big thing, because all of these conglomerates are trying to control as much compute as they can initially. So it's the right path. We need to find those players who are designing anything which has to do with compute, and initially like designing products which are scalable enough to use, like imagine the Gilby style happened on our machines and your machines, right? We would not be here and we would be in some data center extinguishing the fire out, right? And that's what we need more of. Like, we need actual consumer products. I'm a very big fan of SocialFi. I'm a very big fan of AI and social and consumer grade apps down there. So at the end of the day, it really matters. Yes, B2B is very important to run the business, but what B2B is taking decisions for a consumer at the end of the day. So that's very important.
Thank you. That sets me up for the next question to Karan over here. Karan, you run Instanodes, wherein you're running high availability node infrastructures. And how has a cost-efficient compute like Fluence changed your delivery model? How does it factor into your integrations, your deliveries for your clients?
See, at Instanode, what we are doing, this market is really very competitive. Okay, giving infrastructure nodes, it's a very competitive market because there are a lot of players are there. Okay, so running it on Huawei, running it on AWS, GCP, doesn't make me a competitive edge. Okay, working with you, working with Fluence, yes, it provides a competitive edge. It provides me a cheaper server. So in that way, I can abstract a lot of things for the multiple customers and can provide a better and cheaper in rates and better in quality. So yes, it impact in a good way.
Again, a follow-up for you. Essentially, the cost efficiency of decentralized compute is actually also restructuring economic models in which larger hyperscalers are working, right? We have seen in our conversations that large cloud service providers are also looking at pricing discounts, if they can call it. They're dropping down the prices to actually go ahead and be more competent in the market. You have the rise of a second degree cloud service providers out there. So how does that also factor into your delivery model?
Actually, according to me, I think Amar raised a very good point when you're talking about the AWS, that how much they actually use. Okay, so according to me, this market is really very blue ocean. Okay, but when decentralized compute come into the picture, it provide a competitive edge to everybody. Okay, because then this market is now turning to its real point, to a real value where we can again do the price discovery, whether it's via decentralized protocols or whether they do it by their own.
So Amar, looking beyond all of these individual projects, how do you think the space is redefining DePIN and gaming in specific? Over and beyond Tashi, what you guys are doing right now?
Our vision really is that gaming should become fully decentralized. So the Tashi vision in itself is that there are no servers. But I think when you go even more forward, look 10 years down the line, you'll have AI allowing us to build the game that we really want to play and playing it with our friends. And when you multiply that at scale, that is crazy numbers that gaming has not seen at this point of time. And you'll need local compute, because one of the biggest challenges that we've seen is that, say, you have people in an area which is far from a data center, because data centers aren't all over the world. So you say some remote part of Indonesia. People connecting to a data center in Singapore, and if Singapore is full out, then Bahrain or Japan, that's like a 150 plus millisecond ping. So you're impacting actual gameplay because you're not near a data center. So when you think of the future of this, the idea is that you're bringing the compute near the people who need it, and bringing it, that's what our vision is, under 20 milliseconds away from each player. And that's what the future of decentralized compute really allows you to do, is provide experiences to the players which don't exist at this point of time.
All right. Prakash, for you, question is more on the side of, with the compute infrastructure adoption increasing rapidly, we see a lot of GPU adoption also increasing on your platforms. We see that on our networks as well. So how are you addressing the fact that we should be more, so it's an open architecture right now. It's a permission layer of deploying your workloads. So how do you ensure that's an environmentally viable and ethical side of operations that you can ensure?
I mean, like, the whole DePIN segment is actual very environment pro, to be honest. because as you see that there are so many edge devices, like no matter who's doing DePIN specifically, there are so many edge devices that gets connected to the network, and then you can put on different workloads. Imagine that compute is already in the world. It already exists. It's in some house. It's somewhere. It has already been set up, not being utilized on a data center. Data center do take a lot of space, a lot of energy. There are different data centers. Like people who don't know, just a quick thing, like data center consume a lot of space, a lot of energy, and generate a lot of noise as well. So if you don't think that it's not scalable at the end of the day, the amount of AI which is growing every day we see, and the amount of inference which we are trying to, like, even today, like you are using Grok, ChatGPT, all of these different applications, they're being inferenced in some part of some data center near you or like where their servers are. Eventually, if you do that on DePIN compute, you would be solving one of the biggest issues out there is that energy that is being utilized on such high level in these data centers. And once you enter those places, these are mammoth. Like, I personally never thought that it would be so big, and like once I got into this industry, it is a pretty interesting. And companies like Fluence and companies like Spheron like can vertically integrate with each other and actually solve what consumer really needs right now, and can just spin off compute by it. It makes complete sense. The reason, like right now, everybody's focus should be is to create better distribution channels and understand what customer needs right now so that we can do better for the environment. And DAI is actually the best place to do that.
Perfect. So on the final round of questions, let's start with Prakash again. What's next for Spheron? What are you guys working on? What's the next product that you guys are shipping?
So as I am here, I would love to tell about the Fluence partnership which is coming up. And we are happy to partner with Fluence on the machine end, and super happy to have partners who let us take the DePIN side ahead. And also, on top of it, I would love to have Fluence on different stations of DePIN distribution, which we have created, and would love to push that forward. And also, in terms of focus, like as you can see, the DePIN meta is kind of waving right now. It always happens like this, works in pretty much in many cycles. But I would say that we have been building for such long amount of time, and it like the focus is more B2B than just B2B to consumers. So I think like we should keep pushing towards creating better boundaries and better software for people who are going to use it. So yeah, that's new for Spheron, and yeah, we're glad to be here.
Thanks, Prakash. Amar, for you, what's the most exciting thing that's going to be coming out of Tashi next, in maybe the next 3, 6, 9 months, possibly?
So 2 big things coming up for us. One is we're planning our token launch in the next 4 to 6 weeks. So that's super exciting. For anyone that's interested, check us out. Hit us up if you want to chat with us about that. The second most important is we've been working on, we've set up a foundation called Intercognitive, which is looking at the future of AI and robotics. And we are owning the layer called the orchestration layer, where we want to allow and figure out how robots can coordinate with each other in a decentralized manner without having any centralized entity in the middle. We've done some research papers and a few other things, and we're running some simulations which we'll be releasing quite soon. One of our robotics hardware partners suggested a case study which we're running a simulation on, which is quite interesting, which is a situation where you have like 20 robot dogs jumping out of a truck, going into a forest to find a missing kid. So kind of think of Stranger Things in, run by robots. So that's something that we've been working on the side, and we'll be releasing that in the next couple of weeks. So quite excited about that.
Amazing. Karan, what's in line from Instanodes and by extension Anti-Solutions as well?
Sure. So in coming days, we are trying to launch few products. Okay, one AAA game by the name of Helium Wars. Okay, to give a better gaming experience, might be on a DePIN protocol if it works fine. And another, there is one of the serious use case of Web3 that is by the name of chain abstraction, that we are trying to abstract multiple protocols so solving the liquidity of the multiple platforms.
Amazing. And then I hope most of it is on Fluence again with our relation ongoing. And that concludes our panel. If you guys have any questions, we are open for it.
Great. Well, lunch is also served finally. So everyone gets a break. Finally get a break. So let's
Thank you,
go to lunch and come back in half an hour.
Thank you all.
Data is the new oil. Every day, we save gigabytes of data. Photos, spreadsheets, videos, files you want to share, and files you don't want to share. Data is the new oil. Every day, we save gigabytes of data. Photos, spreadsheets, videos, files you want to share, and files you don't want to share. But have you ever thought about whether your data was safe?
All right, guys, lunch is over. Everyone ate it all. There's no more lunch. So time to get going again. No more breaks. Let's see. All right. There is still some chocolate. I think people are still eating some desserts, but we're going to get started here in 1 minute. This is your 1 minute warning. That doesn't seem to faze people. You have to come to see if Murphy John is his name or John Murphy. Is it reversed or not? Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Store X is next with the fancy graphics. Did you speak in Dubai as well? Did you speak in Dubai? Yeah, I remember. Okay, gotcha. Yes. Yes, we have to do that. All right, I guess we're going to get started, and we're going to turn up the volume, so you have to come in here. So I want to welcome Murphy John from Store X. We are excited to have them again here presenting updates from Dubai. So welcome, Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Good afternoon, guys. How are you? Hope you had a good lunch. So my name is Murphy, and I work as a Chief Growth Officer with StoreX. At StoreX, we are on a mission to provide the most privacy-focused storage services to all the individuals. I know this looks a little audacious, but I should be able to convince you by the end of this presentation. So this is the volume of the data that we have been creating in the past few years. And this is the volume of the data that we're generating every minute. Just look at the amount of data that is being created. We are creating so humongous number of files which are like videos, images, documents. And if you look at this image, it is this amount of the data that we are creating over the years. So if you just look at this map from 2021, we are creating more amount of data than all the data that we have been put together in the past 10 years. So that means that we are creating a whole huge amount of data that is new or that requires storage. Now, if we remove some of the noise, like the unwanted videos, files, images, photographs, and all, there is still a very small amount of data that is really, really very critical. Data which is important to our business, data which is important to our personal lives, and we can't live without this kind of data. This is how the cloud market looks like. It has been going phenomenally over the years. I'm just talking about the cloud storage specifically. But this is one of the best market to be in because there's a huge demand, and the demand is going to grow still further. And we're very sure about it. And if you look at this image, this is the players who actually control the market. And if you look very closely, there are three players who predominantly are the big players in the market. They control almost 75% of the data market, which is there, storage market there is present currently. So what happens if you have such few number of people controlling such vast amount of data? There is always a monopoly which is not good for users. And if there is 3 players controlling the whole world data, it can really create a big chaos. Imagine if any of these service providers goes down for a few minutes. If your data is not available for a few minutes, what could happen? It would be a very, very bad situation for all of us. So what happens? This is something happens when you have so few players. There are virus infection, there are attacks on your data, there are various kind of disruptions. So what happens is, when you have so few players who are controlling the whole world's data, there is so much of risk that happens. It's like single point of failure. This is a very big risk. If you understand how you're storing your file, majority of the files, if not all, they're just stored in a single location as a single complete file. What does that mean? If that location or that device goes down, you will lose access to your data. The second one is lack of privacy. Because, as I said, most of it is stored as a single file in a single location. If you lose that file, you will lose the access, but the service providers can have a look at it. There are governments who can snoop into your data. The governments can arm twist the service provider to see what you're storing exactly in all the clouds. And that's really very bad. Then there is escalating cost. There are surveillance abuses. As I said, the government is always interested to know what you're storing. They can even arm twist the service providers to know what you're storing in a different region altogether. There are multiple snooping tools which are being run. There are multiple AI tools which are being run just to analyze what the data is being stored in the name of national security. And there are, of course, data breach and data virus infection. Since there are very few service providers who are controlling so much amount of data, what happens is the hackers are always interested to get into the data because all of them are uniform. All the standards, all the infrastructure which is lying is being uniform, and they can get into one region, they can easily get into any other region without any problems. So they hack into one region, they can hack into a different region. Most of the people whom I talk to, they say, why I should be concerned about security or this kind of things? Because I'm such a small service provider. But that doesn't matter because everything is standard. He doesn't have to be targeted to a specific geography or a specific region or a specific organization. He can get in the data anyways. So what should be a holistic way to store the data? These are the key features, 3 key features which was actually promised to us. 20 years back when people started moving the data from on-premises to the cloud, these were the 3 features that were promised to us, that the data will remain very secure, very private, and it would be very scalable. That means you don't have to invest in a lot of money when you have to scale it. But the third one still remains, but the 2 of them are really a myth. So your data is no longer very secure and private. You already know a lot of cases. Cambridge Analytica was one of the biggest things, how the data was abused by the service provider. So what is StoreX all about? So at StoreX, we are on a mission to create a very privacy-focused, secure storing solution that you don't have to worry that the data is secured or data is backed up or data is... So we provide the security in terms of architecture itself. I'll just show you a short video of what we're doing.
Data is the new oil. Every day, we save gigabytes of data. Photos, spreadsheets, videos, files you want to share, and files you don't want to share. But have you ever thought about whether your data was safe?
Your data is safe with us. It's encrypted and only you can access it. As long as there are no regulatory moves, only until the next hacker finds a vulnerability in the system.
The point is, your data was never safe. Should you stick with storage solutions that don't take your data seriously? Or switch to breakthrough solutions built on cutting-edge technology that is unhackable? Introducing StoreX, the world's leading blockchain-powered distributed cloud storage system for your personal data. Any data you upload on StoreX doesn't sit in one central location like traditional cloud storage. Heck, it doesn't even exist as a single file. Every piece of data you upload is first encrypted with a private key known only to you. Then it's broken into thousands of unrecognizable fragments, and multiple copies of each fragment are generated to ensure high redundancy. And finally, these fragments and their copies are stored across hundreds of independent storage nodes spread across the world. We or they can't ever peek into your data. To access your data, all you have to do is log into the platform. Your private key gets activated, and your data is retrieved and assembled for easy access. StoreX is as simple as cloud storage you're used to, but only miles ahead when it comes to security, privacy, and data ownership. We might have eliminated any room for your data to be stolen, censored, or shared with third parties. Oops, sorry cyber criminals and big tech. Ready?
So basically what we do is whenever you're using a platform to store our data, at the user's device itself, we encrypt it with the user's own private key, and the encrypted file is then transferred to the platform where it's broken down into small fragments. We replicate those fragments and then we distribute to 3,000 odd nodes that we have around the world. So ensuring that the architecture itself gives you a high amount of privacy, security, and resilience. So by the very way in how we are storing the file, we are able to achieve all these things. So we are really very private and secure. That means nobody in the platform, including us, can snoop into your data, can see what you're storing, or ever access the data. At any point of time, if any of the node operators in the network is compromised, the hacker will just be able to get a small fragment of data which is actually encrypted. It doesn't make any sense for him because he'll have to get the data back, he'll have to first get the entire chain of documents which would be spread everywhere, plus he has to get that encryption key, which is almost near to impossible. So because of that, we are able to offer a very high level of privacy, security, resiliency, and we are fully decentralized. That means we don't control any of the keys, any of the passwords. So to log into our device, you just need a Google account or a LinkedIn account. So we don't even store the user's login and password in our platform. We are an open source platform, so users can see how we are processing the data. And we are very cost efficient, fast, and environment safely. Yes, so this is a user interface of a platform. It's really very simple. You just don't have to have a lot of technical expertise to do that. You can just sign in with your social IDs and get into the platform and start uploading and downloading. We also have a developer interface where you can use API keys to access it. So it becomes really very simple. We know that in order for the users to store in the data, we should be integrated with a lot of products. So we have more than 60 products which we are integrated with. That means you can seamlessly transfer data from or to StoreX using the 60 integrations. This is some of the very recent integrations that we have. I'll just talk about the one integration. So we have actually replicated a Google Workspace thing. What you can do is you can actually have your Google account, all your emails, all your Google Docs, all your photos actually transferred to StoreX. So you can actually create a real-time backup of your Google Workspace on StoreX. You can also set an auto sync on. That means it will automatically sync every 24 hours, once in a week. Or you can set a sync off. That means whenever you want to back up the data from Google Workspace, you can do it. So you actually create a real-time backup of your Google Workspace. We also can integrate, we are also integrated to back up your Kubernetes and WordPress workloads. This is one of very interesting use case that we had with a client. So this is basically a company called as Fidesz Innova. They're based out of Canada. They are a very big IoT-based provider. So what they do is they had thousands of these small IoT devices which are integrated with their customers. They lie in various factories, hospitals, oil refineries, ships and all. So when they were planning this, this setup for the whole organization, they found that they're going to spend a huge amount of money in egress. That means these IoT devices are going to send a huge amount of data to the platform and from the platform, and they're going to incur a lot of egress fees. When they try to calculate this with the existing service providers or hyperscalers, they came to a conclusion that the cost for egress would be comparatively high than what they're providing service. So providing service at that egress cost was really not possible. So they came to us, and then we were able to offer them the solution whereby we were able to give them like 0 egress fees and very high level of resilience. So because of that, they were able to offer the service at a very cheaper cost, and at the end of the day, they win and their customers win and we also win. This is all about our ecosystem. We have 10,000 users. We have around 3,000 node operators who work diligently with us. And all of these nodes are stored at internet data centers and not at individual homes or laptops or anything like that. So anyone who wants to become a node operator, for us, the first requirement is the servers have to be in the internet data centers and not at their homes. We currently have 5 petabyte of storage that is deployed. We are in partnership with so many firms. We also have tokens which are listed with BingX, Bitrue, Porobit, Constore, Bitmart. These are some of the press releases that we have got. This is various ways in which we were listed. So we were listed at IoTeX as one of the best service providers. We are partners with DePIN Hub, DePIN Union. This is how our token has been performing. So if you look, this was the presentation that I made during Token 2049 Dubai. We were in 755 number, now we are at 515. So we are really making good progress in terms of token valuation and for our investors. Yeah, that's it. So this is how you can be a part of our organization. You can sign up for this. You can be a node operator and start earning. And you can also sign up for securing your data. That's it from my side. Thank you.
So much. Thank you, Murphy. Appreciate it. We are a little ahead of schedule, which is terrific. You ready? Is that sub? I want to get the pronunciation right. Shubham. So let's, fantastic. All right, got it. Well, we got Shubham right here, ready to go slide straight into the next, next keynote. So take it away.
Hello, everyone. Okay. I think so this will be the first panel, keynote in all the DePIN projects, which will be more on the TradFi and the DeFi side. So just to give you my introduction, I'm the head of ecosystem at Manta Network. Previously, I have worked with Polygon, Mantle Network, specifically on the gaming side. I was the head of gaming over there since 2020. I've been in the space. But yeah, yesterday I completed 2 years at Manta, so congratulate to me. But yeah, talking about like what I'm going to present today is about a project which is going to be launched by Manta Network. So we have seen one thing when back in 2022-23 we announced Manta Network. That time there were very few L2s into the space, but now we know everyone is launching a L2. I think so even right now over here there will be 2 or 3 L2s more who will be present. So we thought we move forward and launch some products which can actually generate revenue for Manta. So this number, 110%, is either too sketchy or too lucrative so that you guys go and find out more. So it's actually a real number. How we are doing it, that's what I'm going to explain right now. So we are working on a strategy, which is not actually a strategy, but it is a product which is related to arbitrage, which used to be done by TradFi people like Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, and other big players, which were known as authorized partners. So how we are going to do this? We have seen a lot of like people who are creating strategies based on trading, based on yield farming, and anything. So, but the number which I previously mentioned, which was 110%, is actually not from the token, which is not from the other yield sides, which is like pumping the numbers, but it is actually the number from the underlying asset. So let's say if you invest $1 in BTC, even if BTC goes up or goes down, the percentage remains the same. How we are doing this? So we have seen one simple strategy where in TradFi, it's very complicated that whenever you want to do something, you're very restricted, either because of your country, because you are not with that particular investment bank, or you are not at that position. But DeFi gives you sovereignty to do all these things. So we are creating a product based on index fund, not ETFs, but the underlying technology and the potential between ETFs. So how many of you know S&P 500? Okay, decent. So just to take an example, if you guys don't know, so S&P 500 is basically top 500 stocks which are listed are in one pool, and you can buy a ETF of it. So instead of buying Tesla, Netflix, and all these other different companies, you just buy S&P 500, and you have access to all these stocks, and whenever the overall market goes up, you get the profit. But now coming to the product which we are launching, I'll just explain it very simply. So let's say one S&P 500 is equals to, so one stock is equals to, like one Tesla stock is equals to one S&P 500. So it's like 1:1, similar to what wrap ETH and ETH is. So let's say if Tesla stock is right now at $100, and S&P 500, when it is minted, it is also 1:1, so it will be $100. But let's say if Elon Musk is found with like a prince or princess from UAE. So we all know that we need to buy Tesla. So we start pumping it, we start buying it, and it goes to 200. But how does the wrapped asset gets the value? Like the S&P gets the value. That's the major market which we are focused right now on. So initially for the stock, everyone knows that we buy it, but there are some people like market makers in Web3, in traditional bank, like in traditional finance, it was JP Morgan and stuff, who used to buy more of these stocks, S&P 500, and they go on the Tesla main stock and sell it over there. So that's how they make the arbitrage. It's not about just holding it and getting the rewards out of it. It's more about buying from one end, selling on another end until the arbitrage is completed. Like it both goes on $200 each. So that's the major market which we are planning to do and work on and give the sovereignty to everyone who is working in the DeFi side. Now let's say, so here, the percentage which you see, 100 to 200, which is like 2x. So that is what we are capturing into the DeFi. Instead of using the stock market, we are using DeFi. These are some of the authorized partners which used to do previously all these things related to market making and related to the price of ETFs. So now how and what things we are doing over here. So we are launching a product which is known as Thema. It's very simple model where we come up with an idea where instead of using S&P or ETFs, we use ETH and we'll create a bunch of index token on our platform. There will be some market makers, there will be some institutional investors, and there will be some HNIs who be the one, instead of like just buying ETH or ETFs, you capture the arbitrage between them. So how you do that? So let's come into this example again. Let's say if ETH and SPETH both are 1:1. On day 1, it's like 12:1. So 100 ETH, and like we minted 1:1, both of them. Let's say on 12:1, ETH goes to $110 because Vitalik was found in token, and he was discussing with some big HNIs to get invested in Ethereum, and they are planning to buy back it. So we all started buying ETH, then the ETH price goes to $110. But right now, SPETH is still $100 because no one has actually minted it, and no one has actually bought it. So what we are planning to do is, we come over here the other minute, we buy SPETH at $100, unwrap it, and sell it at ETH for $110. That's the simple thing. It's not done by us. It's more like a product which will be doing the same thing. At 3, when we start doing all this thing, there is an arbitrage opportunity, and the more you buy, the more you sell on the other hand, the price get matching. So as I'm not a big whale, so when I buy it, I just get a profit of small amount, which can be like $10, okay? But let's say if this opportunity is quite big, let's say I have invested $1 million, so that will be a big amount. So that is the particular amount what we are focused right now on. So yeah, this was a very simple example how traditional banks used to make money instead of just issuing ETFs to random people. It was more about the difference between ETF price and the underlying asset. Okay, so you guys remember the 110% of APY which were which we were discussing initially, how we are capturing it. So just to mention, like this product is not new. We have already started running it on the mainnet specifically. We haven't disclosed it yet because we were testing it out internally so that whenever the APY goes up, how it is going, whenever APY is coming down, how it is going. So we were checking it out. It is already live on mainnet. It is generating 110%. Out of that, this is like a 10% of dollar profit. If you guys remember, I gave you an example of $10 in Jill's example where ETH was sold at 10. So out of this $10, the 50% goes to arbitrager. So as we are individual, we don't hold a maximum amount of like liquidity. Plus we don't have that many assets. Like we don't have bots who can trade so far. So we are looking for some market makers. We are working with them who will be taking the 50% profit of that $10. Remaining 30% comes to us, who provides the liquidity or who mint the index token, which was SPETH. And the remaining 20% goes to the revenue, because everyone knows now everyone is talking about revenue. So we are also focused on the revenue so that we can increase the treasury, and which will be initially used to buy back Manta tokens. So yeah, this is like a very simple model which we are planning to do. We haven't disclosed much things about it, but this is the first time we are actually announcing it in token. Okay, the simple reason why we are launching this, the first reason, everyone is talking about the revenue now. Everyone is more smart to know that if you have a revenue, you will definitely get your buyback tokens and your token will pump. So that is the first focus. Second, L2 market was doing like pretty okay. So I thought like maybe instead of just focusing on better TPS, even though we don't have users, we should focus on some product which can actually make money either for us or maybe for some people as well. So this is like a brief profile of 3 players which I mentioned. 50% of profit goes to the trader, 30% for the retail, and the institution, again like 20%. So institution is basically Thema, the project. Traders are basically the market makers who will be trading it out, who will be using their bots. And the first one is retail, who will be providing initial liquidity. So let's take an example again over here. So why a market maker is already providing the other side liquidity for every token? So why would they come to Thema and launch it and use it? So basically, let's say we are using a XYZ market maker who is currently helping us out to provide the other side of liquidity. But if they really don't want to work, or they see there is a less opportunity because of the volume, they can come to Thema because we have index tokens. We have bunch of tokens involved in one particular pool. So even though they hold a specific tokens, they can still earn an additional profit rather than what they are doing currently. So yeah, this is a pretty brief introduction, like where the risk and reward comes. So we have tested it out since 2 months now. We have seen and analyzed, like I was personally trading out when Hyperliquid was launched, but I faced a lot of losses. So it's better I don't go with the spot or maybe perp dex trading, because it's like too risky for me, and the reward is either too good or it's too bad, and mostly retail phase, so it was too bad for me. So Thema comes over here where we have the lowest risk and the highest reward as compared to any other yield-bearing tokens or maybe RWA platforms or any other tokens. So yeah, it's coming in Q4 for retails right now. It's more institutional product because we want to test it out and see if we can make money for everyone. Yep, so if you guys want to have a chat, I'm happy to have a look. But yeah, sorry, I didn't mention about the team though. So the team behind Thema is not just Manta Network. It's a team backed by ex-co-founder and CEO of Risk Zero. The advisor for this project is ex-co-founder and CEO of GSR. And definitely our co-founder is also one of their advisors. So feel free to reach me out if you have any questions. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. We are moving quickly through the keynotes. We are looking now for Phil. There we go, Phil. Welcome, Phil, the founder and CEO of AR.io. Come on up. We have a very Arweave-oriented afternoon. There we go. Uh-oh. Ahead of schedule, yeah. You gotta be quick on your feet over here. Nope, is it on? Boom. Good.
Boom. Yep.
All right. There we go.
All right. Thank you.
All
Tom.
right. Yeah. You get to freestyle now. You can tell some jokes until we get started.
I don't have jokes, but a little info about me. I really love metal music. Play a lot of drums. If
There
you've
we
ever
go.
seen me on my in any of my videos, I have like guitars in the background and stuff. But I also, what's that? I thought I just did.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. Sorry, guys. This is what I get for not connecting to the internet in the right way.
So let's see. Who here is planning on being in Buenos Aires? Or is anyone planning for DevCon? Or we got one, which means it's gonna be a very different audience there, which is also good. And how many here is this in this room? I asked this question before. Is it your first DePIN day? 1, 2. All right, 3. All right, we got a couple first timers. That's good. We want to keep growing the universe. What we try hard is that we want new people to come in, and we also want to not have. We also want to have different projects present, so it's also interesting and new for people who come before, because that means everybody else here has been before, and probably in Singapore, which is great. This is the 12th one we've done, and Buenos Aires will be 13. Let's, hopefully that'll be a lucky number over there. We'll see. What else? Any questions? Any DePIN Day questions or anything I can answer while we've got some time to kill? No, everyone knows everything, is very comfortable with everything said. Okay. Well, that's nice. Thank you. Appreciate it. We're doing such a good job. We're running ahead of schedule, right? That is rare, especially when I have speaking slots. That's very rare. But we're going to get this up soon. What else? Anything from HubSpot you want to share? You guys are not speaking here, and you have a lot to say. Sorry? You'll be there. Oh, you won't be there. What's our plan? Yeah, we'll be here. Yeah, we'll be there. It's going to be our 13th DePIN Day. So I'm personally very excited to go see what's happening in Buenos Aires. I will tell you the frustrating thing is it is more expensive than Singapore, which was not something we expected when planning to organize the day. So it is a pricey place there right now. But we are excited to be there. And I hypothesize there'll be a lot of Americans because of similar time zone, although a long flight. So the DevCons have been very Asia-focused, right? Last DevCon was Bangkok. Before that was Istanbul. Before that, I think, was Lisbon. So this will be kind of the first one on the other side in a while. So I'm curious to see what that is like. All right, we get to hear more about the drums and metal now, and maybe AR.io. We'll see.
And permanence, yes. I just telegrammed it.
Okay. All right, just in time.
Thank you, Tom.
There we go.
All right, sorry about that, everyone. Outside of drums and metal, founder of RIO, been in the crypto space, for almost 8 years, been following Arweave and permanent storage. I left my job as an enterprise architect in 2020 to start an app called RDrive and really make it easy to leverage permanent storage. And then, we kind of saw some opportunities in the infrastructure space, and that's how we came up with RIO, or what we like to say is a permanent cloud network. And today I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about RIO, but also a use case around how DePIN networks can leverage us. And maybe make it a little bit more practical and show an example. Just wanted to start with a little stat here. To me, this shows that DePIN is a very real thing. I know the acronym might be new, but these kinds of networks are very powerful, and there's a pretty big market for them, right? 32 billion reported by Masari. And now the really interesting piece, to me at least, is 90% of these DePINs rely on mutable and maybe even centralized infrastructure, and we think that's a problem. So what we're doing is we made a permanent cloud network that acts as, that can act as a data layer for other DePIN networks. We call it a permanent cloud network because it's a network of various services that all live on top of Arweave. Arweave is a decentralized storage network. It's kind of like Bitcoin, but for data. And it serves one sole purpose, storing data indefinitely. You just pay one time to get that data archived. And we've built a cloud services network on top that provides other value-added capabilities, right? As developers, as builders, we know that you need more than just storage to build anything. So our network provides services to discover that data, to read, to write it at scale, to pay in different methods, different cryptocurrencies, to host applications, sites, pages, as well as an entire domain name system to provide resilient, friendly names to access that data. And it's built on top of not just Arweave, but we leverage AO, the hyperparallel computer. Sam Williams, I think, spoke about that before. But yeah, we leverage its smart contract platform to power all of our functionality. As you can see here, there's a lot of different services. I kind of summarized them before, but it is kind of like AWS. In a sense, you have capabilities to manage traffic, route to different nodes. You have identity and access management solutions. There's a whole indexing and querying stack. There's obviously permanent storage, not just for storing base level transactions, but what we call layer 2 transactions, which can go into the scale of millions and billions. And an entire suite of content delivery tools, right, for caching data, rendering rich media, streaming it, and hosting sites and apps. We just looked at a lot of various services, but I wanted to roll them up into some of like the key product offerings and protocols that we have. One of them is called Turbo. This is a hosted uploading service and payment service for getting your data onto the permanent cloud. It's very developer friendly. We have great SDKs and tooling. You can pay with Stripe or credit cards, ETH, Sol, the REO token, and others. Again, trying to make it really easy to get your data on there in an effortless way. The gateway nodes themselves, another key product. We have about 680 of them on the network, and they exist to, resolve that data, serve it out to users, and perform the various value-added services. There is some token economics that are involved. Gateways have to stake the REO token in order to join this network and participate in data sharing. And those gateways then earn a reward for performing these different actions and keeping that network fast, reliable, and healthy. We have a protocol we released earlier this year called Wayfinder. Think of this as a load balancer / data verification engine that clients and apps can integrate to ensure users can find the data easily and fetch it. One of the key things we're really trying to do is eliminate 404s, right? We're trying to eliminate broken links. Just because we have a network of 680 gateways doesn't mean any single gateway can go offline. So protocols like Wayfinder allow apps to really build resilient connections to this network. So if any one node goes offline, you can still get access to your data or those services. And then finally, we have the Arweave name system. We call this a smart domain name system, and this is one of the things that leverages AO's capabilities. But yeah, we kind of discovered along the way, as we're uploading data to Arweave, you get this transaction hash. Similar to your wallet, right? Everyone's ETH or Sol or whatever wallet has this long, non-human readable ID. And we had this idea to match that with a friendly name. Not just a name used for your identity or for your wallet, but a name used for your data or your site or app. So you could buy the name DePIN, and you can resolve that name across any of the gateways on the network. So it's this really resilient domain name system that doesn't have a single point of failure, and that's actually accessible through your browser, unlike maybe some other domain name systems. I want to point out that the REO gateway is hyperscalable. You can deploy it anywhere, on a Raspberry Pi or in a data center in your house. It's all containerized, very quick to deploy. You can see here some very basic specs. So again, whether you're leveraging your laptop or other decentralized compute networks, it's very easy to get started with an RIO gateway. And you can scale it both horizontally as well as vertically. We tried both, they both work great, and it really comes down to your use case. So these are the minimum specs, but obviously if you're pushing millions of connections through a single node or uploading lots of data, you're going to need more than this. But we really wanted to have a low barrier of entry for any node operator to quickly join the network, as well as even not join the network. It's not a requirement to do that if you want to just leverage RIO and have that sovereign access to your data. Now there's lots of use cases for the permanent cloud. Just like with AWS, you can build a lot of different things on it. Here's just a few to list out. So you can host full websites, apps, and games. Again, all accessible through your browser. File storage itself was one of the first use cases for the network. Again, just storing personal information, public or private, in a very easy way. NFTs, digital assets, and now RWAs are starting to pick up steam. I would say that's probably one of the first bigger use cases during the NFT craze. Artists didn't want to upload their data to a centralized location, have to keep paying for that even after they've maybe sold those tokens to their community. So, the permanent cloud provides a place for that data to live regardless if that NFT project still exists or not. And we continually have teams migrating over to our network as those, centralized locations go offline. Social networks, another great place to leverage permanent data. That's particularly one in the area of avoiding censorship. There's a lot of social networks out there where the community members, users are worried about becoming deplatformed or censored. Leveraging a permanent cloud network, you don't get that, right? Your data is spread around the world. No single person controls the network or your identity. So it's a powerful platform for social data. Artificial intelligence is obviously one of the newer things that has come around. We see people storing not just the synthetic or real data inputs that go to AI, but also the outputs, as well as even the LLMs themselves. And that's because this network is built to store data at any size, whether that's a 1 kilobyte file or a 20 gigabyte LLM. And then, of course, DeFi, blockchain, and DePIN data is another strong use case, right? Not every blockchain is built to store the entire state. So there are teams that are archiving old parts of blockchains that, those chains might not have the incentive to keep that data anymore, whereas our network is built for storing it for very long periods of time. So there's been entire teams that are leveraging the permanent cloud for that. Some traction since our mainnet launch earlier this year, just to give some stats. Around 4,000 domain names have been registered so far. 700 or so gateways are live and spread around the world. Around 800,000 monthly active readers, that's people consuming the data. Last month, there were around 60,000 unique uploaders, people paying for permanent storage. This stat around data uploaded, that's really all time through our hosted service Turbo. About a quarter of a petabyte, over 20 billion transactions, individual files, and really it's now become the primary way to upload all data to Arweave, and we're really proud of that. We have a new stat here that I was just able to pull around the data streamed by the network, around 70 terabytes of data accessed just in the last 24 hours. We look at the last 7 days, the cumulative requests made across the network, around 2,200 per second. So people are really rapidly accessing this information. We have various major integrations with many different teams. I don't need to name drop there. Looking at some of the revenue that the network has earned, this is really important to us. We didn't want to make something that was unsustainable in the long run. So looking at the income so far in RIO terms, around 85,000 since we launched mainnet. We've distributed almost 200,000 to our gateway operators. It's important to note that we started, when we launched the network, we increased our emissions as a way to get the first gateway operators online and reward them for these services. That's actually declining after the first year. So I see this as once things are said and done, we end up with a system that's actually pretty balanced. Obviously, we want more revenue to come in through things like purchasing RNS names, but we didn't want to make something that was unsustainable and something that, didn't give the gateway operators enough funds to actually operate their service. But now let's talk a little bit about DePIN and some of the key benefits for these various networks that are creeping up. One of the important ones is, RIO network is chain agnostic. You don't have to have an Arweave wallet to interact with it. Sure, we're Arweave first, but you can still leverage it with Solana, Cosmos wallets, Ethereum wallets, and various other signature types. Pay once, store forever, this one-time fee, right? This concept of I just upload the data. Sure, you pay a little bit more to get that secured indefinitely, but it's there. You as the DePIN operator don't have to worry about continually paying for that uptime, and that storage is immutable. It's spread around the world, can't be changed, right? And you can verify that. So it's really powerful capability to ensure if you are accessing that data 1, 5, 10 years, however many years in the future, you have high assurance that it's the same thing that was uploaded. There's resilient and decentralized access. Again, there's no single point of failure across the network, and it's easy to get your data across any of those nodes. And that's because information stored here is location independent, right? That same piece of data, you access it here versus another node, it's all the same hashes. And of course, it's censorship resistant. No single party can take it offline or affect the network. Okay, so here's a little case study from our partner DRAD. They are a network that is seeking to improve air safety. They have a network of nodes of people that are around the world that are aggregating flight data, traffic information, and earning rewards for that. And they were having some problems with storing that data. Right? They were having some problems about the reliability of accessing it. I guess they were leveraging other systems where they were having some gaps, and the users couldn't rely on the system to get that data back, right? And this ultimately can cause regulatory concerns for a network like this that has to follow specific standards for accessing that data. On top of that, they weren't able to verify it, right? This is mutable data that they were working with in the past. So how did they know if that was changed or tampered with? There's really no way, right? And I think that's important in the case of air safety because you really need to have high trust in those logs, right? If something happened and you're looking at that in the future, again, you want to make sure it hasn't been tampered with or corrupted. And that kind of leads to the last point around transparency. They didn't want their data to be stored in a specific silo where maybe couldn't get accessed by other teams or other networks. Because ultimately that could affect development and impact adoption. Because again, if you're putting your data in a silo, it doesn't make it as composable versus storing it on an open data lake like Arweave. So how did we help them? Right, we gave them a few different things. First, we gave them this high throughput uploads through RIO Networks Turbo. That's not just fast uploads, but the data is instantly available. They didn't have to wait for it to be mined, right? Typically on Arweave, it's around 10, 15 minutes for data to get mined. If you have a high throughput system, that's way too long. You want to access that data immediately. They went as far as deploying their own gateway, right, to control their quality of service and to optimize it for their need, right? That gateway is joined on the RIO network, earning RIO rewards, which they're actually able to then use to purchase more data storage. So they're reinvesting that back into their network. They actually also launched their own decentralized flight tracking portal. So again, sites and apps could be deployed onto the permanent cloud and hosted via RNS to really provide a resilient and unstoppable front end for your application. And finally, they're now starting to explore, let's call it an enterprise paid API service leveraging their RIO gateway. Again, they're doing specialized indexing and more specialized services, so they see potential value adds there to serve and sell that data to their own customers. So this has some impacts, right? They've been in testnet and are rolling out to mainnet soon, but their devices are actually tracking planes in real time. You can go to that portal and you can see all of this in action. Around 80,000 aircraft are being tracked, over 10 million data points, and they're storing all this only for about 10 gigs, only for about $161. So the value now, I think, far outweighs that cost because they're able to access this data resiliently and indefinitely. In testnet, they had a pretty good data availability. Moving on to mainnet, though, they expect to have 99.9% across all of their community deployed antennas. And again, that just shows how the RIO network can really service the needs of a very broad DePIN ecosystem. So really quick, just like what's the playbook for a DePIN? It's kind of straightforward, right? Upload the data. You know, it's step number one. Sure, that part of that might involve making sure it's tagged correctly so you can discover and find it later, but it all starts with just getting the data on the network. Then you can optimize how you access that data. You can use, for example, the Wayfinder protocol or run your own gateway and build your own routing strategies, so maybe you're accessing data from nodes closest to you, or maybe you're accessing data from the nodes that are highest staked because you trust them more. But it's really important to, optimize your access because in the end, you don't want to overwhelm any kind of decentralized network. And finally, they're trying to monetize that data set. And I think this is really interesting, especially as we get into this world of agentic behaviors where it might not just be people trying to access and pay for that data, but agents or other systems now that are trying to access and leverage that, whether it's for training or other needs. And again, you can do this by either creating your own APIs or simply running an RIO gateway and joining the network. So we have various teams now outside of DePIN that are leveraging us, various partners. We invite any of you to check us out. We have grants programs available. Our team is ready to help you integrate. Again, the tooling is very easy, especially easy to feed to Claude or your favorite LLM. But yeah, encourage anyone to check us out and we would love to give you a hand. And yeah, come build with us. We have a little guide here specific to DePIN if you want to take a look. And we'll be around after this talk and would love to speak with any of you.
Great, thanks so much. A hand for Phil. Thank you. You're getting us closer to on schedule. So thank you, took that time. Great, well now we have my favorite thing, the investor panel. So we're gonna get a couple chairs up here and a couple investors. So let's get Mike, Claude, Christopher. I see two of the three of you. Where is Christopher? Oh, there he is, gotcha, great. So just make sure we sit under our picture so people are not too confused. Fantastic. Great. Great. I've got one. So terrific. Great to have you guys here. Thanks for coming. So I've known some of these guys for quite a while. I think I met Christopher in Hong Kong in 2018. I believe that is when we met. And Mike, I think back when you were at CoinList, must have been 19-ish is my guess as well. And I met Claude in the hallway just now. But these guys are all longtime investors in crypto and also in DePIN. And Mike at CoinList was helping raise capital and for projects before they were DePIN, and Christopher invested in a number of projects even before they were called DePIN as well, and then some afterwards. And Framework, obviously, Greenfield is obviously known for doing a whole wide range of stuff in the space as well. So I think I want to start with each of them giving a quick introduction on themselves and their funds, just so we can kind of place it, and then we're going to get into some more DePIN stuff. But what I also say is yourself, your fund, and a DePIN project or two you've invested in, so we can kind of get straight into that.
Yeah, thanks, Tom, and thanks, everyone. Oh, okay. Thanks, Tom, and thanks, everyone, for joining in. My name is Mike Zyka. I'm one of the co-founders of Lattice. We are an early-stage venture fund based in the U.S. That we started back in 2021. And we've been investing in, like Tom said, in the space since before the space was called DePIN. A few of our portfolio companies And because our fund is a little bit younger, a lot of them haven't launched tokens yet. So Dawn Internet, which is in the fixed wireless space, another one called Daylight, which is in the energy category, are two of our investments that we're really excited about. But generally speaking, it's a space that we think has a lot of potential to grow. It's been a tough year for tokens, but the best time is when everyone's doubting it the most.
Fair enough.
Hello, I'm Christopher Hyman. I'm one of the co-founders at 1KX. We started the fund officially in July 2018. Before investing with 1KX, we were founders ourselves for like 10 years. And while we were founders ourselves, we also raised money from VCs, external capital. And the money that we raised from VCs were actually, like the VCs that we raised money from they were actually quite decent. But we always had the feeling, they could have had a much bigger impact on our success than they've actually had. And so when we got presented the opportunity to launch our own fund in 2018, that was like a very interesting opportunity then, because we could finally go to the other side of the table and kind of show, okay, we're going to try to make this better. So we kind of really try to kind of maximize the impact that we can have on the founder success along all stages. However, we primarily invest lead stage or lead tickets into seed stage investments. We're also doing pre-seed and Series A. Typical check sizes range from 1 to 3 million. And yeah, we are investing across the whole stack, right? Application platforms, middleware, DePIN, consumer. And one of the, right after we formed the fund, one of the first investments that we made, actually two of the very first investments were into Fluence and into Arweave. And I mean, even before we launched the fund, we privately invested into the Filecoin ICO that was managed via CoinList. So yeah, we've been hyper bullish on DePIN very much from day one.
Very cool, thank you. So my name is Claude. I'm from Switzerland. I started my career in private equity, but pretty much early realized that the companies that we're investing there are not exciting enough for me. So went into venture in 2019 and started investing in both crypto and traditional venture, and joined Greenfield 18 months ago. Greenfield is a venture fund out of Berlin. We have a seed and Series A stage venture fund, and also a liquid fund. We're also investors in Arweave. Filecoin is one of the projects I was able to do the CoinList sale with. One of the great, I think, DePIN projects that are here for a long time now already. And one of the projects that we might then talk later about, I'm excited about in the DePIN space is Glow. And Glow is a DePIN project that focuses on incentivizing solar. So new solar panels developed.
Which one is that, sorry?
It's called Glow.
Glow, yes.
So glow.org for anyone that wants to check it out.
Yeah, David has been a longtime supporter of DePIN Day and spoken in many things. You can't be in the space too long and not run into him, I think.
Yeah.
I know the panelists know him well. So I guess when you guys are looking at a DePIN project, are there any specific factors you are looking at that would make it compelling or not compelling, or anything? What's different about a DePIN project, or not even different? What do you evaluate when you're looking at making a potential DePIN investment?
I mean, DePIN is a very broad area, right? So there's all kinds of DePIN projects, right? And so it's difficult to kind of find a few things that apply to every single category. But in general, we are looking for the total addressable market size. So we've seen lots of opportunities that sounded very interesting, but ultimately we felt the market was in the end a little bit too small to sustain venture economies. What we're always looking for really is growing demand. So we want the projects already to have demand, and not just from one or two friends who are giving you some, I don't know, some 5K deal or something like that. But we want really sustainable demand, from real industry partners. That you won against, ideally, against Web2 incumbents. That's really ideally what we're looking for. And then obviously we want the founders, to have a lot of domain expertise. So I hope that's kind of roughly three abstract enough things. Yeah.
Yeah, the one I would build on top of that is, DePIN within the crypto space is one of the sectors that probably has the most overlap with the real world, with the exception of maybe real world assets. So in that regard, probably the most important thing we're looking for is founder to market fit, and finding founders that, not only is the composition of the team maybe have some crypto experience, but probably even more important, at least initially, is they have some deep knowledge, expertise, and industry expertise within the space they chose to build in. So whether that's wireless, energy, compute, what we noticed I think when the space got a lot hotter as a sector, everyone wanted to be a DePIN founder, and they would build something that maybe they didn't even have any experience or knowledge of that market. So for Lattice, whether the composition of the team is a bit of crypto and then a bit of industry, that's high on the list for us.
Yeah, I think adding to the points that my colleagues mentioned, I think especially for a DePIN startup, what they've been really good at historically is creating a lot of supply of a certain asset. In Filecoin, it has been file storage. In Helium, it's these internet connectivity spots. But a lot of founders think a lot about what kind of areas could we apply the same model to. But what we try to ask or understand a lot, where is the demand for whatever supply you're generating? Where is that coming from? And can you actually then also sell that supply, similar to what you said, maybe already have contracts for then also providing that supply to someone. And additionally, I think what we see with Glow, for example, is also good if founders have had previous experience in crypto and can now, from these experiences in crypto, apply it to this new project or company.
I think Glow is actually an interesting exception to the rule, which is, I think, what Christopher said, and I think Mike kind of implied, was a lot of successful DePIN founders have expertise in their particular domain, and DePIN becomes the way to scale and solve that problem in a better, faster way. David at Glow is almost the exception to that, where he has crypto experience and got passionate about solar and tried to figure out how can I use crypto to scale solar. So he is the exception to, I think, what is more common in DePIN, which is founders with domain expertise discovering crypto as a way to scale in an unusual way. The other point, though, it's worth digging into a little bit. You mentioned supply versus demand, and I think this gets a little bit to Mike's point, which is we find lots of people in almost every sector willing to contribute their data, bandwidth, hotspots, right? But the hard bit of DePIN is you actually have to sell, and you actually got to get the customers. And so I'm going to guess that is a little bit what Mike's referencing in terms of fit with the market, because you've got to be able to get customers in a way that has not been as much a focus for the rest of crypto.
And that is also like what makes DePIN so interesting for us as a fund, right? Like all of the other industries within crypto, they are like so reflexive on like crypto's growth in itself. With DePIN, we should grow like no matter what's happening with crypto, right? I mean, like if Bitcoin drops tomorrow by 50% or whatever, right? DePIN revenue should still go up, right? Because we are basically like bringing like the real world onto the blockchain. We are not RWAs, but bringing like real world value onto the blockchain. And yeah, that's kind of like what makes it really exciting for me.
Yeah, I think there's some stat out there that 50% of the revenue for most YC Combinator startups comes from other YC Combinator startups. And what that demonstrates to me is that a big part of your early sales comes from people people that want to see you succeed. They believe in your product. They're not going to just hand over money, but like you need to know people in the industry. And I think that's equally true within DePIN. If you can't open these doors, or you don't know the people or where those doors are even located, it's going to be really challenging to get that initial revenue going. I think a good example, within DePIN today is GeoNet, which does the high precision GNSS or GPS. And the guy, Mike Horton, he'd been working in that industry for probably 30 years, knew all the people to talk to, presented a solution that was better than what was already available, and they trusted him, and that that counts for a lot. So it's not that to say someone can come in from the outside and totally disrupt an industry, but it certainly helps to be able to walk into a room and not just be the guy that has some crypto project, but someone that they know and they trust that they're probably building something for real.
On the other side of that, on the crypto side of it, how do you guys approach token economics? Because there's a wide range of models, and I think what Christopher is mentioning is revenue can increase completely detached and decoupled from the crypto market moves. But you do have a token at some point, so how does that flow through? And there's a lot of different models that DePIN has deployed, some very directly, some very indirectly. And is that something you spend a lot of time on? Do you leave it to founders to do? Are there models you like, models you don't like? Like, how do you address kind of the token piece, since that's ultimately how you are probably going to make your rewards, your returns, sorry.
Yeah, I guess we're still in the phase where a lot of these models are tested out. Some try completely new variations of it. I guess if you look at the historically successful ones, and maybe also now the model that Glow kind of follows, is that in the beginning they tried to bootstrap supply hard by having a big amount of tokens, or just a large amount of incentives for the early contributors in the network to then join, for it to get more competitive. And similar what we've seen maybe also with Bitcoin, right? The early people were able to mine the Bitcoins on the laptops, but now today you need a mega data center or a mining operation to still be competitive. So to start out with a big incentive pile for bootstrapping the supply, and then from there are various approaches now how to build the rest of the tokenomics. And I also think depending on the industry and how your demand looks like, that I don't know if there's a once for all solution, but that there are a lot of iterations going on right now.
Yeah, there's certainly not a one size fits all solution. However, I'm a little bit more skeptical with like the incentivizing supply side thing. I mean, we've seen this with Filecoin, right? I mean, again, I love Filecoin, right? But like at one point, you're doing like Filecoins, like early days, they were emitting $1 billion to miners every month. And that's just like an absolutely insane number, right? And so, and there was not even like close, like not even like a fraction of, like that was actually being used for like real storage. And so, yeah, like the one thing, like that we know in crypto, like what we can easily do is we can incentivize supply very quickly. And so, like what I rather focus on is, how do we get demand, right? How do we really like build up, like a very big kind of, like pipeline of demand partners. And, once the demand is coming, then yes, we can turn on the supply like that, right? Because we have seen that playbook all over and over in crypto.
And I agree that totally do, but I'd also say there are projects out there that either have or claim a lot of revenue, but that revenue is completely unconnected from the token. And that is more what I'm I don't know how long that persists.
That is like my biggest criticism of the space right now. Yeah, like, I mean, currently there's so many projects that are just, pasting like a screenshot of an Excel file onto like a Medium blog post and claiming, yeah, this has been like their revenue, and there's like no, oversight or anything like that. Yeah, unfortunately, like it works.
Right.
Like so.
I'm talking hundreds of millions. There's 2 projects with over 100 million of revenue with no.
Exactly. I mean, we're not going to like call names, but yeah, exactly. Like we are seeing these things, and unfortunately, this works, right? Like people are really like buying into these stories. Yeah, and I wish there would be like a little bit more scrutiny for actually like bringing that revenue on chain, so it's like trackable for everybody.
And buy and burn would do that. Like if you took 80% of your revenue, you had to burn token with it, that would pull that. It'd be very visible.
I mean, I'm not sure, right? If buy and burn is like the right approach for like everybody. I think when you're like a startup that is like in a growth mode, right, and still scaling a lot, it might be like a better way to kind of, like use that revenue to kind of, like grow even faster. And so, while I like the buy and burn model, I do think, like if you're like getting that too early in your life cycle, it's going to be detrimental to your growth.
Yeah. Something I'd add on the token side is you can come up with all the schemes and all the token designs you want, but if no one really wants to use whatever supply you've generated, you can only delay death for so long. Something that I think we've been fortunate to witness is that because a lot of our portfolio companies, they're kind of standing on the shoulders of others, they've gotten to learn from their mistakes and correct or at least experiment with new models. And broadly within crypto, you're starting to see, given this is a financial space, for the longest time it was like we have one financial instrument, we have a token, and we give that token for everything, and it serves all purposes. But more teams are starting to experiment with debt as an instrument, and you can use debt programmatically as long as there's probably some revenue to pay down that debt, or you pay people in stable coins because you're generating revenue, and actual USD, not just the base asset. And then the base asset, the protocol token, is used for other purposes. So I think, over time, if you look at any, projects, financial stack, the token will be just one of many tools within the toolbox to leverage to grow.
That gets a little bit of a question along those lines. We're sort of taking a separate angle on that. Are there reasons you guys have turned down DePIN investments? Like anything you can think about? I mean, it sounds like Christopher already answered that question by saying he turned down projects that he thought were addressing too small a market. That sounds like that's one reason you have. Are there other reasons you guys have turned down projects?
Yeah, I guess maybe too small of a market is a good one. The missing demand, or not even also understanding that this is really core to building a DePIN protocol, I think is the second one. The third one also that there's always a flavor of the month in crypto, right? A certain narrative. So I think maybe a year ago or maybe 14, 15 months ago, there were so many people racing for a certain DePIN for every kind of niche topic you can think about. Every piece of hardware you have in your house, there was a DePIN for it. Yeah, these waves.
The DePIN fridge. I did not see the DePIN
no, but
fridge pitch.
I'm not even kidding. I mean, sometimes you should keep these stacks just to see how many of them are actually doing. So long story short, the people that apply to a big enough market for something that they ideally have industry experience with, and there is clear demand. And I think if these three things are met, then there's a good chance. And if they're not met, then we have also declined some of them.
To add to that, probably one reason we've turned down a number of deals is typically for a lot of these DePIN projects, there's some incumbent business that exists in the traditional internet stack that does the same exact thing. And oftentimes team will say, hey, we can do this and it's going to be 50% cheaper. But usually the trade-off for that 50% cheaper is pretty significant in terms of performance degradation, what the experience of using that is. So I think if you're selling in traditional businesses, not crypto projects, and you're presenting a solution that only beats marginally on price, I think it's going to be really challenging to get companies that don't care about crypto, don't want to bother with it, are probably a little skeptical to switch over if your advantage is really, only, slightly nuanced for the average person that's making that decision.
Yeah, I mean, it also goes to stuff that we've discovered at Fluence, where you can save the company a lot of money, but that will inevitably, if it's too much, it actually might reduce the incentive from the person making the decisions whose budget themselves goes down. So if you're saving a lot of money, you got to get to a C-level person as opposed to just the IT head who may not want to take any risk for a budget cut and doesn't make a bonus because he saved a lot of money. So you kind of, that's where the feature set, the safety, the security, the support, all that becomes very relevant. It's not just a price game. So that's certainly something we've seen. What sectors within DePIN are you excited about? Have you looked at, or anything you want to kind of call attention to? Where you may think there's opportunity, or you've seen tons of people addressing?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I've been thinking about together with my team is how to apply it in defense, right? I guess
what, sorry?
In defense.
Defense, wow.
Yeah, defense, yeah. Because, I mean, part of our team has been working in defense before, and two of the core things that are really important there is cost, and the other thing is reliability. And maybe you could also say, you know, decentralized maybe set up for certain set of defense mechanisms. So there are startups that are doing that in a drone space, but maybe there would be also other ways to apply that. So that instead of, I don't know, the US military setting up 400,000 drone defense systems around the country, that you can incentivize people through a DePIN system to do that on their own, or
But wouldn't those drones need to have armaments, which are, you know, hard for individuals to supply?
I mean, we need to. It's just one of the ideas we're looking into, right? But if you have like some of the drone defense systems, that they're not using like arms or actual machinery to take down drones. But for example, nets is one of the ways you can defend against drones.
Gotcha.
Or
drone
also
defense.
just you know, an alarm system basically for the household-sized drones that maybe not show up on the flying typical radar screens. Yeah.
Cool.
Actually, like the same. Like pretty much like the intersection of defense and drones is like something we think is pretty cool. I also think like, you know, energy, I mean, like these guys already made some investments into Daylight and Glow. We haven't, so we're kind of like also still, you know, like looking for something like in the energy sector. But yeah, there's tons of, you know, like very interesting overlaps with DePIN and the real world.
Yeah, one of our portfolio companies is sitting in the front row, which is Over the Reality. I think the expectation on our side is that, you know, we're on the precipice of a lot of changes with how computers and the world start to merge more. So that's embodied AI with robots or autonomous vehicles. And a company like theirs is set up to benefit from that tailwind, because a lot of the way that you can, you know, train these models requires the input from a network like theirs.
Are there investments you guys have done that other people didn't do? Like, what's the most, and I guess this is also a little strange because, again, back to Christopher, as you know it, I'm guessing some of the early ones you did, nobody else was doing because you were the first. But for you guys, maybe there's other ones like that. I don't know, other guys have other ones, but is that right, when you did some of those?
Yeah, I mean, definitely like Arweave back then. Yeah, I mean, we worked with like Arweave from like pretty much almost day one. And we were pitching that to literally like every partner at like every crypto VC. And yeah, like, I don't know, like they turned it all down until, you know, like a year later or something like that, all of them poured in, but, you know, like at much, much higher prices. But, you know, like at that point, you know, like it became like very, very frustrating, you know, because you were like explaining all of like the mechanics, etc. And they just didn't really seem to get it, or maybe they didn't really care enough. But then, yeah, like, you know, sometimes it just takes a little bit of time, you know, like for people, for like things to become like more obvious. And then everybody else followed in him.
Well, Arweave is an interesting case because it is a math exercise, right? It's not a, I think this, I think this. It's like, here's how the math works to make something permanent, which is presumably more comprehensible than just buying into an overall concept.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And I mean, they had like all of like the proofs back then, etc. Right? You know, like they needed to still kind of like work on some papers. But you know, this was like pretty much like in the shadow of Filecoin, right? Of like Filecoin's, you know, like really big ICO that they did back then. And Arweave was just like a tiny, tiny project. Like FTV back then was like, you know, below 10 million, you know. You could only like, you know, trade it mainly like OTC. We were like the main liquidity source for like a lot of the miners back then. But yeah, like, I mean, it turned out well, right?
Interesting.
It's pretty rare that we end up investing in something that's totally contrarian in crypto. the best I think we can usually hope for is we're just a little bit earlier to a narrative, and for that reason, maybe some other funds aren't paying attention yet. Or in some cases, you know, for instance, we led a bridge round into daylight during the bear market, and you know, after FTX collapsed, because you know at that time not a lot of investors were still both interested in DePIN as a category, and then just a lot of people weren't investing at all, and they needed more money to grow, and so felt like that was the right time to double down, and you know that's worked out. They don't have a token yet, but we feel great about it.
Yeah, maybe one of the things that is out there is an investment that we are about to do right now is in Africa called Share, and what they're doing is they're building or kind of a DePIN network for ISPs. So it's very, very fragmented market in Africa, and they're making it through a DePIN network or incentivization, to incentivize people to provide more local nodes for this ISP network so that the internet coverage in these regions becomes dramatically better.
How do you guys think about liquid tokens versus an actual private round? It sounds like, I think you mentioned you have a liquid fund. So, and even just from the venture side, given the token is sort of arbitrary from a maturity perspective, is there a bright line between investing liquid or illiquid, or how do you guys navigate that space?
I think for us it was starting out as a venture firm with the idea that you invest in day one, and then maybe after 6-7 years it is a bigger company with a liquidity event. Of course, this is very different in crypto, right? The average time from seed to token is now 2.5 to 3 years, even though it's getting bigger, but that's the number that I last heard. Investing just in liquid tokens is something that, we're also learning to approach, because there's still a lot of influence on the majors on how the rest of the market is trading. Even though since a few years we've always assumed that this decoupling starts to happen. So if a project is doing good independently, that they will perform well. But to this day, if Bitcoin is dropping 5%, the rest of the market is also impacted by that.
But are you investing in liquid tokens also in the DePIN space?
No, we have not done. We would do it, so we would consider it, but we have not done it at the moment.
And so the liquid fund is more larger or more Bitcoin and those type of products, or tokens?
No, for us it can be any kind of size. For us, what we do is teams that we know that have fundamental traction. So maybe they have revenue or they have growing users, and that we feel the market is undervaluing at the moment, based on these points. And it could be a project also in the DePIN space. For example, let's say a DePIN project that does $1 million in revenue per month, but its FTV is way below from what you would see from comparables.
Right, I just think that's an interesting piece, because there can be there's a lot of projects we know where they're trading now below where some of the private rounds were, right? And yet they are more mature now, right? So it doesn't mean the revenue is higher than the market cap, but crypto investors are fickle, and you'd think with however many 16 million or something like that tokens out there, that there's a lot to choose from and a lot of liquidity spread around, that there could be real opportunities in the liquid space as well. And I'm curious how you guys see that.
So we also have a liquid fund. However, kind of like the problem with liquid investments is, specifically for smaller or medium-sized caps, is you might invest there, but you have zero corporate controls, right? And so what we've often seen is that teams in the bear market, right? When the token price just kind of goes down and down and down, and they don't want to sell at those prices, they're starting to sell equity. Right, and so then they have two separate classes of investors. One set of equity investors, and one set of token investors, and both of them want you to do different things. And that's something that is definitely not healthy. And we don't want to be on either side, right? We want to be on the side of the team, which has we want to have the same incentives as a team, right? Ideally, equity plus token, or either or of them. And so, yeah, I mean, we've done a few liquid investments as well, but yeah, like we've also kind of like burned a little bit by exactly like this happening in the past. Yeah, I think that's it.
You know, liquid investing is not a primary focus for Lattice. We have made some liquid investments for token projects that we'd almost classify as liquid venture. So
plenty are, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Like it or not.
You know, like you said, they're below where their Series A round was, or even their seed round in many cases. So those are projects that we will consider. That being said, there can be things going on behind the scenes that if you're taking a liquid position and you don't know who else is holding the token and who else might become unlocked, and then all of a sudden there's this massive sell pressure. So all of the metrics could be going up and to the right, whether that's revenue or users or whatever they're trying to do, but someone else has to exit and get liquidity on that investment. And you're seeing that, you know, if anyone's been paying attention to Helium over the past year, it's been pretty much down only despite all the metrics going up.
Great traction, yeah.
And you know, that's because two of their earliest investors are getting towards the end of their fund life cycle and need to get liquidity. But if you didn't know that, or you were coming in before that sell-off started to occur, you know, you're in for some pain.
Yeah, you could make all the right calls from a fundamental perspective and still lose because of the technical sell pressure based on a couple specific institutions, individuals, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, CowSwap was this week a good example because the trading volumes on CowSwap are on all-time highs, also the weekly traders, the recurring traders. And there's one whale, I don't know, Tuesday, Wednesday, started selling 30,000 cow every minute. And the team tried to contact him, but...
Sorry, which project was this?
CowSwap.
Okay.
Yeah, and he also sold the cow through 1inch, so maybe he was, I don't know, just fed up with the team or not happy, or someone that was not happy with how the token is performing. And of course, because you don't know who this holder is, you don't know who this wallet is in many cases, even if the fundamentals, as you said, are pointing in the right direction. There's a lot of opportunity in liquid, but there's of course also a lot of risk.
Yeah, well, I think Mike makes the point, there's opportunity, but you have to know, there's a different skill set because you got to know a lot of other things going on. Interesting. Well, listen, there's people here who, what advice would you give to people? The two sets of advice. First question to DePIN founders who want to raise, and next question to people who are looking to invest in DePIN projects. Because everybody here, there's a lot of founders here, but there's also people here who invest, who have accounts, who own crypto, who are probably looking at DePIN projects as well. Now they're looking at they may not be looking at the private side, but maybe they are. So both, what advice would you give to founders in DePIN who are raising, and then similarly, what do you give to the people here who could be looking to invest from kind of a private or even most likely token retail side? Mike, you want to start off, Mike?
Yeah, I can start. You know, for the founders in the room, I think, you know, we already talked about it a bunch, but really having a very dialed-in story on how you plan to generate revenue and why. Not only would you, if there's a Web3 alternative, would you be superior to them, but why you'd be superior to the existing incumbent solution that exists outside of crypto. Seems like a boring answer, but like it is really the most important one.
I like to say you come for the you get the customer for the price. You come for the price, but you stay for the service and the other attributes.
Totally. And then on the in terms of what to look for from an investment perspective, you know, it's tough because again, you can look at the fundamentals on a project and it seems like everything is going well, but the token does not go up.
I've been burned by this personally.
And that can be very frustrating. So I think there's one side which is like, hey, I'm going to be a fundamentals-driven investor. I'm going to look for revenue, and I'm going to make sure that there's some way that the token captures the value of that revenue, and that's probably a fair way to go. The other one would be anticipating what could be interesting narratives that could be coming up and how a project could benefit from it. And if you go back to when ChatGPT first came out, compute was kind of a dead narrative for a while. Like people weren't paying attention to it. But then everyone was like, oh wow, like compute's super important again because of AI. And a lot of the token projects that were out there at the time that weren't, the most celebrated or hadn't been doing very well, all of a sudden started to pump. So if you'd anticipated or saw a little bit into the future that AI is going to need compute, that would have been a great trade to make, even if the fundamentals didn't match up, just because the narrative was going to come along with the project.
Mike is saying invested memes.
Advice for founders is know your customers well, right? I mean, I've said this like on another panel this week. You should be spending like 50% of your time, like talking to your customers. You kind of like need to intimately like understand what they want, what they need, and based on that, right, you need to kind of like understand your cost of sales, like the margins that you're gonna charge, etc. Like just kind of like a lot of like more boring Web 2 stuff. But this is really like what this is, right? You need to kind of like play the Web 2 game, and then like sprinkle the Web 3 advantage on top of that. And so really, that is kind of like my main advice. Just really know your customers as well as possible. Build up distribution funnels, that scale, and don't just rely on like the 5 connections you made, like by being at one conference, right? So like build up these kind of like sales funnels. And in terms of like investments that I would recommend, I mean, it depends on like the investment horizon, right? If you're like looking to, like, I don't know, get in and out within like 6 months or something like that, then I would rather look for, like some of the newer launching DePINs, because oftentimes, there's like a little bit more hype around them, like, and so, things can, like, and there's like, a lot kind of like more compressed supply on the market, right? So, like you can have like much faster like value appreciation. However, if you're like really like similar to like a venture investor, like have like a longer holding period, like 4 or 5 years, etc., then I would definitely go for the projects, where everybody has vested, the revenue is kind of like growing very, very nicely year over year. You see like a lot of like those things happening. That the company is behind it is like well capitalized, and now all they need to do is just kind of like keep executing, and those are, in my opinion, like the most obvious investments.
Yeah, I agree with what has been said. So the focus on the revenue, the focus on the customers. I think what I also like to talk to with founders is just getting the basics right. So there's so many tools today on how to educate yourself, on how to fundraise, on how to present, how to pitch, what kind of KPIs to know. So if you do that just right, you're already 80-90% ahead of a lot of people out there. And if you look for investing into DePIN projects, I think additional to what they have said, what I like to do often as well is for these conferences like this, side events, especially when it's recorded, you have a lot of founders of maybe the next big project that starts talking in front of an audience of maybe 50 people, 60 people, and going just through these talks and not only looking at the fundamentals and maybe what topics are interesting to you, but then maybe also who are you resonating with? So do you like this team, how they present the problem they're solving? And so that way you can build kind of a, maybe not a personal connection, but at least it's more than just like looking on paper what project is interesting for me. Yeah.
Yep, fair enough. Well, I think those are some great insights. So thank you all for joining. Really appreciate it. Let's give a round of applause for the panel. Thank you, gentlemen. We've got a break now, I think, right, Nadia? 10-minute break before we hear from Nir. All right, we're about to get going again after that quick break. And next up, we have the best logo in DePIN for sure. I think Layered Drone is a close second, but Mawari definitely has the best logo in DePIN. We good? All right. And here we go with repeat DePIN presenter, DePIN Day presenter, Lewis, who's going to talk about Mawari. And I promise you it's going to be a very sexy presentation because that's what he does. We good? Oh, mic on. There we go. You good? I think it's upside down. Your hood is the wrong way. There we go. All right, hold that thought. Alrighty, awesome. There we go.
Yeah, I get really cold in this RCC. So, hello everyone. I'm Luis, founder CEO of Mawari. We're the world's first immersive compute network. So, what is an immersive compute network? It's a network of GPUs that orchestrate and render 3D content and stream it to AR glasses. So, let's take a look. Our vision has always been to, from 2D media that you see in frames, in a smartphone, in a TV, or everywhere, the media will come right through your eyes and actually all the environment will become your media. So something like this. So, audio please. The presentation has audio. Maybe you can turn the volume. Is it playing now? There you go. Some techno for tonight's party. So anyway, as you can see, we have avatars that could be DJs,
My name
could be
is Vanessa,
digital assistants.
and the reason I'm here today is
there
to
will
announce
be
that
around
Creta
those
and Mawari
everywhere very
partnered
soon.
to expand the Creta metaverse
You'll see.
into the augmented.
Why? The immersive internet is at the verge of exponential growth. The iPhone moment for XR actually happened 2 weeks ago when Mark Zuckerberg announced the next generation of AR glasses. That's the moment of what the XR industry has been waiting for 15 years, actually. So it's been very interesting these last 2 weeks. But for Mawari, we've been building this since 2017. So we knew it was happening, and the spatial computing is $1 trillion industry. XR is the natural user interface for AI. So actually, we see a world in which XR and AI go hand in hand. So what's Mawari? Again, we're the world's first immersive compute network, and what we do is we deliver interactive AI-powered content at scale to mobile devices. So let's take a look of how these use cases work in our networks. This is a collaboration with T-Mobile.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. I slept in my cat bed. I woke up, didn't even have to be anywhere. Because you see me in Dallas, but I'm next to my cat bed. I am meeting all my fans in Dallas.
Okay.
So it's a big day, darling.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's a big day indeed.
Like, you're all the way in Dallas. I'm in Waterloo, Canada, but I've spent so much time with you in the last 2 days. I feel like we can be best friends, you know, in the digital world.
Absolutely. I feel the same way. So why don't we make ourselves digital world best friends?
Yeah.
High five. All right.
Okay, so what's happening here? So there's a person that is wearing the motion capture suit and is actually sending their motion, facial, and voice all to our network. And inside our network, this data gets embedded into the avatar by a GPU. That GPU then streams it to the XR device, and all this happens in less than 32 milliseconds. So that's kind of like the core technology of Mawari, what we built since 2017, and the way to scale it is through a DePIN network. So why spatial streaming matters? Now is even more relevant. Think about like when you press play on Netflix, within less than a second you have a 4K movie on your phone, your TV, you don't think about it anymore. The content is just there. So for spatial content, this 3D internet to happen, it needs to be exactly the same way. You just need to wear the glasses, press play, and enjoy content. However, that's the biggest bottleneck today, and the elephant in the room is that consumer-grade spatial content is not ready for scale. And this is because of two main reasons. The first one is technical bottlenecks, and the second one is infrastructure limitations. So let's take a look at the technical bottlenecks. First of all, 3D content is heavy by nature, so we're going from 2D to 3D, so we're talking about terabytes of content that people wouldn't have patience to download. The second one is we have had 3D content in 2D screens since a long time ago, but it is a format in which game engines render pixels into 2D. So to scale this, we need a native format to stream the content in 3D. And finally, the glasses need to be slim, right? Just like the Meta Ray-Bans. But if we make the glasses slimmer, we're sacrificing compute power. So all that AI inferencing and 3D rendering needs to move somewhere and isn't near the edge. So why now? As I just mentioned earlier, Meta released the next generation of glasses, which is the start of this paradigm shift into getting into this new generation of content. So, and why Mawari? We've been building this since 2017. We created 3D streaming technology specifically for XR devices. We re-engineered the rendering pipeline. And we understood very early that 3D and AI actually are together. So when you talk to a digital avatar, you're also using inferencing. So you can package in the same GPU, the rendering and the inferencing, and it needs to be at the edge if you want to have a real-time interaction. So we understood that. We have a couple patents on 3D streaming, then and the distribution of compute for XR. What else I can say? We have a good revenue pipeline, and we have a very experienced team that have worked for big tech in XR. So also, we have raised 17.3 million to date. We have good investors, like Chris from YKX was earlier in the panel. But also we have Samsung. So we have a good combination and convergence of Web 2 and Web 3 investors because they do believe in our mission, which is bridge actually real-world consumer use cases with Web3 infrastructure. So in a nutshell, we use Web3 actually just to scale our service, not so much for the Web3 economy per se. So these are the brands that work with Mawari. We started a company in Japan in 2017, so we have worked with big corporations in Japan, but after a pandemic, we expanded to the US and we have collaboration with T-Mobile, with Qualcomm, and other big players. You can look Mawari on the web. We have a lot of articles on Forbes that talk about our technology and our go-to-market, and also AR Insider. So now, why DePIN and how does that fit into the picture? So as I mentioned, we worked since 2017 building this core technology. And after a pandemic in 2021, we started working with some Fortune 500 companies. And they asked us, okay, so can you scale this service to 100,000 users? For us, it sounded like, yeah, we can do it. We're partners with AWS and with GCP. They have the infrastructure to actually scale this. To a big surprise, they do not have GPUs on the edge. That's shocking, but they don't have that many. And we were at a crossroads. Okay, so we've been building this technology for 5 years. Should we really just wait for this to happen, or should we look on a different way? That's when we looked into Helium, Render Network, and we saw, okay, there's another way, and we started Mawari Network. So in a way, we started this also before even DePIN was as a word. And this is the main reason. Centralized architecture is not resilient, but on the other hand, for a specific use case, it doesn't have enough latency, low latency, and also it's impossible to scale in a centralized way because we need hyper-local compute where the end users are. And this is a multi-billion-dollar investment that right now the hyperscalers are not willing to do because the use cases are just about to pop out. So as you may or may not know, the amount of compute needed for XR will increase exponentially. And this is a combination of XR and AI, as I mentioned. So Mawari Network has been a DePIN from its inception. And let's just take a look at some success stories on how our technology is used. The first one is at Mutech Japan. This is with a digital arts festival, and we collaborate with a dancer, choreographer. So let's take a look, and please, audio.
Mawari is making the extraordinary accessible to everyone, empowering creators to deliver awe-inspiring, immersive experiences globally. How is Mawari unlocking the full potential of the trillion-dollar mixed reality market? Meet Assimilating XR by Hiroaki Umeda, a masterful blend of digitized contemporary dance, digital art, and cutting-edge mixed reality technology, powered by Mawari. This creation's immersive tapestry of movement, light, music mesmerized audiences in its 2-day premiere at Mutech Japan in Tokyo. Processing power limits quality and immersion in XR devices. However, streaming real-time, high-fidelity, and consumer-grade 3D visuals from the Mixer visual art tool was a non-negotiable requirement for creating a captivating, life-changing experience. Achieving this magic was only possible thanks to Mawari's revolutionary Core XR streaming technology. The result? Real-time, high-fidelity, consumer-grade 3D visuals delivered at a quality never before experienced in the market. This groundbreaking mixed reality installation was not only the first of its kind, but also a tremendous success, debuting to immediate acclaim and selling out instantly. Audiences commented on their amazement with a 96% satisfaction score. The ripple effect of the work's success cascaded to numerous media outlets in Japan and abroad. Assimilating XR showcased to the world that consumers are not just willing, but eager to pay for high-quality, mixed reality, immersive content. Attendees paid $20 for a 7-minute performance. An impressive 71% of first-time XR users affirmed that they found value in their experience. This is just the beginning. At Mawari, our mission is clear: to be a driving force in ushering the XR industry into the mainstream. Stay tuned.
So yeah, this is one of the most successful use cases. In 2022, we proved that if XR has the quality that end users require, actually people are willing to pay for it. And this year, actually, we started a new partnership with Nankai Railway. Nankai is one of the biggest railway companies in Japan. It's from the Osaka region. We have this initiative of digital entertainment city in Namba, which is a small region like Shibuya in Osaka. What we're doing there, two initiatives. One is set up digital agents, or digital assistants at train stations and airports so that they can tailor foreigners. And the second one is digital entertainment arena. So think about something like this, but instead of having a real artist or a real performer, you have a remote virtual being the artist. This is a big trend in Japan, and it's starting in Korea on digital artists. It's about, they're called virtual YouTubers. It's a $3 billion industry. So for this reason, we launched B2XR. It's the world's first virtual YouTuber platform that supports XR. So let's take a look at some of the progress. This was featured in national TV in Japan, and this is how it looks. Like you go to a concert, you look to the digital avatar is a singer or a performer, and then post the concert, you have a one-on-one experience. So this type of experience, user pays from $20 up to $500 just for 2 minutes of the experience. So let's take a look.
ゲームでのやり取りができるのが最新技術だといいます。VTuber と1対1で会話ができるんです。なぜ参加者はここまで興奮しているのでしょうか。
前にも行けるよ。
すごい。
後ろにも行けるよ。
で、潜望できます。
この最新のバーチャルシステム、近い将来、私たちの生活を大きく変える可能性を秘めているというんです。
いやでもどんどん近未来になってるね、岸本さん。
はい、そうなんです。もう最新バーチャルには無限の可能性があるということで、今後私たちの生活にも大きく変わるかもしれないんです。というのも、はい、こちらですね。ちょっと4つ目覚まし8。
So yeah, in countries like Japan and Korea, XR is normal now. It's becoming mainstream, and as you can see in national TV, they're already talking about the potential use cases that we have. And this is the promo material of our B2XR platform that we launched in June, actually, and we're going to have a second launch next week in Japan. So B2XR now has onboarded Brave Group. We have 30 VTubers of their roster. Brave Group is the third biggest VTuber company in the world. They have more than 88 million subscribers. And now we have 30 of their top VTubers in our platform. Also, Virtual Avex is the biggest record label in Japan, and they're also collaborating with us. So now how do we scale this, and how does, again, DePIN and Web3 fits into place? We launched what we call the DIO, the Decentralized Infrastructure Offering. This is the opportunity for everyone to contribute their compute and their resources to our network and help us build immersive internet. So it's very simple. You can get your Guardian node license, run it, and then earn rewards. So simple as any other DePIN node. So what's the progress so far? So we actually launched the first compliant with regulations in the US node cell per se, because our DIO, you can call it a node cell. We're public, and we actually fulfill all the allocation in the US. Then on July 30th, we opened it to the public, and the progress so far is right now close to 149,000 nodes reserved for our network. So that's the amount of nodes that we will have running when we go on mainnet. We are running our testnet in very stealth mode right now. And in less than a week, we had more than 30,000 wallet connects, more than 15,000 people actually minting their licenses, and we have 1,500 active nodes so far. So who are the partners of our DIO? The first one, we're building our own L3 orbit on Arbitrum. So Arbitrum is one of our close partners. Eastflow provides the sales stack for the nodes. Then we have Caldera, which is the roll-up as a service that we're using. And finally, we have Halborn, which is our security partner, which is auditing all the smart contracts just to make sure we don't get hacked. So what's the traction so far? We also launched our portal, and that's something that I would recommend to every DePIN project. Don't do Kaito, build your own thing, build your own community, because it's much better, and we can collaborate with all the DePIN projects and generate better traction. So we actually have more than 450K XR chip users. And in our portal, actually, we had more than 2 million wallets connected in a span of 3 to 4 weeks. So this proves that actually, yeah, with actually an honest mission, users can actually get interested and not just hype per se. So that's an open invitation to any DePIN founder to collaborate. And lastly, yeah, at Mawari, we're just building our own thing, and we're delivering it. We're just not just talking about it. So thank you.
Awesome. Listen, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We've got up next Konstantin from Titan Network. Welcome again, Konstantin. There you go. Get that.
Thank you a lot.
There you go.
Lovely. Thank you a lot, Tom. That's always a great pleasure to be on the DePIN Day, one of the most fascinating DePIN events. I'm always enjoying to attend and always happy to be part of that as well. So today I'll be speaking with you about Titan Network. Before we start with that, there is actually one message I want to really deliver to you as a community. Whenever we talk about DePIN and different stories that you have heard today, there is an incredible opportunity that we're all sitting on top of on our daily basis. Probably most of the audience here today and the audience that are watching us online, hello everyone there as well, we have so many idle devices that are sitting around us globally. Today, we have more than 18 million or billion devices globally distributed and owned by us humans. That means there is an immense opportunity, an immense idle resource that sits and does nothing literally. So if we have an ability to incentivize that idle infrastructure, whether that's personal computer, laptops, data center grade infrastructure, just pure hardware, if we can incentivize those, we're already building and sitting on the most powerful existing network globally. And that's exactly what Titan Network is about. Today, I'm presenting you the Titan Network, edge cloud infrastructure made simple by people and for people. We strongly believe that across the globe, we have a very significant problem. Major internet companies spend up to 25% of their revenue just on the bandwidth costs. In a 2024 year alone, internet companies spent close to $28 billion on their bandwidth costs. That includes CDN, that includes connectivity. That is a massive amount. Is only served or connected by less than 12,000 data centers globally. Spawning a new data center is a very expensive task. You have to spend close to 20 to sometimes 50 million to build a new data center. And with more and more growth across the globe, with more and more connections across the globe, especially from developing and emerging countries, these regions are critically underserved by the infrastructure, and they are lagging behind to adopt all of the cloud benefits that the rest of the world has. And even then, they are suffering from not being able to adopt the same latest technologies like AR, VR, XR that Mavari just was presenting. All of these technologies are basically hindered by our ability to spawn data centers and build cloud infrastructure. So Titan Network today is an edge cloud provider for enterprise content platforms. And we are exactly solving that problem. Today, anyone joining Titan Network can spawn their own node or their own data center from their mobile device. Again, you can connect almost any type of hardware to Titan Network. You can run it from your phone, you can run it from your laptop, you can install it as a browser application or extension, and share the resources to Titan infrastructure. Once we have your node up and running, we have the access to provide this as a cloud infrastructure to our enterprise customers. Today, with these services, we are saving 78% of bandwidth costs with CDN infrastructure from our node across the globe. And we are serving more than 108 countries, and we have 28 paying customers, and we are continuously growing with that as well. With all of that, we essentially built an edge infrastructure for CDN, AI, and beyond. So this audience here today, most likely, the first stop that you will ever encounter as a Titan Network participant is the resource provider. Again, you can connect your browser plugin, you can install our browser plugin, you can share your idle resources. Maybe you have a phone laying around that is not used at the moment. You can leverage that, connect it to the network, and maybe earn $10 to $15 a day, depending on your bandwidth availability. So you're literally sitting on idle money that could be generated without your active engagement with the device, which basically is a dream of passive money income as we all are thinking about it. Whenever you share the resources, the rest of the complexity is handled by us, by Titan Network. Once you share the infrastructure, we provide and bundle it together and provide it as cloud services to our enterprise customers. We provide services such as web scraping, IP leasing, and CDN infrastructure. And we already have partnered with enterprise customers like TikTok, Tencent, Cloudflare, Dawn, Filecoin, and many others. With that infrastructure, we're capable of delivering traditional cloud services with the same 99.9 SLA, one-day integrations, and we are able to provide these services 70 to 80% cheaper than traditional cloud infrastructure. With all of that, we're essentially able to cover the whole world with a global infrastructure availability. Today, we have more than 2.2 million registered nodes across the globe, across our 5 testnets. This is just a map of different presences across the globe, and we are actively scaling to be more present in different countries and make ready to our infrastructure to serve any customer across the globe in the future. The beauty of that is that not only we are spawning that actively today and inviting all of the listeners here today and online to be part of that, we're actually making that extremely, extremely simple. With that, any device that you're holding today, whether that's a phone, computer, anything around, it's not just a device. It's world's largest peer-to-peer reward earning platform for cloud network services. What you're holding today, phone, computer, could generate you revenue and become part of the network that includes you in development of AI, includes you in development of ChatGPT and other modern solutions by you providing the infrastructure that they are running and operating on top of. That links you back into the network, and that enables you to earn from the developments that are happening across the globe. Moreover, we are running different campaigns for you to be part of that network as simple as possible. Last month, we actually launched our browser plugin, where just with one click, you can become the participant of the network, install a simple browser plugin, and you'll be earning anywhere between $10 and $15 for providing that infrastructure and being part of one of the largest DePIN communities today. I'm very proud to share with you that we are now listed on Chrome Web Store or any other browser plugin infrastructure, so you can download it, run it very simply, and be part of our large community. Moreover, we are running continuous campaigns to incentivize our users beyond just the earnings from the browser extension itself. So today you can earn with Titan Network by IP leasing cash challenges. Every single quarter, we are releasing cash challenges and opportunities for our partners to invite guests, invite your friends, and earn with a competition for referral program across the network. We are just finishing our 3rd season of that competition, and in the future, there'll be more coming. So follow us on Twitter, follow us on Discord, and follow the announcements so you can be the first one participating in the program and building that ecosystem going into the future. With all of that, I just want to share with you the vision why we're building Titan Network. Yes, it's an amazing opportunity by itself, and we're enabling you to really create the value outside of your user device. But where the true value is hidden with this technology? Again, coming back to the point where we have more than 18 billion devices across the globe. Those are the powerhouses of the future internet infrastructure. We believe at Titan Network that this infrastructure today could become the new internet of tomorrow. We have a huge dependency on a bandwidth throughput in our daily life. Whether you are using TikTok, ChatGPT, or any other solution, essentially, if you're not connected to the network, it's useless. If you are not connected to your ChatGPT agent or to your self-driving car, or it is not connected to the internet, it's basically meaningless. And we strongly believe that having the bandwidth and connectivity access is a new gold that is available here with us today. So by joining Titan Network and sharing the infrastructure, you are actually preparing ecosystems across the globe to build for the internet of the future. And with Titan Network, you will become a powerhouse that will power internet of AI, internet of physical goods, and IoT by sharing the infrastructure on the bandwidth, on the last mile for compute and delivery services. That is not possible before, and traditional data center infrastructure is not ready to handle such complicated tasks and such dense tasks on every last mile of a city in any country. So join us today, be part of the future of the internet and how we operate with it. So I would love to thank you all, thank you for your attention, join us on different channels and be part of the cloud disruption. Thank you a lot. That was a great pleasure.
Great. Thank you, Konstantin. And thank you for all your support to DePIN Days over the past year. So thank you very much. And for Konstantin, we now have to move to our last panel, but we've got to pull the people here because they are not in this room. So we need Daniel, we need, oh, no, we not, oh, sorry, my bad. I'm sorry, that's why we are ahead of schedule. Now I got it. There we go. I thought we were missing somebody. There we go. All right.
I don't recommend trying to take a taxi in Singapore right now.
No, you got to do the MTR.
Lesson learned.
MTR.
Lesson learned.
Awesome. Well, Lane from Near, take it away.
Thanks, Tom. Good to be here. Good to see you guys again. Thank you so much for having me. All right, just doing a mic check. Audio's okay. Super cool. All right. Hey, everybody. I'm Lane. I am head of research at Near Foundation. Super excited to meet you guys, share a little bit about what we're up to, working at the intersection of blockchain, obviously, AI, and DePIN as well, some decentralized physical stuff as well. So let's jump in. Go to the next slide. I am showing my age here. I've been doing technology for about 30 years. I've been in this industry for 8 years, going on 9 years. My first full-time role was as an Ethereum core developer with the Ethereum Foundation back in the day. I then spent about 5-6 years building a layer 1 blockchain called Space Mesh, and I joined the Near Foundation as head of research, as I said, just last year, quite recently. I want to add that the thing that first excited me about this space was not so much the financial side of things, it wasn't so much the technology, it was more kind of the social side of things, and that's still what gets me excited today. I've always thought of blockchain, cryptocurrency, smart contracts, mechanism design, these tools we have as kind of like a really powerful toolbox that we can use to build better human institutions. That's kind of what motivates me. That's why I'm excited to be here. And I'm extra excited now because we have a new tool in the toolbox, which is AI. And so I want to talk a little bit about kind of how we're conceiving of using that in serving the mission of building better human institutions and the kind of customers that we're serving with that mission. So for anyone who's not familiar with Near, Near is a very large, very active layer 1 ecosystem that has all the bells and whistles of any kind of layer 1 blockchain, the smart contracts, things like that, but is really hyper-focused on empowering developers to build great applications, usable applications, and especially AI applications that work on-chain, off-chain, and kind of seamlessly connect those two. Actually, people who do know Near often are not aware that Near started in 2017 as an AI project, actually. The co-founders, Ilya and Alex, were trying to build what we would now call vibe coding tools, so they were a little bit too early, and kind of detoured to build blockchain infrastructure instead. And they kind of expected, oh, it'll take 6 months, we'll build a really hyper-scalable blockchain, and then we'll go back to AI. So the 6 months turned into 6 years. Well, we've come full circle. We're now back to kind of the original AI vision. Ilya is really well known for being the co-author of the Attention is All You Need paper out of Google Research that kicked off the whole transformer revolution. That's the T in ChatGPT. So we're really lucky to have Ilya at the helm. I can't imagine a better leader to help us kind of bring this decentralized crypto AI vision to fruition. I think the thing that differentiates Near from the kind of AI, decentralized AI perspective is the understanding that you need a lot of different interlocking pieces to get this to work, right? It's not as simple as just building decentralized AI. So this is just a quick visual of what those pieces are, but in slightly more detail, you need a sharded blockchain, right? Why? Because you need many, many, many transactions per second. You need a lot of throughput, and we've increased the throughput of the Near chain something like 200% in the past year by turning on more shards, which is now a very easy process. And 1 million transactions per second is really within reach, which I think very few layer 1 blockchains can say credibly. Chain abstraction allows you to use a single Near account, a single set of keys, basically, to control accounts across many blockchains, right? And I know this inevitably sounds like I'm up here to shill Near, but what I'm actually trying to do is explain why we need all these different pieces to get decentralized AI applications working. We want our AI agents to be able to do things on our behalf around the world, right? Different contexts, different chains, things like that. And so chain abstraction enables that. Near intents, very, very closely related here, right? You want to be able to create intents and have solvers come and fill those intents and kind of do things for you, whether it's moving assets, swapping assets to a different chain, whether it's buying a product for you on Amazon or booking a flight. Intents kind of fills that gap. Near AI is obviously one of the most important verticals. I'll talk more about the infrastructure that we're building and why it matters. And interesting one, House of Stake. This is our decentralized governance initiative. It's a DAO, basically, that we're in the process of launching. I think this is also very important to point out, right, that you also need good governance when you're going to build things like decentralized AI infrastructure, and I'll come back in a moment to why that's important. Finally, we've realized very recently that you also need a product mindset, and I think that this is something that has been lacking in Near, quite honestly, in the past, and also in the industry. You really need to take the time to understand your customers and make sure you're building something that satisfies their needs, right? You need to understand their needs, their preferences, the amount they're willing to pay for products with different features. It's just a thing. It's a thing that crypto has not done really well in the past. We've been really, really good at chasing shiny technology and building infrastructure, but not so much productizing it. And when you're building a product, one of the most basic things you have to do is what's called customer segmentation. Right, you have to understand the personas of your customers in the market and what their needs are, what their preferences are. And actually, that's what I'm going to do with the second half of this talk. So as I was kind of putting this together, I was reflecting on the state of crypto AI and feeling, to be honest, pretty depressed about it. Just feeling like we're not doing a good job. We're not actually competing very well with kind of the centralized AI products out there. Very few people are using these things today. And I realized that the reason for this is that we're basing it on an assumption, which is that AI today is monolithic, right? And what I mean by that is when you think of AI, you probably think of something like this, right? I'm sure most of us in the room here are using tools like ChatGPT every day. They're super efficient. They're Web 2 applications, right? They are powered by these enormously powerful data centers on the back end, these $1 billion, $10 billion, soon $100 billion gigawatt data centers that have, enormous bandwidth. So fun fact, the actual interlink among these GPUs in these training centers that X.AI, NVIDIA, et cetera have is on the order of 10 terabits per second. Okay, that's 10,000 times faster than my home internet connection. So the hint here is I don't think crypto is going to compete directly in efficiency or cost, but there are kind of other ways in which we can compete and should compete. That's what I'm going to get to in a second. But again, coming back to kind of the assumption here, we're kind of assuming that AI is great, and it's taking over the world, and it's making us all more productive, and everybody's happy, everyone is like really well served by the existing products out there. And surprise, surprise, I'm here to tell you it's not exactly that simple. And I think that this is a challenge, but also an opportunity for us as an industry. The other thing I realized is that there are as many different potential AI products or AI use cases as there are people, to be quite frank, right? And this is why AI is not monolithic. Again, I'm dating myself here, but I'm old enough to remember the early days of the internet when there was like just text-based applications. We had like BBS, we had Gopher, we had news groups. Later we had the web, but we had only a single web browser in the beginning. And then over the past 30, 40 years, the internet has, of course, evolved into 1,000 different kind of products, or probably more than 1,000 products. AI is kind of like in the early phases of this right now, right? Where it's still kind of safe to think about it as kind of this chat-based experience. That's whether you're using ChatGPT or you're using a Notion-style app, something like that. But we're on the verge of AI exploding, right? And being anything but monolithic. And we have to consider which users are and are not well served by the products we have today. So this guy is pretty happy right now, right? Who is this guy? He is, like everyone in this room, wealthy by global standards, very technologically savvy, very comfortable using tools we have today, AI tools like ChatGPT today. And he represents a large portion of the market, including a lot of companies as well. There's a lot of enterprises that are relying on the Anthropic, Claude, the ChatGPT, the Gemini, these sorts of applications today. But there are a lot of users out there who are very unhappy, and we know this because we're talking to them every day. One group of people who is unhappy is people who really care about privacy, right? I care a lot about privacy. I consider myself a privacy maximalist, and I really dislike the fact that every time I send a message to ChatGPT, it's going to Sam Altman, and they're holding onto that data, and they can be forced to reveal that data to the government or law enforcement, things like that. So people who care about privacy are unhappy. There's also big verticals, right? Industries such as healthcare, law, finance, right? That are simply unable to use AI products as they exist today because of regulation. They're not allowed to put, protected health information, for example, into these AI systems. And this flag, sorry, I know it's a little bit unclear. This flag is supposed to represent sovereignty, okay? So people who really care about sovereignty also are very unhappy right now because they have no control over the sovereignty of their AI stack, right? The open models only go so far. We don't really know how they were trained, right? And we don't really know what's happening when inference is happening. And this could be a sovereign state. We've spoken to some of those, right? They're looking to build citizen services, but they don't want to use models that they don't control or don't understand. This could be a sovereign actor like a DAO or a network state. It could be a sovereign individual as well. I think that's where the opportunity lies. Why are they unhappy? Costs are very, very high, especially when you start doing a lot of inference. Regulation, right? I mentioned a moment ago, industries like healthcare or finance, they are barred because of things like in the United States HIPAA compliance rules, right? Which say that simply, again, they can't put protected health information into existing systems. So again, I think that these are the market segments we should actually be understanding better and be targeting. So let's get to that fun market segmentation, customer segmentation analysis I talked about a moment ago. So this is kind of, I have an MBA, I went to business school. This is like literally kind of like marketing 101 stuff. It's very basic, but I think that it's something we haven't done well as an industry. But I think that if we lean into this, we will find our superpowers and find the customers that we can serve the best. Also, let me be clear, 3 personas, it's super, super reductionist. There's obviously many more out there, but we only have time to go through a few. So the first one, meet Alex, my friend. I know many Alexes. Alex is a management consultant, travels a lot. He really, really, really cares about efficiency. If it isn't cheaper and faster, it doesn't matter, right? He's literally hired and paid a lot of money by his clients to help them save money and increase efficiency. Alex likes AI tools the way they are because they're fast, they're efficient. When a question arises of like, how do we target this market segment? How do we compete here? I think the answer is we don't try to. I think it'd be a mistake. And I've said this a few times, but it's a mistake that I think we've made at Near, and I think it's a mistake that the industry has made in general by thinking that we can kind of really go head to head and compete on things like cost or efficiency. I think we need to compete on other attributes, other things that other groups of users prioritize, okay? So everyone's favorite cypherpunk Satoshi, right? He has a very different set of values than Alex. He is much less interested in cost and efficiency. He really cares about privacy, right? He wants complete control, sovereignty, as I said before, over the stack. He wants to know where all of his data is. He wants to have control over it. He wants to run things locally when he can. He wants to look at the code, audit it, verify it. And he's using tools today like Signal Messenger, like Bitcoin, like Zcash, right? Which are a little bit slower and a little bit more expensive than the alternatives, but that's because he values privacy so much. And actually, this group of users is exactly the group that we are targeting today. And I should mention, it's not just cypherpunks who are, I don't know what the percentage is, but there's not that many cypherpunks out there. But it's also the industries I spoke to, right? It's also the financial companies, the healthcare companies, the legal, the law firms, right? And those are huge, right? A back of the envelope calculation suggests it's like $1 trillion market with a T, right? So it's not 80% of the market, it's 5%, 10%, but it's very substantial. And we're able to serve these customers using confidential, verifiable compute. I don't have time to get into all the details here, but in a nutshell, what it means is that when you interact with AI models that are running on this, we call it the near AI cloud, so our kind of like hosted, decentralized, secure AI infrastructure, you get a proof of everything, right? And you can actually test it. If you go to chat.near.ai today, you can use an application, a proof of concept, that looks like a ChatGPT, but on the side of the screen, if you're on desktop, I think it's a bit different on mobile, right? Every time you take an action, you get a proof. You get an actual cryptographic proof that you can then take to NVIDIA, take to Intel, right? The companies that, that produce the hardware, the secure enclaves, and they will tell you that they'll test to the fact that the compute is private and is verifiable and that nothing has exfiltrated the system, nothing's left the system. So even if you don't control the hardware, you can still have privacy guarantees. So this makes Satoshi very, very happy. But of course, it's going to be a bit slower and a bit more expensive than kind of what the hyperscalers and the OpenAIs of the world have to offer. And I added a third persona here. Her name is Priya. She is a 20-something graduate student who I called a DeSci nerd, right? So she cares about privacy, but not as much as Satoshi. She is more interested in openness. She is an openness maximalist, right? She believes that information should be open, should be free, knowledge should be freely shared. She really wants open weights, open source, open governance of everything. And she's also very cost sensitive as well because she doesn't have a lot of financial resources, but she feels that people like her should still be able to use powerful AI models. So she's always hacking together grant money and compute credits that are available to her and to students to kind of be able to run her protein simulations for her biomedical research. This is another customer segment that I think is not understood super well and is not super well served today. I think this segment wants to see things like community-driven AI model governance. This is another thing that we're working on at Near, and this is where the governance piece that I spoke to a moment ago, right, one of the 5 pillars comes in. It's very important to users like this that the models not be created and owned by major corporations, right? That they be governed by the community that anyone participating in, for example, DeSci can contribute to, can benefit from. And another benefit of the verifiable nature that I spoke to a moment ago, you can do verifiable inference, as I mentioned. You can also do verifiable model training, although this is still in the research phase, just to be clear. What that means is you can create a model, you can train a model, and get a proof of what it was trained on, right? How it was trained, what data went into it, the number of parameters, things like this. And this matters for someone like Priya and scientists because they want to be able to prove cryptographically that their research, their life's work is included in this model. And then, why do they care? Because they can be compensated, right? Because then when people perform inference on their own work, again, they have the full chain of custody, the full life cycle here. They have cryptographic proofs of everything. And so, again, this is a little bit of a vision at this stage, but we kind of envision working with DeSci, working with content creators, things like this, scientists, to allow them to begin monetizing their work through things like community-governed models. A lot more to say, but I know I want to respect everyone's time and kind of bring it home. So just to summarize, again, we have these different market segments, and we haven't done a great job of differentiating them up to this point, right? We have the consultant, the cypherpunk, the DeSci nerd. To reiterate, I don't think that we have a very strong case to make to Alex and users like him today, and I don't think we should be trying, right? I think we should be doubling down on people who really care about privacy, like the cypherpunks. We can speak to this today. These tools, like the verifiable confidential AI, they're already working, and if you're interested in testing them out, they're all available for free right now on the Near AI cloud, so come grab me. I can help you guys get plugged in. And I think also the DeSci nerd, right? user demographic. I think we can actually make their lives a lot easier and make them very happy with kind of community governance of models and AI platforms. Yeah, so just to reiterate, right, that is our superpower. Let's not pretend that our superpower is going head to head with the superscalers, the hyperscalers. Let's recognize that our superpowers are things like confidentiality, privacy, community governance. This is my contact information. My DMs are open in the usual places like X. Would love to stay in touch. Please feel free to reach out. Thank you guys so much for your time today.
Okay. Where, Aaron, everybody heard about the bird. Yes, I think it's working. I mean, it's okay. It's like all the friends here listening to the things we're gonna have to say. Okay, I guess we don't necessarily need to have too many introductions here. Is there anyone that doesn't know what this gentleman do here in the auditorium? No, right? We are the goats of DePIN, or the ghosts of DePIN as well. That would work. Let's say let's get started. This panel, we're going to be talking about community and tokens. Let's try maybe talking about things that is just not everyone trying to help each other as well. I think that's one thing that I like to talk on panels and not try to be, okay, we're changing the world, but there's a lot of things that I think projects do wrong. They learn and try to think about, I think from here there's WeatherXM, IoTeX project with tokens. You guys are going to be doing TG quite soon. So I guess it's also interesting to learn from this time, right? Learn from people that came before you that made mistakes, made things right. I think a lot of the projects in DePIN have a lot to thank for the mistakes that Helium made. They made a lot of mistakes. They made a lot of good things as well. And I guess a lot of things that we are here because of them. So it's quite interesting, like the grandfathers. But yeah, it's nice to learn from their mistakes, right? And I would like to understand from your perspective, how do you see the importance of the tokens and the community together, and how the tokens drive the community and vice versa?
Should I go?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was thinking when you said about Helium before, yeah, I was thinking that we tried to avoid some of Helium's mistakes, but we made our own. So I don't know in the end what would have happened if Helium wasn't there. So in our project, the simple version of what was the use for the token is acting as an incentive to coordinate deployers of weather stations to do a good job and to deploy the stations where we want them. And at the same time is acting as you could say the supermarket coupon that gives the ability to anyone who's holding it to get some goods with a discount or for free, and those goods are weather data or weather services. So we have Web2 customers who don't want to use or don't know how to use supermarket coupons. So we have our company in the middle doing that conversion. So we're buying back our token using the revenue from the data sales. But in practice, what's happening is basically enterprises have to buy and spend our token in exchange for weather services or improved weather forecasts that were generated from the data that was produced by the stations who were deployed by the individuals who put the hardware in their roofs. And yeah, that's the main use for the token. I mean, following that, there's a bunch of other mechanisms that we're building or we have already built. But I can unpack that if you ask me more.
Aaron, you're not one of the co-founders of IoTeX, but you've been with them for quite some time, right? Can you see in your experience how does the community in IoTeX, the tokens work together?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. So IoTeX, I've been there for the last 3 years, and it's been really interesting to see the growth in the community and especially trying to expand beyond the DePIN borders, starting to move into AI. And we're just such big proponents of this DePIN space and always trying to propel everyone else. So I can see the mistakes from the Heliums and the others before us. And then it's really interesting, this panel that we got here, because we all have different kinds of communities here. I can't wait to hear Daba speak about their community and their deployments. Like I spent an hour speaking with Atlas there just about like Daba and how unique it is, and maybe that's the future of DePIN, maybe it's not, but like I can't wait to see. And either way, I know that we're going to all be building on top of whatever mistakes are made and continue to iterate this together as a team. But I will say one thing that we're doing at IoTeX, our newest launch here with this entrance into the AI space, we're really trying to follow something similar to what the BitTensor model is and launching something similar to the subnets. We're launching realms. So trying to bring these DePINs together again with our ethos of bringing these projects together, because I think that you bring like a Spexy and you add that to a Wingbits and you add that to a Hive Mapper, put this data together, and the insights that you can get are very, very valuable. And that's what we're trying to do in IoTeX, and it's a very, very, very difficult very difficult data problem to solve. But we're going to try and tackle that head on. That's what we're trying to do with realms. And you mentioned the token. There's going to be a token for each one of these realms that are very focused on whatever the demand is for that particular use case. So there could be like something focused on mobility or transportation. There's going to be a token for that. And the contributors to that, whether it's like a Wingbits or a Spexy or a Daba, are going to be incentivized. And that's how we're trying to build a community with other DePINs and then bring their communities along.
What was the question again about the value of the token to the community?
Yeah, I mean, you two here, you guys don't have a token yet, no. But you, like for example, Wingbits, they have, you've been doing initially the points, right? And using those points actually to learn before you do like proper TG, which is coming quite soon as well. And how do you see the importance of the community? Because I remember the first time that I played with Wingbits was just like a little terminal commands that you run to install the things that you build in your Raspberry Pi. The community was quite small. And how do you see that the points and feature the tokens was important for the growth of the community? Because you have like a massive community now, and it's growing like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, when we started, we just saw that the way it's done now in flight tracking is the incentives are not aligned, or the interests are not aligned between the networks and the community. So we just wanted to figure out a way to share the value with the community. And when we started looking like, well, how do we do this on a global scale? And when you start a company, usually you don't have a whole lot of money when you start it. So utilizing the token is just, it's a very capital efficient way to bootstrap a community on global scale. But it's also, for me, having no Web3 background before this project, it's really challenging to navigate the space, because then, okay, you have your token. First you need to figure out the model, so that the model is fair, like who should earn what, because the incentive is really used to, I guess, try to cause certain behavior. You want people to engage in specific behaviors, and you incentivize for them to do that. But then, okay, well, how do you get stability to a token? How do you launch it? Like you have all the exchanges need you to work with market makers. Like, I don't know if we can cuss here, but like, how do you not get completely screwed doing that? Everyone is trying to take advantage of you.
That was a pretty low-key cuss. I was expecting something bigger.
But I don't know, there's cameras. But so it's all these things around. Like, I just want to transfer value to the miners for their work. And then the token is also, like, the token has a value, that's one aspect. And then I want to provide other avenues of value from the token too. Maybe you can use the token for specific things on the platform that's not monetary, but maybe they're valuable to travel or whatever. So the token for me is just a way to bootstrap a network and scale it and incentivize specific behavior and do it in a capital efficient way and hopefully transfer a lot of value to the community. That's the value to me.
Yeah, I think I'm going to say things that mostly echo what everyone else has said so far. We look at the token as the gateway to internet capital markets fundamentally, right? Because all of us here are aligned to sort of one thing, which is access global capital in order to be able to solve a serious infrastructure problem. And in order to do that, you need to have some sort of mechanism that aligns the underlying stakeholders that it takes to deliver your service, but also return value to the people that sort of funded the project in the first place. So there is no other mechanism, at least that I know of, that does it as fluidly and as elegantly and as permissionlessly as a token does. So I don't think any of us could have gotten to where we've gotten this far without tokens and without internet capital markets, and of course communities at the end of the day, because you can't do shit without a community.
Yeah, no, without the community, there will be no networks, right? That's the cool thing. One thing that I spent a lot of time thinking recently is like how dependent even the token price and the token economics is actually to the macroeconomics, right? I think that we were briefly discussing before is like, okay, if there's a bear market, no matter how good your project's doing, still the price of the token is going to go down. For those who don't have a token yet, or for those who already have the token, how would you model, or how would you think that if for some reason, if it's your like mostly macroeconomics, like bear market, if your tokens start to approach, going to zero, what are the things that you would think that you need to do to make the community excited again? Or would it even matter? Because I feel that a lot of times projects have the tokens hype to bootstrap the initial phase. Sometimes you already have part of that already built. Do you need to continue building this hype and trying to grow the token if you have a sustainable company or something like that?
So I think it depends on the use cases that the DePINs are after. Like in our case, we needed the initial traction from the hype of the token speculation and everything to build a substantial, a big enough network of weather stations so we can start engaging with customers, like B2B customers. Today we're in a position to enter a country and speak with a local company and say that, for example, in India, that we already have 1,000 stations because DABA did an amazing job and deployed them together with their own equipment, which was a great example of a collaboration between two DePIN projects. And so we have this luxury today, which means we can afford not to have the best market conditions on our token. We have revenue from customers, and that revenue by design, by tokenomics design, partially goes to the token, so we have buybacks and locks. But of course, we are handicapping a DePIN project if the token price goes to zero, because there's a lot of mechanisms that we have that are token related, like the quality of data mechanism that we had to create in order to identify the good from the bad station deployments, is using the token penalties as a mechanism to push the individual station owners to fix their problems. So we will lose that. So that means the quality of the network eventually will degrade, and that's going to be a problem. Also, expanding the network will be a problem. But the good thing, and one of the things that I love about crypto projects, I think if they're done right, they are very difficult to die. You cannot kill them. Like, they can survive like cockroaches. And that gives them, more chances of success down the road. Because, like, for example, in our case, we have been preaching about parametric weather insurance on chain since our birth, which is many years before the crypto pivot, actually. And the market is not there yet. So we need more time. But we are there in the sense that we are acting as a weather oracle already. We have all the infrastructure there. We are the only company in the world that has cryptographic proofs on weather conditions. So we are the perfect infrastructure, the perfect substrate for that market. And we're actually trying to accelerate that market by making our own experiments, our own pilots, our own insurance products that we're going to launch in the near future. So yeah, I think the important part is to survive long enough to succeed basically in those crazy missions that we have undertaken.
Just have a question there to follow up on your answer. So you mentioned penalizing people in the case of deployments that might have issues or what have you. In the case of DABA and your collaboration with DABA in India, those 1,000 devices, is my understanding that the deployer of those is not just like community members, they're actually like, what do you call them?
Local cable operators.
Yes, exactly. So in that case, would that make it so token going to zero doesn't affect the bad deployment or bad deployment issues?
It would affect the deployment. Well, it couldn't initiate the deployment, because there was an element of incentive for the users who were actually doing the deployments, because DABA is forwarding the tokens to them. So if we started with a token price being zero, it would be very difficult to start. But now, at the stage that we are today, we have, I think, endless opportunities to like fix our problems, because we managed to have a substantially big enough network.
And I think that sometimes it's even more work, more energy that you need to put to take down a deployment that's, you put so much effort, care, you make the thing like work autonomously. And then if you want to take it out, it's more work than it needs. So you have the device that, even though you're not making a lot of money from that, is providing some sort of value to the network. And if you want to take it down because you're angry that you're not making Lambos, it's more work to take it down, so just keep it running. I think that's the story of Helium IoT. Like, I have all my Helium devices that are still up. I just keep it there because it's more work than not.
But that actually shows like what Mano said, which is resilience, right? So you can build out a network, and once the network is up, even if the network's not necessarily making that much money, it's still going to be alive. And as all of us know, in any sort of business or anything, the name of the game is survival. If you're up and alive long enough, every dog's going to have its day. So you never know.
Yeah, but I think it's also a big portion, at least this is my belief, is that you need to provide value in many ways in your platform. Because like if a platform provides enough value to a person besides the token, then the token has less of an impact as it inevitably goes up and down. But if the token is the only thing you're getting, then you live and die by the token only. But if you have a lot of different value streams coming in, let's say, I use my DABA points to go get groceries. It's a bad example, but then it's like, okay, well, I don't care, because I can get a steak, for my DABA points. Yeah, the value goes up and down, but I love steak, so I'm going to exchange it for that. So if you can do different type of value streams or different type of products you get access to through the token, then I think you're less reliant on just the price. But then I also think the name of the game is just enough revenue. If you have enough revenue, you have a lot of flexibility to either affect the token or do, you will be able to reward people if you have enough revenue. So I think the trick is getting to that revenue really fast, as fast as you can, before that maybe would ever happen.
Just wanted to add on this, Robin, that depending on the use case that the project is about, sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's really difficult to give additional, benefits to the community. Like looking back at Helium, which is easy for us to criticize, like especially on the IoT network, like they didn't give anything other than tokens to anyone who was deploying an IoT gateway, and LoRaWAN technology, even still today, is not useful to the average consumer. Like there's no ordinary LoRaWAN sensors that one can deploy. These are, for professional use. But you're right, like there's always ways that a project like, for example, in your case, it sounds like for you guys it's also a little bit difficult, but you described some use cases that make sense. And
yeah. I mean, it is very useful, because if you take Spexy, I like their model a lot, because they essentially, when we started, I think we're similar to WeatherXM, we need to reach a certain scale of network before we can generate substantial revenues. With Spexy, they need like, okay, we want to pay you to map this city. So they started with a stable coin payout, which now they're obviously going to do their token, but they can start generating revenue sooner because of their business model. So I think just knowing that ahead of time, because then you can kind of forecast like what scale do we need to get to, and when we get to that scale, what are the sales cycles, how long is it going to take to generate revenue, and then you kind of have to try to figure out your tokenomics based on that. But I don't think there's a playbook. I think every project has a bespoke playbook, and I don't think there's a silver bullet that works, because I don't think anyone has truly figured out there's going to be different models in the future, that I'm sure are going to be better and more sustainable. I think we're all just learning as we go, and we're making incremental improvements. But just for the almost 2 years I've been in Web3 now, there's more and more really good projects coming out, and people are actually trying to do real things. So I do think it's just now a matter of time before someone, figures out a model that is sustainable for our types of use cases.
And I think it's very exciting for me personally on the DePIN area. That's project is so different. Like I think the Spexy is the exception over all the DePIN projects, the way that they can manage to, like very, very specific, already start selling a product in a very specific location. While WingBits, for example, you need the chicken and egg problem. You cannot have like a master product. But like you were saying, I really like to have the WingBits in my home. I want to open the dashboard and be able to see all the planes, click and see the picture of the plane. It's not like, I'd say, a massive value for me, but it's a very fun thing to have, and that alone would avoid me from turning it off. Same thing with the weather station, right? You have a weather station in the rooftop of your house. You have way more data than you could have, for example, on checking like your phone, for example. So I think small values already are enough to get people motivated to not go actively turn things off. And
yeah, on that, I think if you can find a project, it's okay, if there's people building out there that obviously you want to have the demand side, make revenue, but actually something that the deployer or potentially ringware or watchware, there's like WatchX out there, Kudos Ring. If you can find a project like that where there's actually true value to the individual, as opposed from just, getting a few dollars here and there, especially in the short term, if you have it years and years and maybe this DePIN eventually pops off and you're making all this money, we all hope for that. But if you could have this, a product that could have true value on a day-to-day basis for you as a user, this is maybe the sweet spot, and hopefully there can be some DePINs that really do a good job here.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm just cutting, but I think what's really exciting is there's so many things that people do for free. Like there's
Flight radar, for example.
Yeah, but I mean, people like weather, people like air quality, people do flight tracking. Like if people do it for free now as a hobby, and then those businesses that get that, mapping, like Waze was like a free, and then it was acquired for a lot. So if people do it for free already, then you can probably enhance that product quite a bit by adding a DePIN model to it to kind of spread incentives. So if they do it for free, then it's probably a good idea to do a DePIN.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a hobbyist and you're going to get paid for something that you've been doing for the past few years, that's a huge benefit, right?
Yeah, and it also adds, like, if it's already done that way, you don't have to re-educate anyone. You just do what they already do in a more efficient way.
Yeah, exactly. Changing subject a little bit. What are the things or mechanisms that you guys have implemented in the past to try to get a community excited? I know some projects, they do, I don't know, giveaways. They do Telegram bots that do some sort of shenanigans. What kind of mechanisms have you guys tried in the past to get the community engaged?
Like you mean like engaged as in growing or doing like
excited about the project, or for example, get people to share things to get more people to know the project?
Yeah, I mean, for us, we've done some campaigns, referral campaigns and stuff like that, doing some questing campaigns, doing a bunch of giveaways, like more fun things. But I think, at least if I was in a project, I would just want to see that things are moving in a good direction. So I think what we're trying to focus on is just like continuously coming out with like some type of announcement that we're moving in the right direction, we're making progress. You know,
yeah, I mean, I agree. You want to have a serious community that's genuinely aligned with what you're doing. There's always this temptation to do like airdrops that have quests aligned to them, that are built on social things, that are gamified and all of that. And of course, there is a certain component of that you have to do. But by and large, I think for DePINs, at least all of us, our mindset is way more, you want serious people in the community who have a long-term perspective, who understand the value of what's being built, and also have a little bit of patience versus when Lambo like 24/7, right?
Yeah. When TG. No, that's it. That's exactly. I don't know if you guys want to have.
You know, in retrospective, I think maybe we didn't do something to the direction that you're saying that we should have done. When we started the project, like in the first year or so, 50% of our community was not actually entering wallets into their, when they were claiming a station. So this gave us the signal that we have a lot of weather enthusiasts, that they're doing it for the weather. So we prioritized to give them the best possible weather forecast. And this is like one of our core services. We use the station data to train custom models for every point that we have a station. And today we're proud to share statistics with open data that prove that on average we're better than the largest government meteorological models. Like we are better than NOAA, better than ICANN, better than ECWMF on average at the locations that we have stations. And we thought that would be enough of an incentive since we have so many weather enthusiasts. Today, I think more than 90%, it's probably closer to 95% of the community has a wallet in our app. So they figured out the crypto element. So, which means that now they want more. They want crypto stuff. And we are a little bit late into doing some of the typical crypto gamification elements or incentives basically to the community beyond the boring weather forecasts.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can definitely do, like, for example, partnerships like ours, right? We're able to do things where you've got two communities that are seriously interested in the DePIN space, and you're able to cross-pollinate both those communities. Or take, for example, this partnership that we've got with Bonk, where we're trying to bring the DGen community into DePINs as well, right? So I think there's a ton of really interesting things that you can do to engage communities, but I think all of us try to avoid just frivolous nonsense because we're here to solve serious problems at the end of the day.
And from my side, being at IoTex, when we bring in great projects into our ecosystem, that gets our community excited. So around 8 months ago, we launched Crypto's Got Talent. It's basically the Shark Tank of the crypto world. And Polygon gave us $500,000 to be their grant allocator for the DePIN space because they saw us as at the forefront of DePIN for the last 3 years. And the whole ethos behind it is let's build in public, let's make this very open. So many of these grant allocation programs and VC deals done behind closed doors. Let's make it open, let's make it public, let's get the community excited about it. And here we are 8 months later, 40,000 views per episode. Zero G is coming to be the sponsor of season 2, so now we're looking at DePIN AI and RWA projects, and we just did an awesome pitch competition at our event a couple of days ago at the Real World AI event. Had some amazing judges. Daniel, thank you so much for being there, and Robin, also one of the judges. And we had 15 amazing projects come through, and this is what gets the community very excited, is projects coming into our ecosystem, being introduced to the ecosystem and to the community.
Yeah, man, thanks so much for leading that. I think it was super fun, right? It was
awesome.
like, how many, 15 projects that we did?
It's a lot of work. Over 2 hours, they're coming through really quickly, I know, but thank you guys for your attentions.
But it's exciting. I think everyone here, or at home, check Crypto Got Talent. It's a great way to also find early projects. Get 3-minute pitches, so plus 3 minutes of us the judges grinding the people. I think I really like it. I learn a lot from these events, and I think a lot of people as well, and giving opportunities for those early stage projects. One thing that I've been in crypto for a long time, but I don't consider myself like a DJ or anything like that. What are the things on the Web3 world that you guys don't like? Because we're all engineers, or we've been building businesses. On DePIN, one thing that I'm really passionate about is people trying to build real companies with real revenue. Unlike, I'd say, 95% of the crypto out there. What are the things that you guys wish that didn't exist in crypto, at least on DePIN? Because you have to, you're going to do a listing, then you need to find ways to grow your X account by 150,000 followers, which is kind of BS at the end of the day. So it's a lot about, eyes and hype. If you guys had to remove some things, what would that be?
So one thing that I'm surprised that we haven't, as an ecosystem, managed to get rid of is vanity metrics. And to give a specific example, all the projects are trying to list their token on the top exchanges. And top 20 exchanges are very hard to get in. And they will, we've talked with a bunch of them. And one of the things that they were asking us was, they wanted us to have a huge number of in size of in the optics of the community. So they wanted hundreds of thousands of followers in Twitter and Discord and all that stuff. At the same time, all of the projects are using bots to create fake followers. And everybody in the industry knows that, and the exchanges know that as well. So I was naive enough to think that if I explain to them that in our project, we don't use bots, we don't have fake followers because there's no point, because the bot cannot take the weather station and deploy it on a roof. So we have 10,000 weather stations, that means 10,000 real humans. But still the industry evaluates the project as being a project with 10,000 bots, so maybe 100 users. And everybody knows this, but we're not doing anything to change that.
Yeah. From my side, I can't say it's I'm completely against it, but because I think the crypto and speculative thing is actually very fun. I do all the meme coin stuff. I got my meme coin trading buddies there in the back. They actually got me mic'd up on a separate stream right now. We have a lot of fun with that stuff. Sky, hey. But with that being said, I wish sometimes we could just focus on the building and then not have to worry about the distraction. Sometimes I envy the pre-TGE projects, because you can have more focus on just building. I think if you can delay launching your token as much as possible, that's great, because it's so important to have that business and that revenue in place before launching the token, because otherwise the speculation can be a huge headache.
I think the same thing. The vanity metrics is definitely one thing. I think to a large extent it's pay to play, which I don't think it should be, based on how you are as a project. I think there's a lot of predatory companies out there that will want to do certain things with you for TG that you have to navigate. I think the challenge is, if you have an exchange, their KPI is trading volume. That's how they make their money, right? Well, we have different KPIs that are important, so those are not aligned. And I think that's where the challenge for me comes in, because you're trying to please two worlds, which doesn't always take you towards where you need to go as a business. I think that's a big challenge. I think that's why, I think the industry needs to mature as these projects come out, because maybe long-term that's not the sustainable way for an actual business. It makes total sense for a meme coin, or if the token is the actual product, then it makes total sense. But if the product is the product and the token is an enabler of the product, then it's challenging. So I wouldn't say it's a bad thing, because there's also a lot of upside if it's done well, but it definitely can be a distraction where you're focusing on like token management. Pre-TG is one thing, and then post-TG is another thing. Just because you do TG doesn't mean it's over. It's kind of, that's the start. And it's really expensive. It's really difficult. Sometimes there's no logic involved in it. Yeah, so that's a little bit, mainly because I haven't done it before, so it's definitely an unknown, so it's a hard.
Yeah, I mean, nothing to add here. I agree. Everyone hates vanity metrics, and I hate them as much as everybody else.
Yeah. But it's funny what you said, they categorize your 10,000 as 100. It's funny stories separate, but like we're doing a funding round for one of my previous companies. And the board's like, yeah, just when you do the forecast, just do it like 4 times higher than you think, because they know you do it higher, so they will slash it. So if you don't make it higher, they'll slash your accurate forecast and you're screwed. So, it's a weird world.
Yeah, but I think what you said makes a lot of sense, right? Because we're trying to build real businesses with a long term. Like, think more, we're a Web2 company with a little dash of Web3, and we're trying to compete with, meme coins, for example, which they do have value, but their value lasts a week. Yeah. And you guys are trying to build a valuable company that lasts years. So it's a very different, how many meme coins people trade, right? How many DePIN devices can you deploy? Unless you are some super deployers, people do 1, 2, 3 more. And a lot of times they're not even that into crypto, weather station. People are into weather, so they get into WeatherXM, and then they probably lose money in meme coins because someone told them to buy afterwards. I think that's the fight that we are into, and that's my personal fight as well, because I really like crypto. I even like meme coins sometimes. I like the community aspect. But how can we align, right? I gotta release a token, but definitely I have 10,000 antennas out there, and it's actually a really, really good metric, but not the metric that exchanges are used to, because also they probably don't even understand what you're trying to build. 90% of the projects they've been working with is just a bunch of 15-year-olds that on TikTok promoting something that 90% of the people are going to lose money on. It's very conflicting. I can see the positive and downside on both sides. So it's not, I guess, one answer for everything. Same thing as DePIN, not everything should be follow one playbook. What is something that you tell someone that's thinking about starting a DePIN project right now? And what is the last question? What would you ask them? What would you suggest you do to someone that's starting a new project?
Validate the business case before you start building anything. Actually make sure that you have a real demand side, so you don't waste your own time building something that no one will ever pay for.
Yeah, I'd go with learn to get comfortable in public and be able to communicate with the community. I think all of us have gone through this painful exercise of not necessarily wanting to be a public-facing figure, but then really learning how to do that. So along with validation of do you have a real business, learn to be comfortable with marketing and creating content and sort of being the face of your organization.
Demand side is so important. So if you have a project that has that demand side, everything else is gravy. Just find that demand and everything else will follow.
Yeah. I guess all these points are valid. I cannot think of something different. But there's there's the other side as well. Engineers are introverts, so it's difficult for them to do what you just said. And also building demand, finding product market fit without the crypto element, that's also hard. 9 out of 10 startups fail anyway. So when you take this statistic and you add hardware on top and a crypto, that's 3 companies into one. So you tripled your risk, basically. So yeah, I wish that we had better advice.
Gotta do it. Well, thanks so much for listening. I think we're done with time, and let's build.
Great. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Fantastic. We are wrapping up DePIN Day right now. And so we are at the very end of the 12th DePIN Day that we have hosted. So thank you all for coming. You weren't alone. There are about 400 attendees. We had 2,000 registrations, 30 speakers, and 13 partners. And thank you very much to our partners, particularly Protocol Labs, for helping fund the overhead that gets all these DePIN Days put together by Nadia, mainly. Big round of applause for Nadia. If you don't know who Nadia is, that means you're not close enough to us, you're not doing enough, you're not sponsoring enough. So if you have anything to do with DePIN Day, you're going to know Nadia. And also thank you to all the other partners as well who helped us. Singapore wouldn't happen without all these guys that shared the cost with us. So thank you very much to everybody on this page. Want to make sure you check out our new depinspace.co. That is where you will find a directory of all the DePIN projects we know, all their points in all their touch points in our media. You'll find DePIN Day content there. You'll also find DePIN podcasts there, and everything we do DePIN related is at depinspace.co. There is a QR code, so you can get to it right now. Thank you very much, and I hope we will see you in Buenos Aires. So, see you there. Sayonara.